Hi, and welcome to the second day of the ABG Sundal Collier Investor Days. Today we're having 32 companies presenting at the dual track. My name is Jacob Lemke. I'm an equity research analyst here at ABG following the healthcare space, and I have the honor to present our first company, which is Enzymatica. So with that, I leave over the word to CEO Claes Ekstrand.
Thank you, Jakob. Very pleased to be here this morning to take you through three important things. A very brief introduction of myself, a presentation of the product, where we're going, but more importantly, as you will see on the next slide, the key pillars are in place for success. I'm actually very excited, having worked in this company for 5 years, because we are now at a very exciting place in our company's journey. We have a company that has an extraordinary purpose in that our barrier technology helps protect people against the air they breathe. We'll talk about that. I will share with you a product platform that today only has call sign, but will have future line extensions. But more importantly, a product platform that you'll see that the consumers and our partners love. And then we have now built an organization, and any success is all about the people, and the people. And we have a very scalable business model. We have people in two places, one in Lund, where I'm sitting today, and then we have distinguished colleagues and scientists in Reykjavik, where the product was first developed and discovered. Next slide, please. A little bit about myself. I'm Danish by background, went to Swedish school for 5 years from 5 to 9, and have since left Denmark in 1989 and have worked in very, very different companies than the one I'm in today. Big pharma, big medical device in different roles, from sales, marketing to international leadership roles. And I'm really excited about being back in something that's small. There's a saying that small is beautiful, and Enzymatica is small, definitely beautiful, and we have an exciting growth journey ahead. Next slide, please. So Enzymatica, in short, is we're based in Lund. We have a science office and production in Iceland. We produce barrier technology that includes marine enzymes developed from cod trypsin. And what's exciting about our product, even if we're having some challenging times like all companies today through the COVID, is that we actually have a product that supports the body's own defense against virus, which is very applicable today. More importantly, as you may know, we're in 30 markets today, and we have agreements for another 30 markets in which we'll be launching in the next couple of years. Next slide, please. Now, the reason I love this company from when I first started is the product actually works. I've never seen data like this before in my life, that the only product I've ever seen it with was an antidiarrheal product, Imodium, that you may know. But it's very rare that you see products like Colzyme, where 68% of the people, consumers, are satisfied or very satisfied with the product, where 88% said they will buy it again, and where 55% said they will definitely buy it within 6 months. Next slide, please. Now, how the product works is really threefold. It's glycerol spray with trypsin in the barrier. It traps the viruses. The trypsin deactivates the viruses, and it leaves a protective barrier at the back of your throat to prevent you from getting reinfected. Next slide, please. Now, let's spend a couple of minutes on this slide because it's really, really important. So if you look at this slide and you see this small yellow bar, which is Sweden, and that's the market size of Sweden compared to the other markets to the left. The markets that are dark blue are markets that we have contracts for that we're in, and you can see that the market sizes here are quite big. In fact, the markets in which we're represented in US dollars is 20 billion, and we do the math all the time and sort of pinch ourselves and say, God, this is a big opportunity. We have 5.5% market share in Sweden. If we could even get half of that, you can see how big the opportunity is. Next slide, please. Importantly, following the MDD Class 3 recertification, we got some bigger partners getting very involved in the business, specifically Sanofi. And where you can see that we have products under Viral Protect with Stada. Sanofi has launched the product Serenol and Physiomir. And we have Shanghai Pharma signed up for China, where we're working on launch plans as we speak. So very exciting partners that actually do all the sales and marketing, which speaks to the next slide. Next slide, please. So we have a very scalable business model. I think one of the things that we may not have articulated very well in the past is that our distinguished partners are big healthcare companies, consumer healthcare companies that actually stand for all the marketing. So in-house, we have the science. We have very strong regulatory capabilities that make sure we get the product approved in the various markets with very strong claims. And our marketing team that validated the model in Sweden today provide consumer insight that our partners actually execute against. We don't have in-house manufacturing apart from making the trypsin. Everything else is outsourced to contract manufacturers in terms of bottling and filling. And as I said earlier, the distribution, sales, and marketing is actually paid for and managed by our partners in collaboration with us. And then as we move forward, we are looking at co-development on line extensions with our partners to make sure we get more than one product. Next slide, please. So at the end of 2020, we actually felt remarkably good and justifiably remarkably good as you look at this curve. Everything was in place. We were launching in many markets with Stada, and we're launching with Sanofi in Italy and France. So everything was in place, and then COVID happened. Next slide. So when COVID happened and people were asked to self-isolate, we basically lost 1.5 cold seasons. Next slide, please. So as you can see here, as good as we felt at the end of 2020, 2021 has been challenging in that people have been socially distancing, hygiene, and as I said earlier, 1.5 cold seasons basically disappeared. The good news as of yesterday and probably still is that we can see that the cold season is back, and we see that in our results today. Next slide, please. I won't dwell on the financials for 2021, apart from saying that they're obviously a lot less than in 2020 because of the loss of the cold season. And as we reported in Q3, the year-on-year comparisons are not very favorable against 2020, but similar to 2019. Next slide, please. So if we take a step back, and the reason that I'm so excited to have been appointed to CEO is that everything is still in place. Nothing has changed. We're introduced in the markets on the map here in dark blue, and we have contracts for many more markets that we'll be launching in 2022, 2023. Next slide, please. So what's also very important is that we have great board, and we have great investors in the company. In that, even if it's been tough in 2021, we've just stuck to the plan. We have gotten patents granted, US, China, and Japan. We continue to recruit the right people for the right roles. So we've extended the management team and hired more people at the next level down. We've scaled up the production facilities in Iceland, and we've spent a lot of time on putting together a very solid strategic plan that led the board to announce some ambitious financial targets. And I'll speak to the strategic plan and the financial targets in the next two slides. Next slide, please. So the strategic plan essentially hasn't really changed much. And it's very simple. It's three things, and everything simple is always good. So we're working on increasing our market shares in the markets we're already in. We have great opportunity to expand into new geographies, and we're working on new product development to strengthen not only the ColdZyme foundations, but other potential product platforms. Next slide, please. So we came out about a month ago and said by 2026, we are very confident that we will have revenues and sales of more than 600 million SEK and an EBIT margin of more than 28%. Why do we believe that? We believe that the market is recovering. We've seen that. We have planned expansions in many more markets, and we know that we have a barrier solutions that we can expand on in various dosage forms on the ColdZyme and other new product categories. Next slide, please. So, in short, why is Enzymatica an exciting place to be? Why is Enzymatica a great place to invest? We have a groundbreaking product, as I said on one of the earlier slides, in very extraordinary consumer interest in the product, not just in terms of purchase interest, but actually people having tried it, wanting to buy it again and again. We have a global market that's worth about $20 billion US, and we have a 5.5% market share in Sweden. So the opportunity is obviously large, and we have a very scalable business model. We control everything, the whole part of the value chain. We have very strong consumer healthcare partners, and we will rapidly be expanding into other geographies. Thank you.
Okay. So we'll move on to the question and answer part. And if we start, as you said, you are new in the CEO position, but you have been with the company for quite some time. Should we expect you to sort of do anything differently when you lead the company?
I think we'll get better at executing faster and simplify some of the decision-making processes in that we know exactly what we need to do, now we just need to do it. So if anything, it'll be more speed of execution than anything.
Okay, and as you said, the last, let's say, 1.5 years has been very impacted by the pandemic for you. Obviously, sort of social distancing measures has suppressed the common cold. But I think this year we've actually seen quite the opposite when we looked at some communicable diseases, the RSV virus, for example. So just looking into sort of the cold season about to start here, hitting the more important months, what are you seeing and what sort of expectations do you have for the upcoming season?
Yeah, so two things. One is in Sweden we're clearly seeing a rebound. In Italy and some of the other markets we're seeing a rebound, but there will be a bit of a time lag in that. In some of the 30 markets in which we were launching 18 months ago, we sold in products for distribution. That's obviously, so there will be a slight delay, 1 or 2 quarters from when everything, all the inventory has been cleared out. But so we look at everything else being equal, we see back to normal in terms of revenues, probably in Q2 as we burn through inventory with our partners.
And I know you've over the sort of past quarters talked a bit about the online channel. Maybe you can sort of expand on what sort of online channels you're selling your product through, and what sort of expectations you have on those going forward.
Yeah, so in my previous life, we have great success on Amazon. So Amazon is obviously a very strong footprint, not as strong in Sweden, it's just being established, but Aktier is obviously strong in Sweden. I think, if my memory serves me right, 36% of revenues today are actually sold online, and we think that will just continue as consumers have become more used to buying stuff online as part of the different purchase patterns during the pandemic.
And as you said, obviously another or maybe the most important channel for you is the pharmacy sales, and as you said, sort of a key strategic initiative for you is to increase your market share. Maybe you could just highlight sort of what sort of competition you're facing in the pharmacy, and what sort of initiatives you can do to increase your market share.
Sure. So I think the most important thing is to distinguish between Sweden, where we run the marketing ourselves, and then our partner markets, where our partners are driving the marketing and sales initiatives. So the most important thing that you can't do online is sampling. We have a product that lends itself to sampling because we know that once consumers have tried it, they will feel a difference to their lives. So sampling is super important, and we have demonstrated that with our partners in the success we've had in Sweden. So continuous sampling. If you have a great product and you have an opportunity to sample it. The other thing is that we know that we have thanks to a new marketing or commercial director, we have some very strong in-house online capability in terms of targeting. So we're getting much more focused on targeting the right consumers. We know who wants to buy our products, which is much more effective doing online than on TV. So online advertising and sampling are the key things, at least in Sweden, where the product is established. In our partner markets, advertising to build brand awareness and trial, online activities and sampling.
Okay, and just a final question. Obviously, you have lots of strong partnerships in place, but maybe they haven't really had time to sort of take off. And if we perhaps look at the Sanofi partnership, what sort of expectations do you have there, and when do you expect it could start to contribute materially to sales?
In 2020, France and Italy contributed materially to sales, and the cold season happened. They're very committed to the product. In big corporations that I used to work in, there's nothing more important than having senior management sponsorship. So the head of consumer healthcare for Sanofi loves the product. The global category director loves the product. and in fact, the Italian launch on the seronal virus defense within Sanofi was the most successful cold launch I ever had. So we have consumers that love our product, and we have Sanofi that loves our product, which is a good place to be.
Okay, I think that was all the questions I had. I would like to thank all the watchers and thank you, Claes, for participating.
Thank you, and Jakob, låt oss träffas när det passar dig, så vi liksom lär varandra känna.
Ja.
Okej, tack.
Hi and welcome to the next presentation from INVISIO. My name is Daniel Torsson, Equity Research Analyst at ABG Stockholm, covering the IT and technology sector. And with us on this presentation, we have the CEO of INVISIO, Lars Højgaard Hansen. So very welcome, Lars, and go ahead presenting the company, and I will end with a Q&A session.
Thank you very much, Daniel. Good morning, everyone. Nice to be able to present to all of you. And INVISIO is a personal protection company. We try to protect those that have very important jobs in our societies, protecting the rest of us. And this is people that works within military, in the law enforcement, fire and rescue services, and so on. And we try to protect them in different ways so they can live normal lives when they get home from work. Next, please. Statistics shows that the people that works in exposed environments with a lot of noise often get hurt. This goes for police officers. A lot have obtained work-related hearing injuries. The same goes for firefighters. And in the US alone, more than 3 million military veterans have work-related hearing loss. This is, of course, a high cost to society because all these fine men and women have to be compensated. They have to be helped with hearing aids and other things throughout their lifetime. Next, please. And it's not only the cost for society that is very high, it is definitely also the cost for the individuals. We know that in addition to the hearing loss itself, a lot of people suffer from deficiencies like tinnitus, some develop depression, and even PTSD situations are coupled with hearing impairment. So there is a lot of bad things associated with hearing loss and hearing damages. Next, please. In addition to that, the groups of people that I mentioned that works within law enforcement, military, often are exposed to very high noise level in their daily work. And this means that in many situations, they have a hard time communicating in the right way, which can put themselves and others in a dangerous position. And therefore, one of our core missions is to help them be able to communicate in very noisy environments. Next, please. For the last 15 years, INVISIO has become the global leader in communication and hearing protection systems for people working in very demanding environments. We are today a company with about 200 employees. We are based in Copenhagen, but with sales offices in the US, France, Italy, UK, and Asia. We operate under 2 product brands, INVISIO and Racal Acoustics, which we acquired about a year ago. Some of the characteristics of our company and the success that we've had is paired to the way we operate. First and foremost, we work very closely with our customers, our users, related to product development. So we really work hard to try to understand the environment that they work in and try to develop the best possible solutions for them. We often see very long-term agreements with our customers. It's not unusual that we have contracts that are 4, 5, 6 years long. And even when it relates to vehicles, they can be a 15 or 20-year long relationship with customers. So this is a market where you have very long-term agreements and relationships with your customers. And we sell primarily direct, but also through certain select partners. Our business model is scalable. Almost all of our manufacturing is outsourced to very large and professional contract manufacturers in Europe. And INVISIO is listed on Nasdaq Stockholm since 2015. Next, please. So a success factor for us is, of course, the innovations and the innovative products that we have, but it's also the width of our product portfolio that we've been building over the last 15 years. And today we have a system of products and solutions that are linked together and that are very easy to set up and use. We pride ourselves in saying that we have a plug and play capability for all our products. So on the left-hand corner, on the top left-hand corner, this is what we call the personal protection system, consisting of headsets and control units for people that are in the field. Then we have on the right-hand upper corner, leading high noise solutions for people that are placed in vehicles, drivers of different type of vehicles, or could be helicopters or boats. Then a few years ago, or 18 months ago, we introduced a new concept for intercom or intercommunication in vehicles, a very light and portable intercom system that can be used on different types of vehicles, again, like helicopters, RIB boats, and personnel carriers. And all of these systems are tied together through a cabling system with intelligence inside. We call it INVISIO IntelliCable, which is a patented technology for how to make the system work flawless. Plug and play. All you need to do is plug in your cable, and then the system is set up and ready to go. And you can operate in the field, in vehicles. You have intercom possibilities and so forth. Next, please. So the system consists of several types of headsets, depending on what type of environment you are working in. This is solutions that covers everything from cold climate, warm climate, underwater, underground, jumping from halo diving, sky jumping, and so forth. So we have a range of headsets that can cover for different types of environments. We also have control units, as we call them, which is the sort of the heart of the system that is connected to the communication radio that the users are utilizing. And then, as I said, an intercom system that is portable and that can be carried onto different types of vehicles and integrated with the personal system and the headset. So we have a huge variety of products to select from, but they're all built on the same platform, and they are all interconnected by the so-called INVISIO IntelliCable system. Next, please. And recently we added a portfolio of products, as I said, for vehicles. It's a company that's been in the business for more than 100 years, based in the UK, called Racal Acoustics. And these are now part of the INVISIO group, and the many different solutions that they offer are suited for very high noise vehicle solutions. And the latest headset, the Magna 4000, is really a state-of-the-art solution for high noise military vehicles. Next, please. Similarly, we have spent a lot of resources, and we still do, on developing and continue to develop our solutions. And we have just recently launched a second generation of our control unit system, or the platform, with a lot of new features that we are now introducing to the market. The features are centered around better hearing protection, being more flexible, and also giving the user a really, really good audio experience, so you can hear and communicate easily in those very high noise environments that our users are often operated in. So we are in the process now of rolling this out to our different customers and markets across all geographies. Next, please. We operate in niche markets, but they have attractive growth potential, and as we see it today, with fairly low penetration. As I said, we are primarily addressing two user groups within military and law enforcement, because that's where we know there is a really big issue with high noise and difficulties with both hearing damages, and also the difficulties with communication when it's very noisy. And then we have added, as I said, the market for vehicle communication in the form of the portable intercom system. The markets are driven by structural growth, what we call modernization programs, because many countries are updating continuously their capabilities in terms of modern communication, and also looking at providing hearing protection for many more users. It's still in many countries a low percentage of users that actually have adequate communications equipment and hearing protection devices. But this is definitely growing, and we of course have the ambition that anyone working in a noisy environment should be equipped with a very good hearing protection device. So that is our ambition to contribute to that. Next, please. As a company, we have a couple of financial targets that we are working towards. One of them is to achieve an average increase in revenue of about 20%, but at the same time to have an operating margin which does not fall below 15%. And we have been able to live up to those or reach those targets for the last 5 years. As anyone else, we have been, as most other companies, we have been affected by the global COVID pandemic. In our case, it has primarily been in the way that we have been hindered from visiting customers. Many of our customers have not wanting any visitors during the pandemic, and many of the initiatives that we see in our area, the so-called modernization projects, they have been delayed or postponed until further in time. And this is still the situation that we are in the middle of. We have seen some improvements in the last quarters in the way that we've been able to interact with customers. We've also seen that trade shows are starting to open up again, and we have been able to travel. But as I said, we can see that it takes longer time and that some of these longer-term modernization programs are delays. We do not think that we have lost business during the pandemic. It is merely a way of postponing things into 22 and further on. So we are hopeful that we will be able to pick up again as the situation hopefully gets better into 2022. Next, please. So what characterizes our company is also that the order intake traditionally has fluctuated quite a lot between quarters, since in some quarters we get large orders and in other quarters we only get smaller orders. This has been sort of developing in a positive sense in the last quarters, because our inflow of what we call smaller, more regular orders have increased. And also, as we have developed as a company, we are now addressing more markets, more countries, more customers. So we have a much broader base to receive orders from. So the stability of the company has definitely improved over the last years in terms of having a much broader customer base. But still, we are sometimes depending on larger orders, and we do see fluctuations both in order intake but also in revenue. So therefore, INVISIO should always be viewed at on a longer time scale than just 1 or 2 quarters. Next, please. We have in the last 7-8 years very diligently followed a simple strategy that consists of 5 areas. First of all, continue to take market share and increase our footprint in the important markets in the US and Western Europe. And we still think that the penetration in our core markets is somewhere between 10 and 15% of the addressable market. So we believe there's a huge opportunity for us to continue to increase our sales and market shares in the key countries in the US and Western Europe. And one of the ways of doing that is, of course, to continue to broaden our product portfolio with innovative products that are user-friendly, flexible, and cost-effective. And as I've just mentioned, we now have a totally new portfolio of control units, so personal systems. We have a new intercom system, which we are rolling out, and we also have the Racal acoustics product that we have acquired. So we have a very strong and new product portfolio that we will see the benefit from over the next 5 years as we continue to expand our footprint. We also continue to address new user groups. A few years ago, we were predominantly focusing on military customers, but since 2017-18, we've seen a very good and growing interest from customers within law enforcement. So this is now an important part of our business. Probably 10 to 15% of our revenue is now related to law enforcement customers, and we think this is going to grow over the coming years. We also start to see now a growing interest for our products from certain firefighting units, both in Europe but also in the US. So this is also a market that we have an opportunity to get more from in the coming years. New geographies is part of our strategy. As I said, our majority of sales has been coming from the US and key European markets, but we are or have over the last 2 or 3 years also starting addressing key markets in especially Asia and parts of the Middle East. That will help us expand our sales over time. A sustainable and cost-effective operation is very important for us. So we work with large and well-reputed contract manufacturers, predominantly in Europe, that are able to support us in the way we do business, but also in the way we grow and the way that we want to treat our customers with short delivery times and being able to service and help our customers in a very efficient and customer-focused way. Next, please. So a short summary of INVISIO is that we are a company that has a market-leading position and that has shown very good growth over the last 5 years. We have good profitability, a good gross margin, and even a profit margin. We have a very simple business model with a high scalability and a strong financial position that allows us to continue to invest further in our business and also look at select acquisitions, as we have done with Racal Acoustics recently. We are in a niche market with high entry barriers, and we believe that over the last 10 years we have built a number of barriers that gives us a strong position and makes it difficult for other entrants to compete with us in this market. The number of competitors are fairly low. It's normally 2 or 3 companies that we see as competitors when we bid for certain programs and activities. And I said we have a market-leading position we've been building over the last 10 years, and we have a number of contracts that we are executing on, and that normally run for quite a number of years with the possibility of extension if everything is growing well. A clear growth strategy that we have been executing on for a number of years now successfully, and last but not least, a very strong corporate culture with clear targets, incentive programs that include everyone working in the INVISIO group, and very fortunately we see a low staff turnover in our company. People stay with us for a long time. Next, please. So in summary, there's no doubt that we have also been impacted in 2020 and 2021 negatively from the global pandemic, but the underlying conditions for good, strong, sustainable growth is still there and continue to be very good. We are convinced that our continued investments in the organization, our market development, our fantastic, innovative market-leading products will secure our long-term success. So that was a short introduction to INVISIO and our current state of affairs, and I'm now open for questions, please.
Excellent, Lars. Thank you very much. That was a very good presentation. I start off with a question related to one of your large customers, I guess, the US Army. They have been leaving Afghanistan after summer. Has that affected their agenda on spending money on the US Army in general, the DoD's budget, etc.? What do you see happening in the US there?
I think, yes, there's of course speculation around what that would mean for the overall budget for the army and the spending levels. But on the other hand, I think that what we do is not it's not a defense product. It's not a military product per se. It is actually a personal protection product, which can save the government a lot of money. We know that all these millions and millions of people that are diagnosed with hearing loss, that is extremely expensive. In the US alone, they use billions of dollars every year to compensate people, to help them with hearing aids, to take them out of service because they cannot hear properly, and then all the personal sufferings on top. So I don't believe that our type of the market is so depending on whether there are conflicts or not. And also we know that many of the damages that happens is actually happening during training. So you have to wear our type of equipment every day, also when you train an exercise, because otherwise it only takes one loud noise to ruin your hearing for the rest of your life. So this is important that this is used every day. And we are part of a sort of long-term modernization program. So I don't think that we will be affected of military spendings, whether they go up or down.
Okay, I see. That's a good answer. The second question I have is related to Relais Acoustics, your largest acquisition, which you did a year ago, and you talked about. What have you seen after the first 10, 11 months? Any positive surprises or any challenges that you have figured out? Do you see any more R&D need in the product portfolio that you didn't realize in your DD process, for example? Anything?
Yeah, I think, of course, any acquisition, and especially when it's done during a COVID, where all contact is through video link, is interesting. But I would say that this has been a very uneventful acquisition. Everything has been according to what we expected and better. And in the early days when we announced the acquisition and our expectations to revenue and so forth, we were a little cautious, but Relais Acoustics have performed better than what we communicated in the early part of the year, and they have followed all plans that they had. And they will continue to do that also into next year. So we are really, really pleased. We have seen, of course, also an interest from the new products that are in their portfolio. And one of the synergies that we see is, of course, the fact that the INVISIO group has a very large sales team that can now promote the Relais products in a much more efficient way that they were able to before. Due to the pandemic, we have not seen the result of that yet. But I'm sure as we now also head into 2022, we will start seeing the combined synergies and effects from the large INVISIO sales team of almost 60 people now promoting the entire portfolio, including Relais. So that's definitely a positive thing for us.
Interesting. Sounds very promising. The next question I have is related to component shortages. Every product and technology company in the world are facing some kind of supply chain issues or component shortages. Do you have that problem as well? That you have unmet demand you can't really deliver on? Or how is the situation for you? And what has happened during Q4 here? What is the latest?
Yeah, not so bad. I mean, we have not really been in a situation where we can't get components. It's been messy. So there's been delays and so on, but we have not really been hit with large component shortages. We've always been very good at first of all keeping a stock of finished products, but also been early in the process of ordering components that we are sure we need. I think what is hindering us a little bit right now and has been is more the logistical situation in general, that there has been a lack of capacity in transportation and deliveries, and this means that we're still not able to deliver as fast as we normally do to our customers, and we don't get incoming deliveries either as fast as we normally do. In a normal Q4, we would be able to send products even at this point and book transportation and get it. But in the current environment, there is a long lead time on getting transportation done.
Okay, I see.
I would say the word from our manufacturers and our partners is that it doesn't get any worse now. they are starting to see improvements in both components, so once we get into the later part of Q1, their estimate is that we are seeing better times.
Okay. Thank you very much. My final question, we have a minute or two left here. You are located in kind of the hearing mecca of the world, Copenhagen. What do you see happening around you in the nearing end markets with the GN acquiring SteelSeries, entering the gaming peripherals market, the audio market, we have Demand, etc. What do you see happening there? Any of the other big players entering your market, kind of, or do you have any collaborations with those?
Now, I think that, of course, they are mainly focused on markets that are consumer-related and that are of a totally different nature, in the sense that you have development here and then manufacturing of high volume in a lower-cost country, which is not at all our type of business. We know that one of the hearing aids have had an ambition of trying to compete with us, but that was 3-4 years ago. I think they're probably still trying, but we don't see them much, to say the least. So not really sure what they're doing. But I think that this is still a niche market that has some characteristics that are very different from what they are good at. And I think that with the strong position we have, we always welcome competition. That's good for everybody. But I think with the situation and the position we have, we are still set for a very strong development over the coming years.
Thank you very much, Lars. That was my final question, and we are running out of time after 25 minutes here. So I thank you again for a very good presentation of INVISIO and a good update on my questions as well.
Thank you very much.
You everyone who listened in.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lars. Goodbye.
Bye.
Hi, and welcome to our next presentation. My name is Jacob Lemke, Equity Research Analyst here at ABG, following the healthcare space. Now I have the honor to present our next company, Biovica. And with that, I leave over the word to you, Anders Rylander.
Thank you, Jacob. About 1/3 of all people living will get cancer sometime during their lifetime. And if you look forward, for the young people living today, about 50% will get the disease. That makes cancer one of our most serious diseases with a great impact for both patient and healthcare systems. And some of the patients will also develop metastatic or advanced cancer and will be dependent on getting treatments for best possible outcome. This is the area where Biovica is committed to make a difference and improvement by offering biomarkers or biomarker assays for improved monitoring of cancer therapies. My name is Anders Rylander. I am the CEO of Biovica, and a few words about my background. I have a background as a management consultant and an entrepreneur. I worked many years for Accenture before co-founding a management consulting company, Axholmen, and came in contact with Biovica as an investor and was attracted by the great potential both for cancer patients, but also the commercial potential of the company. So today, I'm the major shareholder, but also the CEO for the company since 10 years back. Today, I'll go through shortly during these 20 minutes, our company and product, the market and our road to the market, the team, and I'll summarize and disclose our upcoming milestones as well. If we start with the product, DiviTum stands for dividing tumor, which is an indication of what we're doing. We're measuring cell proliferation. And as you might know, cancer is defined by uncontrolled cell proliferation. So by our product, we can provide very important information about the disease, about the aggressiveness of the disease, but also during treatment, provide feedback if the treatment is effective or not, which of course is very important both for the patient, but also for the treating physician and for healthcare providers. These treatments are priced at over $10,000 per patient and month in the US for metastatic breast cancer treatments, which is our initial focus area. So it has, of course, a big economic impact, and you want to make sure that you get best possible effectiveness of the treatment for those money spent. But also, since there are other options, there are many treatment options, and if you can discover quickly if a patient doesn't respond or not, you can replace it with an alternate treatment and possibly get an effective treatment for the patient. Currently, the standard method being used for monitoring treatment in this area is image diagnostics. And that will require 3 to 4 months before you can compare tumor size in the beginning of the treatment and during treatment and can draw a conclusion if the treatment is effective or not. With DiviTum, we've shown both that the baseline test before start of treatment and the treatment already as soon as 2 weeks after start of treatment provides very important information. And in a trial performed by Washington University, it was discovered that the mean time for discovering progression was 83 days ahead of when it was discovered by imaging. So we can really offer something that is more convenient, but also provides quicker feedback, which is important for the patient and the healthcare providers. Talking about other technologies, imaging, I mentioned, is the standard method, and as I explained, we have advantages when it comes to follow-up time, but also patient logistics. Imaging is invasive, which you want to avoid, so several advantages in the monitoring area. There are other proliferation marker used, and one is Ki-67 that is captured by biopsies, where you analyze a part of the tumor. And that is, gives very important information, but it's not convenient to use when monitoring patients within the metastatic setting. So a blood-based method like ours has its advantages here as well. And there are other blood-based markers available, but not any that has established themselves as standard markers within monitoring. CA15-3, for instance, within breast cancer is being used, but not as a standard marker because it has shortcomings, both when it comes to precision, but also because not all patients express this antigen that's being measured. And there are new, very exciting technologies like CTCs, ctDNAs, but they have focused in other areas like diagnosis of cancer and prediction of treatments. So when you sum it up, we found a very important area where we can, with an unmet need that we can meet, where their competition isn't that fierce. There are no really good products out there, and we can meet this important unmet need and provide value for both patients and healthcare providers. So how do we do that? What's our action plan? Here on this slide, we have our key activities summarized in order to commercialize the product. And this is something that we have been working in for years. It starts with, of course, developing a product. We have developed our product Divitum now in the 3rd version, which has specifically been designed and developed for meeting the requirements that the FDA, the US regulatory authority, sets out. And that product has been validated and is ready to be used in the clinical setting. Based on that product, we've done clinical development, that is, performed clinical trials with patients to document the value of the product. A regulatory pathway, that's to get the approval so you're allowed to market the product and for clinical use. And the most important path is to the US market, where the FDA is the authority that has defined a so-called 510(k) process, which I'll come back to. We're in the middle of that. The results, it's also important to get into guidelines and to get into reimbursement, so you get paid for your product. And so the data that we have developed fills that purpose as well. And the last two is more commercial. You need a lab to be able to analyze, provide the test as a service to the customers, and of course to have a team that can bring this to market and launch it with a sales organization that's complementary to the partner. And we also are working to establish that, and I'll come back to that. And that's the ambition, to lead to the clinical use and the uptake of the product, and to realize the great market potential of the product. To dive into a little bit about the clinical development and the results so far. To date, we have 24 published and peer-reviewed articles with our product. And these are published in scientific journals and that has foregone a peer review where other experts in the field has challenged the results, and this gives a solid foundation for the performance and the value of the product. The majority of these articles, the results are within our key focus area, breast cancer, but we also have successful clinical trials within other areas like gastrointestinal and lung cancer area, for example. If you should summarize the results, you can say that the results show that the test is prognostic, and in the early setting, prognostic for recurrence, and in the later phases, prognostic for progression, but also for overall survival. And when we have had the possibility to evaluate serial samples and follow the patients and monitor the treatment, we also shown that we can provide early feedback on treatment efficacy. So the results in itself are very important to us, but it's also important who we have collaborated with. And we have done that with some of the leading names in this field. And for example, in US, we worked with the Mayo Clinic. We're now into our 3rd trial together with them. We worked with Washington University. We're about to do, we have a trial ongoing with Johns Hopkins, for instance, and Dana-Farber. All those have great credibility, and it's important that they communicate the results to get the impact. In Europe, it all started with Karolinska. Also together with them, we're doing our third trial. And within the European countries, there are breast cancer groups like BIG and IBCSG. We've done a prospective trial with them, which were successful, which also opens up doors for us on the European market. So this is really the foundation for all our commercialization activities. And here's a summary within the breast cancer area. And I won't go into detail, but you can see that the focus area is within metastatic breast cancer, where we think we have an unmet need that we can meet with our product. It fits very well, and we can add value for patients. But there are also opportunities to expand into earlier phases, and the next step would be locally advanced, where we also are starting to build our evidence, and we actually have positive results from earlier phases as well. And it's the same results within the breast cancer area as within other areas on this previous slide. And also the comment that we can discover progression 83 days earlier than imaging on average in median. So that's, of course, a very important finding for our product. And here's the ongoing trials based on this. We have designed additional trial to get exactly the data required to get into reimbursement, to guidelines, and to generate demand for the product. And one example is the impact trial that builds on this data from the WashU trial with that we can discover progression earlier. And so that's a trial where we are trying to repeat that results and follow the patient with several samples taking over some time to get a very solid data within that area. We also since we now have multiple trials within the same or similar areas, we can starting to see patterns which strengthen, of course, the evidence further. Here's one example. One is the Biovica trial, which is prospective trials, which was initiated by Novartis, almost 300 patients. And the other one is Pythia with those two breast cancer groups. Slightly different. Biovica was first line, Pythia was second line. Biovica was on the Novartis CDK4/6 inhibitor, a treatment within metastatic breast cancer. And Pythia was with Pfizer's very similar product. So different products, different lines of treatment, but the results are the same. Patients were divided here into three groups. The red line, where levels were kept high, didn't drop much during treatment. They didn't respond well at all, so they should probably, as soon as possible, get an alternative treatment. The best group was the blue group that was kept low during this trial, and they responded very well. And the yellow group is the one that during the periods when the treatment was paused, you can see a slight increase, which provides very interesting information. One is that we have a very dynamic biomarker that reacts fast. And another one is that these patients could possibly benefit from a different dosing. So this is the kind of conclusions you can get from these clinical trials that can be translated into better monitoring of these patients. Currently, we have the San Antonio Breast Cancer Conference. That's an important one because it's the biggest, largest breast conference in the world. It's where you present the news. And this year, we have 3 posters being presented. One is the PROMISE study with Mayo Clinic. It's an update from last year. It's just more patients, but the results remain. And another one is the budget impact model. It's not only enough, of course, to have the clinical results. You have to translate them into financial impact. And we've done that based on the results so far from our clinical trials. And that shows that we can positively affect both monitoring costs, but also futile therapy costs. and for every dollar spent on DiviTum, you will get $3 in savings. So that's of course important when discussing with payers and reimbursement, in getting to reimbursement systems. And the last one being presenting this on this conference, which is currently ongoing, is the collaboration we have with Carrick. And that's another area with great potential to collaborate with pharma to improve the process of bringing new therapies to market. In this case, it's a second generation CDK inhibitor. It's not 4/6, it's a different combination. And Carrick has seen advantages by using our biomarker assay as complementary to their product. And we're great to see this result, and we can see that more pharma companies are looking to do that, and that offers opportunity for us to bring new products to the market and to co-develop new products together with pharma. So that's an interesting area for us for the future. I talked briefly about the FDA process. This is something that we've been discussing with the FDA for several years. In September last year, we submitted our application. We quickly passed the two first milestones, went into the review before the FDA made a change in how they prioritize their resources and put basically all their resources within COVID testing assays. So our application was paused, but it was restarted pretty early. So we were very hopeful. However, this has been a challenge for the FDA. The COVID test, this group that both has reviewed COVID tests, but also other IVDs where we, the category we fall into, has been really challenged when it comes to resources. So it wasn't until May that we got the first feedback, and we've since then worked with the FDA to sort out all the open questions. We feel very confident that we have responded to all the questions that they have raised, and we have good answers to those questions. But we're still waiting for their response to how we responded to these questions. And that's an important formality because the FDA have asked us to wait for that input before we submit our updated application. We were supposed to have that feedback during November. It didn't happen, but now we see that we are getting partial input from them. So we're looking positive on this process. And we also feel that the discussion with them is with a common incentive, a common goal that we should have the product 510K cleared. So that's good, but of course it's frustrating with some delay in this process. In the meantime, we're planning for our US launch, and our focus is to, together with a partner, build a sales organization to focus on the so-called NC designated cancer centers. We already have collaborations with several of them on the clinical trial area. So we already have relationships to several of these hospitals. And the labs that we are looking to collaborate are the specialty labs within the oncology field, which has sales organization and the capability to analyze our assay. And within the payer area, we also have a plan to start with the so-called early adopters and develop it from there with the data that we have developed, and we have initiated the discussion with payer advisory boards, etc. Market potential. Well, we have broken it down to 3 key markets. The first one being the US market, where we have done several market research analysis and interviewed both payers and oncologists for the value of the product that translate to the price level, and also the frequency of testing from the oncologist, and those two together with the number of patients living with the disease make up for this market potential numbers. A lot of the efforts made in US, we expect to be able to reuse in Europe. About the same number of patients, but slightly lower pricing make up for a slightly lower market potential. And the third market is the Japanese market, which we're also looking into. Breast cancer is the first area we look into. We have already started to do proof of concept and look into others. We've done an analysis and identified the metastatic melanoma, the small cell lung cancer, and prostate cancer, metastatic prostate cancer as interesting areas to widen the use, because we see the same kind of challenges and an unmet need that we can address with our product. And that would, of course, add the market potential further to the market potential identified within the breast cancer area. And outside of these areas, we have the pharma collaboration that can lead to new products and through co-finance development with pharma, which is really interesting. And that's why the CARIC initiative that was presented now, the first one that's official, is very, very exciting as well. So in order to do this, you have to put a strong team together that covers all these specialty areas, which we have done. A team with great experience with doing similar projects before. And an important part of it is to also staff the US part of the team. And we have 3 people currently in US, and we're building an organization over there for the initial launch on the US market. And the same thing goes with our board of directors. A long experience within this field. Lars, being the chairman, was the CEO of Daco, for instance, when they were able to develop the company, and it was acquired by Agilent in a big deal. So he has an experience of doing this before, and several of the other board of directors members has so as well. To sum it up, so we have a really unique and exciting product that can meet an unmet need for improved monitoring within metastatic cancer, starting with the breast cancer area. And we have collaborations with some of the leading key opinion leaders within this field, and together with them, we have some outstanding data from the clinical trial, which is the foundation for our commercial activities. And currently, the upcoming milestone is the 510(k) clearance. We were expecting to have it by end of this year. It has been slightly delayed, but we expect to get feedback from FDA soon, so we can get that clearance. And soon after that, we will have the launch in US. And following that, that will be a launch on selected market in Europe. So we have exciting times ahead.
Okay, thank you for the presentation, Anders. I think we have time for a couple of questions. And if we start maybe with the sort of FDA process, as you said, it's mostly out of your hands, and you've sort of had a quite bad timing. But maybe if we look sort of ahead and not sort of think about...
One thing that I didn't say, to put this a little bit in perspective, is that it's frustrating to wait for their feedback. But if you zoom out a little bit, I think we should be grateful, because our process was restarted, was one of the first, actually, so it could be a lot worse for the ones further back in line, so to speak. So that's positive. Another positive thing is that we have, after the process during the summer, where we gather all their specialists into one meeting and address most of the questions, so there are very few now outstanding. The feedback was that, since there's just a few questions outstanding, let's go into the interactive process. And the advantage, in theory at least, is that you get quick feedback and you sort out the big open questions before you submit the updated application. And that way you save time in their review afterwards. So it's a positive process in that setting, and that they also believe that there's few outstanding questions. But you have to respect, I guess, that there's a pandemic situation ongoing, and they have been really, really pressured by the over 500 COVID test application that they have received. So that's basically the situation.
And I guess you can't really, know when the FDA will proceed, but let's say once
that's true, and that's why we've been a bit careful by committing to dates, but I still expect we were supposed to get feedback by November. Didn't happen, but now we see we got part of that feedback. We got an informal feedback all along, so we know what to expect, and we believe we can address those questions. But it's important to get the formal feedback, and so we can respond formally, and we'll make a PR so all in people following our company know exactly where we are.
And once you get the approval, which I think we all expect you're going to get. Where are you in terms of commercial readiness and sort of?
So we have to. We realized that this was difficult to forecast already beginning of this year. So our plans of staffing up the sales organization, the market access, and a small but a team of about 10 people in US required for the launch. We put that a little bit on hold, but we in parallel have worked, so we have identified candidates, and we will probably recruit additional resources, managers that then can build the sales organization and so on. So we're in preparation mode. We are prepared a lot. We're ready to push the bottom to hire and establish that sales organization. And same thing with our commercial partnering. We are in discussion on the lab side also to get that in place. So yeah, we're late preparations for launch, and of course it will require a couple of months from an approval until we have everything in place, but it shouldn't be so much more than that.
And just a quick final question on the you mentioned the Biovica trial and these sort of treatment patterns. Sort of, what can this sort of information, what sort of benefit can it bring to the stakeholders, the patients, the hospitals, the payers? In your view,
what's interesting here is that they could identify 3 groups that if you remember that slide, where you can act. You can act on that data. So the red group that doesn't really respond at all, or very poorly, you could quickly identify that and find an alternative treatment, because within the breast cancer area there's a lot of options, and so they could get a better outcome probably by doing so. And the other end is easy to identify. They seem to respond super well. You couldn't, when they closed the trial, they still were responding. So that group is also easy. But maybe the most interesting one is that when you can make adjustments during trial, because you can see that okay, during this washout period they respond. Maybe we can do something with dosing and stuff like that. And so that is something that the Washington WashU in St. Louis that we have worked with have picked up, and they're doing a palbo dosing trial that was presented last year on San Antonio. So it's going to be really interesting to see those results. But and that's the kind of result that we need, because we would like the oncologists to be able to act on the different outcome of our assay, and then you need clinical data supporting that. So that's important in that process.
Okay, interesting. I think we're out of time here, so I would like to thank you for presenting and participating in the Q&A, and I would also like to thank everyone watching in the audience.
Thank you, Jacob.
Good morning. My name is Patrick Bratelius, and I'm an equity analyst here at ABG. And I cover Catella, who is up next to present. So without further ado, I'd like to hand over the mic to Kristoffer Abrahamsson, CEO, and Mattias Brodin, CFO of Catella. The floor is yours. Take it away.
Good morning, and thank you everyone for joining us today, this Wednesday. Like Patrick said, my name is Kristoffer Abrahamsson. I'm the CEO of Catella Group. Mattias Brodin, our CFO, and also Michel Fichier, our head of investor relations and communications. I will start by introducing the company, as I expect most of you want to know a little bit more about Catella, as we have become a lot more property focused over the last year. Following that, I will briefly touch on the third quarter results, which we issued on November 11th, and then we will open it up for Q&A. So Patrick, that's great. We're on page 2. So following a period of restructuring recently, Catella today is a property-focused company with 3 distinct business areas that also have significant synergies across the business areas and across our geographies. We have property investment management, where we manage 112 billion of external capital in fund and asset management structures. Our newest business area in the middle, principal investments, is where we deploy capital of our own balance sheet into property development projects with an IRR target of 20% on average. And sort of our oldest business, corporate finance, where we are a leading transaction and capital markets advisor present in the majority of the larger markets across Europe. Move to page 4. So go into property investment management is our biggest business area, where we continue to drive strong growth the last several years, and now, as I said, manage 112 billion. We work with a large and broad set of institutional long-term investors, thus linking external capital with real estate investments. We have roughly 25 funds and various asset management mandates that cover a broad range of asset classes and geographies across Europe. Besides acquiring real estate into funds and management mandates, we are also an active manager of these assets and a developer of properties, where we yield strong risk-adjusted returns for our investors and partners, while also building up property development companies across Europe. So let's go to the next page. On page 5, so over the last 6 years, property investment management, or PIM as we call it, has grown its assets under management, AUM, by an average of 23% annually. And during 2021, we've continued to deliver significant growth with a strengthening underlying profitability. PIM remains the main growth engine of Catella, and we have a clear strategic focus on raising new capital and launching new sustainability-focused funds, which can be seen in a very strong 6% quarterly growth in our fund platforms during the third quarter. During the third quarter, we exited a couple of low-margin mandates, and we also completed the sale of some successful asset management mandates in the UK, and thereby kept our AUM overall flat. But this is part of our efforts of driving margin expansion going forward, with still having a very, very strong capital pipeline. The growth of PIM has resulted in a healthy increase of fixed and variable fees since inception, and of course linked to the growth in asset. And this is how we really look at the growth of the value in property investment management over time, not on a quarter by quarter, but sustainable long-term growth of asset and income. The investors in our products are mainly European institutional investors, but during recent years we've seen an increased interest and inflow of institutional capital for other parts of the world. This is something that we really seek to increase going forward. Now I'd like to move to page 7, where we cover our newest business, principal investments. As I mentioned, with principal investments, we deploy our own capital into various development projects targeting an IRR of on average 20%. Currently, we have invested 800 million, essentially equity from our own balance sheet, into 11 projects in various asset classes across Europe. Go to page 8. We mainly deploy our capital through partnership structures, through our development partners, where other investors also have significant skin in the game. Being aligned with what we do with all our partners is a very important part of Catella's business. Essentially, our whole strategy is building up partnerships, partner companies, partner structures, whether it's in PIM or principal investments or corporate finance. Today, we invest our own capital mainly through three different strategies: development partnerships, co-investments with clients, essentially to open the door and have people get comfortable investing and opening up bigger mandates, and direct investments where we try to establish and grow local businesses. Besides targeting 20% IRR on our invested equity, principal investments also provide significant synergies for the rest of the group. They generate fees from development projects to property investment management. It can have potential investors that we can put these projects into our end funds as users. And of course, corporate finance is invited to try to win the mandate to sell and buy these properties. As a final point, in these structures, we're not in principal investments and investing through our equity for one-off gains. This is what we're trying to do, is build large development companies and partnerships to create long-term value for our shareholders by creating new platforms that generate future growth and even more synergies across Catella. We move on to page 9. Just a little bit of a highlight of what we have and what we continue to build across Europe. Over the last year, we have continued to invest, and we now have a diversified portfolio of asset classes and geographies across Europe. Now, we have invested 800 million of equity to date, but the total investment, what we have put into these projects here, the 11 projects, is a little over 3 billion. And these the projects that you see here on the page will have a total development cost of 8 billion Swedish over the life of these projects. So even though our equity position today is well, it's not small by our standards, but it's worth pointing out that the pipeline is pretty long and pretty substantial when we look at what we continue to invest on our balance sheet. Most of these projects come through our development partners. Catella Project Management, based out of Düsseldorf in Germany. Catella Logistics Europe, pan-European logistics developer based out of Paris. And InfraHubs, also logistics, but here in Sweden. And in several of these, we have material management fees coming from the total investment, not just our own equity portion. See on the map, we are now in 5 countries and continue to expand. And we have logistics, residential, mixed use, and office properties, where our ownership share ranges from 40 up to, in some cases, 100%, although that is not our core strategy. This partnership and portfolio mirrors really where we look at real estate investing on a macro position, where we believe value is and will be generated in the coming years. And we feel very positive about several of these assets coming to market, into a very strong market in 2022. Let's move on to page 11, where we touch on corporate finance. Catella Corporate Finance is a leading advisor of pan-European real estate advisory, brokerage, and other capital markets transactions. We have over 200 colleagues across Europe, and a target of being in the top 5 market position in each of the main markets that we operate in. Main business line has been and continues to be brokerage, although we have in recent years, and most notably in the last 2 years, been able to successfully expand into higher margin segments such as debt and capital markets advisory and slightly bigger transactions, which we think is really, really important for the future for increased profitability of corporate finance. On page 12, on corporate finance, we have listed the items that we really think, the traits that are appreciated by our clients across Europe. Among others, we have a very, very strong local know-how and intelligence, but we also have pan-European presence, intelligence, and research, which is not only a differentiator to our customers, but it's also very important for our other Catella businesses as a market connector and door opener. We have a long history in many of these markets, over 20 years in several of these countries, and a broad offering when assisting our clients in real estate transactions. As we mentioned earlier, corporate finance also adds significant value to the group as a whole. And a differentiating factor is that we can now offer co-investments, new transactions, and also develop partnerships, which we have begun doing more and more in corporate finance to develop more recurring revenues, which we think is important for the value of this company. Let's go to page 14 with some brief highlights from the third quarter report that we released a few weeks ago. From a group perspective, we continue to deliver strong underlying growth and very solid financial performance. As a management team, we're really focused on pan-European growth and capital raising, which has been a bit more local in the past, along with digitalization and talent diversity as this is a key success factor going into the coming years as we modernize Catella a little bit more. Property investment management continued its strong track record of organic growth, with inflows of roughly 6 billion in the third quarter alone. The inflow in sustainable funds is very, very strong, with institutional capital committing 3 billion in this quarter alone into our new residential funds, classified as dark green or category 9 fund, which we're immensely proud of. And we have another fund coming into market which is solely focused on energy positive residential buildings, another step forward into this very important sector. Also, after the end of Q3, our UK platform, Catella APAM, was selected for a significant mandate from the Greater Manchester Pension Fund, which again is a strong step forward and another proof of our ability now to attract and work with even the largest institutional players in the market. We have significant committed capital and a very strong pipeline. Principal investment invested about 100 million in the third quarter. As I mentioned, we're at 800 million of equity, 3 billion total invested, and a very, very strong long-term pipeline. The Infrahubs property in Norrköping, which is our largest logistics property, is on the market with significant investor interest, and we should close that transaction in the first quarter of next year, hopefully at a pretty good level. Corporate finance delivered a decent quarter. Third quarter is often a little slow between the summer core transactions and the rush for year end. But it was still a solid quarter, and we continue to show strength in large M&A transactions and debt advisory, while the pipeline and frankly activity to date in the fourth quarter has been pretty strong. Go to page 15. Now, before we go into the overall financial results, I want to set the stage to make it a little easier to compare. Principal investments has not been a recurring profit generator in the past. So in the 2020, in the third quarter, we realized almost 230 million of EBIT from the sale of one property. So would set the stage of backing that out and showing sort of the underlying profitability. Last year, you can see that going from 26 to 48 without that in EBIT, it shows very strong underlying growth. I think it's important then to mention that principal investments, these are big ticket items, but we're now building up a portfolio so that maybe not at this size every time, but a portfolio of future profit generation that this will become the norm, and we will no longer have to normalize for single transactions like this. But Q3 last year was very exceptional, but the underlying growth, driven from the growth in AUM, primarily in PIM, and increased profitability and profit margins, has driven our underlying EBIT up by some 85% year over year in the third quarter. Go into page 16, which is the key financial highlights, which is adjusted for discontinued and divested operations. I mentioned earlier we've exited Catella Mutual Funds, Catella Bank, and also our hedge fund business, IPM. So we are now a property-focused business where we focus on long-term core growth and an increasing portfolio of equity investments. We delivered solid performance, revenue of 375 million and operating profit of 48 million with a margin of 13%. That's third quarter is never one of our strongest, and I think what we look at here is just the underlying growth. We never look at quarters really. We look at what we can do on a long sort of trailing 12 months and what we have in the pipeline going forward. PIM continued, like I said, to have significant inflow into our fund platforms with close to 6 billion in the quarter. We now are, as mentioned, at 112 billion of assets under management. Pipeline is strong, and we continue to build a broad portfolio of funds and mandates with stronger and higher underlying profit margins. Principal investments, we invested about 100 million, primarily to continue to develop our logistics portfolio. And we had a couple of small gains in the quarter, and I think in the Q4 will be similar, limited activity, but a very, very strong pipeline of exits spread out during 2022. That's going to take a lot of replenishing and the need to invest more, but we feel very, very good about the pipeline of investment opportunities that we have coming that we're working on actively. And now, obviously, I said Norrköping is next in line to be sold. Corporate finance, a relatively slow market as it is normally in Q3, but we have a solid pipeline. We have I would say rather good M&A activity that we're working on. We have good progress in debt advisory, which we're looking to expand even more across Europe. And what we have is also an underlying strong recurring revenue in residential advisory, which I think is a good baseline for corporate finance revenues going into the future. So let's wrap it up on page 17. So some highlights. Property investment management, we show the ability to continue to grow organically with strong inflows to our funds, more focus on sustainable products. We have, at the end of the third quarter, about 15 billion of uninvested capital, which will be deployed in the coming months, setting the stage for what we believe to be a strong 2022. Principal Investments continues to invest in regions and asset classes that we believe has the strongest tailwind at the moment and where we should deploy our capital. Some harvesting coming definitely for 2022, but the investment pipeline, I would say, is just as strong as the exit, if not stronger. And in corporate finance, we have a strong underlying, long-standing businesses in several countries, and a move into even higher margin businesses into 2022. Strategic transformation is going well. We are now a pure property player, which we can focus on both with capital and resources to really drive our current business areas. And we are really accelerating the sustainability agenda, both at a corporate level and by specific investments and fund products, which is really, really important for the future of this company. Expansion into new market. We are exploring opportunities to enter Poland with another very established development partner. We're looking into making our first investments in this region. And as a final point, as I mentioned, our outlook, I think, is very strong, both from a profit generation perspective, but even more importantly, capital inflow and investment pipeline opportunities. And with that, I would like to thank you for your time today. And we will now move into Q&A moderated by Patrick.
Great. Thank you, Christopher. Great presentation.
Thank you.
Well, yeah, then I would like to ask some question. And let's start off by the property investment management. As you showed there on one of the slides, you have grown the AUM very strongly the last couple of years. Can you talk a little bit about the driving forces for continued growth the coming years? What are we expect to see here? What will drive the growth?
Well, Patrick, I think most importantly, you can only really grow assets under management by performance. If you're not performing, if you're not delivering returns to your investors, it's hard. Luckily, or with some skill, I think, we have developed products and built up an asset base with very, very solid returns. We have old funds and we have new funds that are all, ranked pretty highly, both in regulated German funds and non-regulated Luxembourg funds. That's fueling our performance. And as I said, we have 15 billion of already uninvested, unlevered equity waiting to be deployed. So I think we have a really good starting place to grow even more. The funds that are coming in today predominantly are seeking either pure sustainability-focused assets where we think we're very, very well positioned. We launched our first sustainability fund back in 2011, and we now have dark green funds and moving into energy-positive funds, which I think is very, very attractive for the institutional capital. And secondly, I think we're well positioned in residential, pan-European logistics, but also in very core commercial assets. There's a flight to prime definitely today, and that's where we're really, really strong, particularly with German investors. So a broad range and a shift towards even more progressive investments, I think, is, and as I mentioned earlier, broadening the institutional demand to a more global focus, I think could accelerate it even further.
Okay, great. Thank you. If we look at the profit margin in this segment, property investment management, it has come up the last couple of years. Can you talk about what are the drivers here going forward in order to see continued margin expansion, or are you seeing any fee pressure in your operations?
Well, there's always, I think, fee pressure. The key here for us is scale, economies of scale, and pan-European efficiency. When we look at profitability, we have a lot of funds, a lot of asset management companies, but we only have one group level. So the order for us to grow and double in size in not that many years, while maintaining the same sort of pan-European and headquarter infrastructure, that naturally brings economies of scale and higher profit margins. But there's no way we can deliver that without focusing on more effective capital raising and digitalization of processes and data. We have to be, and we're working very actively on becoming more efficient in our processes, sharing back offices, sharing data, and going to market in a streamlined way. But again, it's a business of scale, and the more assets that we can get in, which we have a really good position today, the margins will go up. From a fee perspective, I think we're trying to become more engaged with our investors to create more creative and progressive fee structures where fixed fees are still solid, but with yields at relatively low levels, we have to be creative in the way that we share upsides with our investors on a long-term basis. So on a quarter by quarter, sometimes you have a big exit, sometimes you have a big performance fee, but on an underlying basis, it's really driving strong underlying performance with good assets. That's the key, and then really about pan-European cost efficiency.
Okay, great. We are unfortunately out of time now, so we have to stop there. I'd like to thank Christopher, Matthias, and Michel for the presentation, and speak to you soon.
Thank you very much, Patrick. Thank you, everyone, for listening. Thank you.
Welcome back. My name is Simon Jensen. I'm an analyst covering tech and gaming here at ABG. Next up on today's agenda, we have the CFO of G5, Stefan Wikstrand. Stefan will hold a presentation of the company, and after which I will host a short Q&A. With that said, Stefan, I leave the floor to you.
Thank you very much, and thanks for having us. So my name is Stefan. I'm the CFO of G5 Entertainment. And for those of you who haven't seen us before, so G5 is a developer and publisher of casual free-to-play games for tablets, smartphones, but also personal computers. We operate in a global environment within the gaming space, but also we are a global company, so we're headquartered here in Stockholm and listed here on Nasdaq Stockholm. We've been listed in Sweden since 2006 and on the regulated market since 2014. We have the majority of our staff in Russia and Ukraine, where our development staff sits. So we have, well, more or less half in a bit less in Russia and then the rest in Ukraine. We have a small office in Malta, and we have an office in San Francisco as well, where our CEO resides. So 7 offices across the globe. We have a very strong history in creating successful free-to-play games in mobile. I think the core of our strategy has always been running a portfolio of games and getting a portfolio of game to the market. But obviously, you always want to highlight the successes that you've had. And we've had Secret Society, and then it's done over 150 million USD in sales over its lifetime. And then Hidden City, that's done over 400 million USD in sales. So very strong performing games. We are focused on a female audience of women over 35, which has been the kind of core audience for the company since going into mobile in 2009. So very much focused on the audience and their wants and needs, and building a portfolio to kind of serve them. Just a quick glance on the gaming market. So as I said, we operate in the general gaming market, but primarily in the mobile space, which is then represented by the red here in this chart that we've stolen with pride. Mobile has grown obviously the fastest and is the fastest growing part of the mobile ecosystem. To me, the growth in mobile represents an expansion of the market in the sense that we can serve more players a gaming experience, people that didn't play before. And it has also meant that the casual gaming experience has kind of taken over and is now the kind of dominant part of the gaming market. As I said on the previous slide, we do a lot of our revenue is coming from PC today. But I think it is, once again, a representation that we do casual gaming. And you can play casual games on a mobile, you can play casual games on iPad, you can also play casual games on PC. So the mobile platforms have kind of expanded the market and shown a lot of users a new kind of gaming experience that they can, or a new entertainment experience, you could say. I think this especially goes as well for our target demographic of female 35 plus category. If we look at kind of G5's shorter history, so from 2014 we relisted to the Nasdaq Stockholm exchange. It was also the year at that point in time we had a few free-to-play games in the market, one of which was Secret Society that had started growing quite aggressively. We also released Hidden City in 2014, that then exited soft launch in 2016 and started growing. After 16, so going into 17 and 18, G5 did a lot of investment in the workforce, in the development capacity of the company, so both expanding the workforce. We did also changes in the structure of the development teams. So in 18 we only released one game, so we got a bit of a hole in the release cycle due to these investments that we did. But then from 19 onwards we've started to see the kind of effects from those investments. So in 19 we released 5 new games. In 2020, 8 new games. We have 4 new games released this year. And then we have further in the pipeline then for coming years. So definitely building out the portfolio, and once again, based on these investments that we did. And we'll come back to these games that were released in the last years later on in the presentation. But as I said, we focus on a target audience of women over 35. It is still a growing demographic. We would argue that it's still underserved, even though it's not as underserved as when we started focusing on the target audience. But still there is a tendency for releasing games towards what you like in terms of development companies, whilst we're very focused on this target audience and their wants and needs. It's a very loyal audience. They play the games for a very long time. Also a very strong paying audience. We target them through 4 categories of games. So our biggest category is hidden object games, here represented by Sherlock, which is one of our latest releases in the hidden object genre. It is a niche genre, so not as big, but usually when a company is successful, the entire hidden object market expands because new people find the hidden object games and enjoy the gaming experience. So we are one of, well, a few companies that make larger hidden object games in the market and have a sizable chunk of that market. We also have Match 3 as a segment. Match 3 obviously a much bigger subset of the market. It's one of the biggest genres in mobile gaming. Much more competitive. So we have a much smaller share of the market. But then, you know, the potential within the Match 3 genre is then very big. So we have invested quite a bit in Match 3 the last years and released quite a few games expanding our offering in Match 3. We have the Mahjong Solitaire genre, which is Mahjong Solitaire or Match 2. It's been with the company since before we went into mobile when we did casual PC gaming. So we've had different iterations of the Mahjong games. Also an area where we've invested quite a bit the last years and released quite a few Mahjong games with the Mahjong mechanic built into it. And then we have word games, which is our smallest genre. We have one game there here, well, the wordplay game that you see here. So definitely the smallest one in our 4 genres that we currently operate. And everything is then built together with the social network that we have in our games, which is called the G5 Friends Network. Where people can interact with each other and they can help each other forward. They can chat, build friends, you know, send each other gifts across the games and really kind of help each other forward in the game. We of course have some benefits that we get another touch point with the end user. We can work with re-engagement, etc., etc. I won't spend too much time on this slide, but we usually have it in the deck because I think it's always good to remind the audience that the longevity of the free-to-play games, which is the predominant business model in mobile gaming, the lifetime of a mobile game is much longer than people expect. You obviously have the development phase where it's within the company, and then you get to the soft launch, where you test and see how the game behaves. You see how the audience reacts to the game. If they come back and play, how often, you know, do they pay, you know, what's the difficulty. You try to tweak the gaming experience to be the best for the player and as well for us, of course. And then you start scaling the game with marketing. At some point, the game will reach a peak, after which you usually see a churn of users, so you have a drop down in revenue as well. So the red line here is revenue. And then that flattens out, and you have very stable long tail revenue, which is with you for years and years and years. We sometimes get the question, how long is the life cycle for a successful free-to-play game? And I think for us as well, for other games in the market, the true answer is that we don't know because we haven't reached the end of them yet. So, you know, this revenue just continues to go. Usually as well, you have better profitability in this part of the life cycle of the game. So you invest a lot in marketing in the beginning, you grow the revenue, which is then optimized in when the game becomes a bit older, so the profitability of the game is much better. And I think this is good, always good to kind of carry with you when you look at mobile gaming companies, that it's much more sticky and the longevity of the games are much better than you would expect. So, as I said, we work with a portfolio approach, which is essentially the strategy that the company has had since mobile, since we went into mobile. We've always worked with a portfolio approach because we believe that's the best way of running a mobile gaming company, focusing on the portfolio, releasing new games, and continue fueling that kind of cycle of releases and getting games to the market, testing them. Some will be very successful. Quite a few of them will be profitable, and a few fail. And that's just the natural course of things, and you need to get those games out to find both the nuggets and well, all the pieces that you want to see. So, as I said, we invested quite heavily in 17 and 18 in the development capacity and started releasing games in 19. We have since started calling them the new generation of games to kind of distinguish them from the older games that we have in the portfolio, which is then in these charts you see here, it's represented by the orange bar. So in the last, it's now representing 50% of our revenue is coming from games that were released in 2019 or after 19. So a very strong, yeah, we're very, very, very pleased with that. Of course, that we've seen this, you know, coming from essentially zero and building it up to 50% of our revenue in a bit over 2 years. The yellow bar is the old titles, so games that we own ourselves, but they are older. And then we have the dark blue, which is the licensed games, primarily then represented by Hidden City. So if we look a bit more at the new generation of games, so as I said, games that are released in 19 and onwards. So we released quite a few games. We released 18 new titles, and we have more obviously coming in the coming year to kind of building out the portfolio. We've had very good success with this kind of portfolio of games. As you can see on the, it looks even better when you isolate the chart over the growth of the new generation of games, which then in Q3 had a 36% growth year over year, which is very strong. We've invested in all of our genres, so primarily then match 3, but also hidden object and quite a few mahjong games have come to the market as well. In Q3, the kind of highlight that we took was Sherlock, that we released just a year ago. It was the breaking point between Q3 and Q4, which is now over 10% of our revenue and has grown very consistently since release. Whilst we've done this, we've also invested a lot in our user acquisition efforts, both in terms of tools and people, and expanded the teams to be competitive in that part of the gaming market as well. Making a successful game is one part. Finding the audience is the second part of running a game, and then user acquisition becomes a very important part. So we've done quite a bit of investment there as well, as I said, both technically but also in people, expanding the teams, finding specialists for making the marketing efforts as efficient as possible, which you also can see if you look at the numbers, that the efficiency in user acquisition has increased drastically the last years. And in 2020 and 2021, we've been very stable at around 20-21% in marketing spend in percent of revenue. So very stable performance there, whilst achieving good growth in this new generation of games. And all of this, you know, once again, running a portfolio and having a portfolio strategy is about building a foundation for long-term growth. You know, the games that you release today will likely not contribute to the revenue until, well, maybe second half of next year in any significant way. Sometimes it's faster, sometimes it's a bit slower, but you know, building out the portfolio, having these shots on goal in the market is the foundation for long-term growth. And I think if you look back to our revenue numbers, you can see that we've actually achieved that as well with this strategy that we still kind of employ. Looking just quickly on the kind of numbers. If we look at the top line revenue, I wouldn't be a CFO if I didn't run some numbers for you. But looking at the top line, which you have there, obviously the new generation of games that I mentioned has grown very consistently the last years. The share of own games in the portfolio has increased, whilst in the older games we've lost a bit of revenue. So on the consolidated level, it's been a bit flattish, but we've seen growth where growth should come from, which is the new generation of games. In the second chart, you see the gross margin, and you can see a very steady gross margin improvement, which is the balance between having a licensed game where we need to pay royalty for the use of the title, or for the publishing of the title to the owner of the IP and the developer. But the higher share of own games we have, we don't have to pay royalty, and thereby the gross margin has expanded over time, slowly but surely with the increasing size of the own games portfolio. And then in Q3 this year, it took a bit of a jump upwards because we have a decent chunk of our revenue coming from Microsoft platform, and Microsoft lowered their store commissions from 30% to 12% on August 1st this year, which then helps our gross margin quite significantly. And here, Microsoft is the first one that in this space that lowered their store commissions from, they lowered it quite drastically then from 30 to 12%. And we have more trends like that. So I think that this is a big topic for the mobile gaming industry currently, especially with the Epic versus Apple court case. What will happen with the store fees going forward, and that would then obviously have a very significant impact on our gross margin if more changes like the Microsoft one would come. Thanks to the gross margin improvement and as well the increased efficiency in user acquisition, our EBIT margin has also gone up over the last years. So we're looking at a record year in terms of profitability this year, and now having a very healthy margin of 18% on EBIT level. We have a very strong cash position, and still we have no debt, and we finance the development into new games, all other aspects of the business, but then we convert cash quite well from EBIT, so we add on cash on account every month, which we've then used in part to pay a dividend during spring, but also did some significant buybacks the last years, which is then why the cash position that you see in the bottom chart then is going down, but that is then investments in G5, you could say, or repurchases of own shares. If we then look ahead a bit, so we're coming from Q3, Q4 is a seasonally stronger quarter, so expecting some sort of sequential growth in the quarter. UA, we have been very consistent in terms of the user acquisition, and it has stayed in the established range of 17 to 22% that we communicated to the market. Rather, it's been even more tighter at around 20-21% with some anomalies. And this has fueled kind of increased gross margins and then an expanding EBIT margin as well, a trend that we expect to continue going forward with expanding gross margin, a higher share of own games. One should expect that falling through to the profitability as well. And we are quite primed for growth. Expansion in the own games, expansion of the portfolio. We have a very good mix in terms of platforms. So we generate 50% of our revenue outside Apple and Google. So Microsoft is a big platform for us that I alluded to earlier. We also have our own store, the G5 store, that has grown sequentially every month since its release late last summer, and is still growing very nicely, which is, we're very proud of that. So very kind of well diversified across the different platforms and more games coming to the market. So yeah, we feel quite proud of where we've taken the company and quite pleased with the position that we're in for the future. And I think that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Stefan.
Thank you.
Very good. So let's turn to some questions. We think that it's very interesting that you have initiated buybacks. And could you maybe elaborate on why you think buyback is a good investment and what we can expect going forward?
Well, it is, as I said, we convert cash really well. We are profitable, so we add cash in account. we can't just sit on it in the end. We are looking into, as we've said before, we are looking into M&A, scouting the market, but we have a very high threshold as well to what we want to see in a company, and that would be interesting to us. So we've looked at quite a few, but nothing has materialized. In the meantime, and to be said in M&A as well, sometimes the price tag is maybe a bit high for our taste, or could be other factors that make it fall through. But then in the meantime, that we can invest in a company, that we know, and that we think we have a bit of clarity, or at least more detailed knowledge, and that is kind of, in our opinion, reasonably priced. And then repurchases is a very good way to create shareholder value over time. We've done quite significant buybacks this year and last year. I think one should expect it to continue unless other kind of opportunities materialize. If it's on the same scale or different, that is a different thing. One has to also bear in mind that it's also beneficial for us to do the repurchases of shares, because we have these performance share programs in the company for a quite big chunk of the staff that are involved in these, and we need to have shares to cover those as well. And so instead of printing new ones, we can buy back and then issue them or give it out to the staff at a later point. So that is one element to it as well.
Thanks. And you aim at growing the share of own games. Could you explain how you balance between investing in new games versus old games like Hidden City, for example, and how that impacts user acquisition costs?
Yeah, I think in general, when it comes to user acquisition, or with the majority of the things that we do, both in terms of development but also user acquisition, we try to, a lot of our business is data-driven, and we have plenty of people just doing that, digging into data, and that kind of guides parts of the development, but also the user acquisition. So it's very data-driven. Of course, having a new portfolio of games, usually the new generation of games is better than the old ones. So having a successful game, you tend to allocate capital to the growth points you have in the portfolio, and then relocating that from other games. So older games that aren't growing, you might relocate a part or large parts of their user acquisition to a newer title that can grow. But in the end, we still do user acquisition on Hidden City, for example. It's on a lower level. It's much more optimized to finding kind of really the best users that we can find for the game. But a lot of it is, though, it is, as I said, we are a very data-driven business. So the numbers kind of guide us as well where to invest.
Okay, thanks. And we have to talk about the IDFA changes as well, I think. How would you say you are affected by the changes, and both in near term, but also how do you see the long-term landscape for mobile games developing?
Well, it was a kind of a wide end to the question. If we start with the IDFA part, so obviously IDFA has impacted us as well. It's done user acquisition trickier in certain channels. I think we are lucky, but we're in a good position given that we have a very good kind of mix between the platforms, so we're not as dependent on Apple as some other players might be, and we can see some companies out there that are very reliant on Apple that have been hit very hard by this change, and also then maybe very reliant on certain channels that got hit the most. So of course, but we get impacted as well. It is trickier to do user acquisition. So we're working hard. I think we were fairly well prepared, but it's in part is the nature of the game though, because it's always the technical development is always there. Either it's from competitors making you uncompetitive in making your bids, or now this was kind of a shock to the system instead. But we work on our tools to be competitive all the time. But yeah, we got impacted. How this impacts the kind of mobile gaming landscape over time, I think that's a bigger, very much a bigger issue. I think it's kind of interesting that success we have currently with the G5 store, which essentially is providing casual games through a web interface. It is kind of a not, well, an unnatural market given where we're coming from in mobile. I think plenty of people wouldn't expect it to be good. But we can see that casual gamers, they have adopted the type of games that they play. They enjoy playing them. A lot of our games work better on large screens, so that's why we also have, good PC revenue base. But I think it's, we found an audience that enjoy their casual games. And I think that's the kind of key pillar for, or at least from our point of view, is that it's the casual games that is carrying, that's the kind of key here. It's not the platforms themselves. It's not your iPhone. It is the gaming experience that we provide, and people enjoy it, and they will find that on different platforms. And I think that's a very interesting trend, at least in our view.
Thanks. I think that was all we had time for. But thank you, Stefan, and thank you, the audience.
Yeah, thank you.
Hello and welcome to this next presentation here at ABG Investor Days. My name is Simon Granat and I work as an equity analyst at ABG covering tech and IT companies. And with us today we have the pleasure of welcoming the CEO of Ovzon, Per Norén, who will take us through the company, give us an update, and then we will follow up with a shorter Q&A session. So with that said, Per, please go ahead and present.
Thank you, Simon. Really look forward to being here and talking about something that is quite revolutionary, which is the company that I'm the CEO for, Ovzon. Ovzon, if we go to the next slide, please. Ovzon was founded in Sweden in 2006. It's listed on Nasdaq Stockholm. Our main business, which I'll go into, is both in the United States and in Sweden, and we're growing globally. We have a very unique offering. I don't know if those of you that are here today actually understand what we do and how we do it, but I believe we have a very unique niche product and services for global connectivity in areas of the world which actually needs guaranteed connectivity and where normal infrastructure might not be available, or at least it's not reliable enough, or you need a total fallback solution on global connectivity with high throughput and extreme mobility in maybe areas where that is very difficult to accomplish. And that's what we do today through satellites. We call that SATCOM as a service. And I'll go into a little bit more about the pieces there. We are a service provider. So today we utilize other operators' bandwidth. We provide mobility terminals and we connect that into a full solution which we support and service globally around the clock. We have very unique intellectual property, patent and technology. I always say that there is not a technology problem within connectivity and satellite communications and mobility that we cannot solve. So a very solid base there. We are in a sizable market. It's sometimes very difficult to look at how big the markets are because there's a number of ways to slice and dice that. But conservatively looking, our addressable market is around $7 billion, if not more, at least in what we offer today. We have set the company up for a step change in profitable growth, and I'll go into that in a minute. Our primary customers are actually United States Department of Defense and some specific groups within there. We have expanded that during the last year quite a lot. We're also working with government entities in other areas, in other countries of the world, and also with emergency services around the world, such as fire brigades, police forces, or United Nations, or actually governments for voting, etc., etc. So pretty large markets in front of us that we can growing. And I think we're industry-leading leadership at the company and very highly competent, skilled staff. So if we go to the next slide, let me try to explain a little bit further. So I try to do it verbally, but on the left-hand side, you can see that we actually are the only provider in this industry that provides unique end-to-end services. We understand the end users to the left. We can put our services on, we can apply it on aircraft, unmanned vehicles, maritime vessels, or land-going vessels. We have satellite capacity, and we have a connection to any teleporter gateway that you need. All of that is what we offer: high bandwidth, high mobility, a true mobile solution for areas in the world where you might not have the infrastructure needed to access. We talked about the customers. We talked about the capacity and reach. We have grown the company. You could see we had sales in about 19 million US in 2020. We have guided on that. We see that we are going to grow a little bit further than that this year. But I think the years to come are even more interesting from that perspective as well. And we have an addressable market of about $7 billion. Next slide, please. I won't go into all of this, but as I've said, the base of our business today and the customers we serve are predominantly United States Department of Defense. And we've grown that base quite considerably this year with new orders and expanded with new customer groups within the United States Department of Defense. We also work through distributors and partners in other parts of the world. One specifically is within Italy. We work both through a partner with the Ministry of Defense and the Ministry of Interiors. The Italian Fire Brigade, for example, is under the Ministry of Interiors. As an example of what we do there, you can actually say that when you have avalanches, when you have floodings that was in France and Belgium, the Italian Fire Brigade is actually world leading in going to those places and organizing the rescue efforts there. And they use our connectivity solutions to control what they do, how they do it, where they have their assets, where others are, and where specific equipment and competences are needed. So they do that better than anyone else. As you can see, we have some big partners, Airbus being one, Go Media is our Italian partner, and others around the world. We also control satellite capacity ourselves with steerable beams. That's essential. So we work very closely, for example, with Intelsat in this case, where we bought capacity from them from two major satellites, the Intelsat 37 and 39, which we now can use as part of our solutions for our customers. We're very strong on the terminal side. Terminals are actually, you could think of them as mobile devices. Now, what we're used to here, you can't see it maybe on the screen with an iPhone, is a very, very small form factor for us as consumers, right? But the smallest form factor in the industry actually comes from us in terms of that we can provide mobility within areas with no infrastructure, as I said, with terminals. There are the lightest way, smallest form factor, and with very high performance, basically an at-home experience with data, sending data and receiving data anywhere in the world, which is unique. We talked about that we've applied it to aircrafts and helicopters as well. We've had recently very successful applications and tests on that. We'll come back a little bit to the launch of Ovzon 3, which is our satellite. And that's probably where the promising part for this company is for the future, where we also will start to control satellite assets and bandwidth. We call our satellite Ovzon 3. It was supposed to be launched basically in the beginning of next year. It's slightly delayed because of issues in the supply chain with some of the components. That also affects about 90 other satellite programs, which are not ours, so we're not alone. That doesn't mean we're happy with being delayed, but we also have new launch dates in 2022, and we will be up and running in orbit with that satellite at the latest at the end of 2022, which means it can be in service then. We have a strong order backlog. We're working on finishing the year strongly here. So I think when it comes to our position and who we are, we're going to go from a fairly small niche provider to being a much larger, broader, and distinct solution provider to the markets we serve. So we can see a step change in profitable growth going forward. We can go to the next slide, please. As I said, we of course made sure we had funding for the first satellite, which is called Ovzon 3, as I said. It's a small geostationary satellite with a very unique feature on it, an onboard processor that no one else have. You can think of the onboard processor almost as a switchboard in space, where if you're teleport, so the way the satellite industry obviously works is you get the signal up to the satellite, it goes down again, and it connects to a teleport, and you're connected to internet. That's basically how it works. We have, if the gateway is no longer there, meaning you cannot connect to internet, we actually have an onboard processor where you can connect a terminal through that onboard processor to another terminal and make that terminal a gateway in itself. So you can have a highly secure, highly connected, highly performant network without having the normal infrastructure in place. There's no one else that has that. It's proprietary intellectual property and technology we have developed, It is integrated onto our Ovzon 3 satellite, and it will be revolutionary when it comes out. We also have plans for other satellites, but you have to be conservatively optimistic in this industry. So we want to launch our satellite first now, make sure that the unique value proposition we have is there, actually sell that out so that everyone that needs to can use that. And then we're going to look for launching more satellites in the future. Next slide, please. There are 4 things to materialize our vision. I think I've talked about unrivaled technology solutions and expertise. We have a very solid customer base currently, and we have also commercial agreements in place with distributors for other markets outside of the US DoD and the few other customers we have. We have a platform for growth. We have a very strong leadership team. We have a very strong technical base, and we have very strong partners that we work with. And we are not afraid to innovate. And we're maybe the most important aspect is we are extremely close to customers. We know what works. We know what they need. And we deliver that with our customer support and service 24/7. Next slide, please. I think we've already gone through this, which I talked about. One is terminals. Terminals are very important. Actually, we go to number 2, we designed our satellite based on our knowledge of how you actually get the highest throughput through the smallest terminals. And we do that from coming from a background in the terminal space. We have access to secure gateways, obviously. And of course, we have our own network operations center and customer support 24/7. And not many, if any, have all of these assets and aspects and can control the performance of all of those. Next, please. This is actually to talk about the whole value proposition. Why would it be different for a company and the solution provider for us? Why would we ever launch a satellite when there is bandwidth and capacity on other satellites? This picture is supposed to detect that. So on the left-hand side, on that axis, you can actually see the bandwidth and the throughput you can get through those satellites. Now, there's readily available capacity, both in geostationary, mid-Earth stationary, it's so-called MEO, and low Earth orbit satellites, such as Starlink and OneWeb today. But if you're going to be a solution provider that can guarantee the highest throughput in areas where there's no infrastructure, or you actually need a guaranteed throughput with mobility, which is the next axis, we've designed a satellite that can get a higher energy from the satellite and from the beams to the terminals. And that is actually an extreme unique proposition. I would say that our competitors or co-opetition, that are Viasats and Inmarsats and others, are actually probably looking at us saying, this will be interesting because we are in a niche on our own. We both have the asset on the ground, the terminal, and the asset in the sky and space with this satellite. And I think that it's looked upon as more than promising, probably a threat to some of the more bread and butter or vanilla solutions that are out there today. Next slide, please. I think we talked about customers' applications before, so we're very strong within government and defense. We understand how to sell to, how to deliver to, and how to live up to the demands of government contracting. And if you do so, you are going to be rewarded with more contracts and renewed contracts in that space. We do work through partners. The bandwidth kind of contracts go through specific partners, and then we sell our terminals directly to the government, United States Department of Defense and the UK MOD, et cetera. We've had recent expansions, both when it comes to fire brigades, as I said, both on the vessels that they have and on personnel. We also did some, and you can understand that business case, I hope. We've also done some implementations with Giro d'Italia, where the TV station actually used us to follow. You can think about this. You come up to high altops. There's no infrastructure to do broadcasting from. We could have a person on a motorcycle actually with our mobile terminal, and you can send and follow the cyclist, which then rendered a lot of interest from marketing and event planners around, and it drew a lot of branding and PR revenue to both RAI and to other parties in that. So it kind of explains the thing in a very good way. We also see opportunities, of course, in aviation, in the maritime business, and in telemedicine for the future. Next slide, please. We've talked about the satellites. It's basically, we're going to be launching this in Q2 this year. It's going to be in operation in Q4. It takes some time for it to be shot up and then put into orbit and then being used by us. It has 5 steerable beam, high power, high throughput beams, and the onboard processor is a unique feature. Next slide, please. So I think in summary, just to say something about this, a unique Swedish company, Swedish innovation that have mastered to get into one of the most difficult and most demanding customers to work with, the United States Department of Defense, starting to grow in other markets, geographical markets, as well as other markets, commercial markets and government markets. We have a setup where we also can produce, historically we have produced maybe up to 20 terminals a year. We're now at a stage where we have a new production partner. We can go to 200 a year, which is actually the demand we have right now on ourselves. So we're setting ourselves up for a step-changing profitable growth. The satellite market, of course, is growing. The conservative estimate, as I said, of our market is 7 billion. We have a strong order backlog. We're uniquely positioned with our niche offering that we call Satcom as a Service. And within 10 years after we've launched Ovzon 3, we expect to have a global network of our own satellites and assets that we can manage and thereby control our continued growth and expansion as a company. And with that, I think my 20 minutes is over, and I'm ready for some interesting questions, Simon. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that presentation, Per. So many exciting stuff happening both in your business and in the satellite industry overall. Initially, I'd like to ask on the question where you come in as a relatively new CEO of Ovzon, but you come in with so much comprehensive experience from the industry. Could you talk a little bit on what you have done before and what you think that you provide to the table?
Absolutely. That's quite a good and interesting question. You prepare your kind of what questions are you going to get, but I did not see that coming, but I would be happy to. Now, first of all, I've been in the aerospace industry almost my entire life, aerospace, airline, and transportation industry almost my entire life with technology, both hardware and software. So basically, I ran a software company in Sweden that was acquired by Boeing. The software company provided logistics optimization solutions for the airlines, railway companies, and transportation industry, where the value proposition was that we made bottom line savings for our customers with up to 10% of the bottom line. So we drove profitability and et cetera, et cetera. That was acquired by Boeing. I then spent 10 years at the Boeing company in both what we today could maybe call IoT, but it was really around connectivity. It was about data and analytics. It was about artificial intelligence. And it was about what do you do with all the data that is produced from aircrafts in both military and commercial, and how do you build up systems of system solutions. And the last mile that wasn't covered there was actually connectivity. So after 10 years, when I had also led Boeing's digital business and stood that up, I jumped I moved to another company called Global Eagle, today called Anuvo. Anuvo provides connectivity solutions to airlines, maritime, and land sites. We operated other people's network, basically, or we bought capacity from other satellite providers. We had technology. We put antennas and modems and wireless access points on aircraft, on cruise ships, on yachts, and on land sites. We work with the United Nations, etc. So I have dealt with the hardware, the software, and the connectivity, and how you get all of that together in one solution and create a portfolio of capabilities in that. And then from there, I actually came to Ovzon. I am both a Swedish and a US citizen, so I actually live in the United States. So I'm clear to actually work with the main customer here, the United States Department of Defense. I've lived about 14 years in the US. So it's almost like it became full circle for me to come back and work with and for and lead a Swedish company in this space. I think what I bring to the table, frankly, Simon, is no problem is too hard to solve. You have to be very focused on who you serve, your customer. You have to prioritize your technology investments. You have to deliver on your promises, and you have to drive business results in parallel. So going from a small startup business to scaling this company to an industrial leader is kind of what I think I bring to the table and what I'm excited about and waking up to with a passion to drive every day.
Thank you so much for that. And when we are touching the subject of your customers, as you pointed out during the presentation, it's the main customer you have today are governments, but you are also broadening into other areas as well. How important is this broadening going forward for your strategy? How would you like to move the company going forward, focusing on different customers, etc.?
I think it's quite important. Small companies or smaller companies have a tendency to get stuck, if I'm going to use that word, with the major, the one customer that you've served for a long time, right? So I think it's very important to expand, not to be vulnerable with just one customer. So it's important both to take care of that. It's almost like an avocado, right? At the core, in the middle, is the kernel. That's our core base of customers that we have today. We know them well, we serve them well, and we innovate with them, etc., etc. But you have to expand into the meaty side of the avocado and actually build up other similar products and services, but to other markets. So I think we have to go from a one-legged and two-legged stool to a 3-, 4-, 5-legged kind of business. And if you do that in a smart way, and it's not easy, by the way, because you have to understand the domain you get into. All customer and market segments are different. They think differently. So you have to have people that understand that and are trustworthy in that segment in order to address it and attack it and grow within it. But I think for Ovzon, it's extraordinarily important to stay close to our core, but expand into other markets selectively. And that's what's going to drive profitable growth, because you can also lose your profitability by trying to expand into markets where you have no experience. So we're very selective. We want to scale with the same products and services. So we're looking for those areas where what we do matters most and where we can use the same technology.
Thank you. And I think we have time for a short final question. In recent time, you booked a relatively large, or actually a large hardware order. Could you talk a little bit about the dynamics of that order? Or is this a new focus for the company to actually capture these hardware orders and not just services orders? Or is it a combination that we would like to see here?
Yes. It is a combination of it. But I think that I was trying to say that in the presentation, having both the hardware, meaning the terminals, and the capacity of the bandwidth, so you can provide a full solution, an end-to-end solution. That's where we're going. That's where the customers want us to go. But think about it this way: you can have a wonderful network with a lot of capacity that you can sell. But if you have terminals out in the world, the hardware orders are actually terminals that then starts to get used. That becomes reference points. It creates barriers of entry. It drives more need for the business and services. So we want to actually flood the market with terminals. The key order here we got was from our core customer that have used a number of terminals before. They're more than tripling actually the number of terminals they have, which will drive more demand towards us, and it will be more of a reference point for us as well. So we think that it is a very important aspect of our business to have more terminals out there in the world, and then that will drive further demand of our service offerings and different service plans we have. So yes, it is a strategy.
Thank you so much for the presentation. It was super exciting to have you here, Per. And with that said, I wish you a continued great rest of the day.
Thank you so much, Simon, and thanks to ABG for these great investor days. It's I'm following them myself. Quite some interesting presentations. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Hello and welcome to this next presentation at ABG Investor Days. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Simon Granat and I work as an equity analyst at ABG covering tech and IT companies. And with us today we have Helena Holmgren, who is the CEO of Pricer, who will give us a wrap-up of the current business and also their strategy going forward. So with that said, Helena, please go ahead and present.
Thank you, Simon. So I will start to take you through a little bit of the global retail trends that we are seeing around the world and that we believe are catalysts for automation and digitalization. So the most important one is, of course, the continuous growth of e-commerce. So this was a driver already before the pandemic, but what we have seen is, of course, an increased or accelerated adoption of e-commerce. But connected with e-commerce is also the emergence of new retail formats. So recently we have seen an uptake in the experimentation of new concepts. So it's everything from unmanned stores, like lifts here in Sweden, to cashier-free stores, like the new Carrefour Flash. But it's also the new concepts of instant deliveries, where we have micro-fulfillment centers that are used to enable 10-minute deliveries of groceries, a limited assortment, but still a 10-minute delivery of what you may need from the store here and now. And each of these formats brings something unique to the industry, but they also share some common set of challenges and complications. So managing inventory and reducing waste are examples of common key success factors for all retail formats, regardless of the size or the concept. And hand in hand with this development is also the notable change in shopper behavior, customer expectations, on what is a good shopping experience. So Pricer conducted a study earlier this year that concluded that 71% of the shoppers are frustrated if there are discrepancies in price between channels, online and offline. So while shoppers seems to be willing to pay extra for certain services like home deliveries or instant deliveries, there is a complexity around pricing of the products themselves and how that can differentiate between the channels. Another very strong trend that we are seeing in the industry is around sustainability. So shoppers today expect retailers to be more conscious of their environmental impact. But it doesn't stop there. We also expect retailers to actively work to reduce food waste, and also to make sure that we as shoppers have the possibility to make conscious shopping decisions. And also operating with slim margins and, as you can imagine, the need for rather massive investments. To manage this digital transformation, there is also the need for data and insights to drive the stores and their operations more efficiently. To make sure that they focus on the right tasks at the right time. And this is also a key driver that we're seeing. And finally, we can conclude that many of the largest tier ones around the world have embarked on digital journeys. And some of them even with explicit targets on what they want to achieve for the coming years. So that's a little bit of the background on the trends that we are seeing, the more macro trends. But of course, this also changes the perspective of several of the stakeholders. If we look at the shoppers, they have more flexibility. They can choose different formats for where they shop and what fulfillment method to use. And for some shoppers, they tend to go online to search for information and then go to the physical store to actually conclude the transaction. But in other instances, they actually go to a showroom or to the store to do their research, and then they go online to conclude their purchase. And of course, retailers today, they have to enable this flexibility and this seamless movement across channels. And in many countries, the pandemic has caused a shortage of labor. And so it is challenging for retailers today to find staffing and to retain staff. And so the need for tools to improve the onboarding and to also allow flexibility within the store of tasks. That's a new phenomena that we're seeing. For managers, well, they have the constant challenge, of course, to making sure that they do the right things at the right time. But with data, of course, they can get more real-time insights, and that is what they, of course, are looking for. But in the end, being a successful retailer is all about gaining and maintaining the trust and the loyalty of the shoppers. And there are, of course, also the consumer product goods, the CPGs, the brands, and also inventory that needs to be much more real-time managed in order to support all of these new formats and new ways of shopping. So while in the past, the ESL system has been about replacing paper on the shelf edge with, let's say, a digital version of the same thing, the reality today is very different. So for each of the different perspectives, there are many processes that needs to be supported. And of course, where we want to help our customers utilize technology to increase their competitiveness. Supporting shoppers to find the product more easily in the store. Or supporting associates to pick online orders more efficiently in the store. Or making sure that they replenish the shelves at the right time, at the right place. And with the support of data, we're also able to provide our customers with important real-time insights to enable more proactive decisions and task management. So if we take a closer look at the platform and the solutions that we offer, it is quite different today than only a few years ago. So traditionally, Pricer has provided a system with lots of labels, a little bit of infrastructure, and then software to run the system. But if we look today, we have a significantly expanded product range and new capabilities. And a major shift was in 2020, when Pricer launched Pricer Plaza, which is a cloud-based platform that enables a central management of the system across multiple stores or even chain-wide. So while Pricer Plaza is the backbone of our digital solutions, we also have additional solutions on top, like product positioning, quick search, gap detection, and so on. So based on the hardware and the software capabilities, we can offer a wide range of use cases to our customers today. So apart from price and product information on the label, we have seen a significant increase in the adoption of use cases such as in-store picking, replenishment, inventory management, and we continuously develop new use cases together with our customers. And so the use cases that we see today, we believe to be only a fraction of the use cases that we will support over the coming years. We also have a comprehensive offering of services. And that ranges from everything to installation, configuration of the system, but also support and maintenance, but all the way to developing new use cases, professional services, and sometimes custom development. But in the end, our ambition is to provide our customers with real value and to enable them to be successful in this new world of retail that we are facing. So today we're a bit short on time, so I will conclude with a summary of what we believe to be driving the adoption of our solutions going forward. So first of all, retailers are looking to do more with less. The need for automation in many countries is urgent. And digital displays are used to drive shopper engagement, much more than just looking at the price and the product information. It can be payments at the shelf edge, it can be additional information available, and so on and so forth, or instant messages. And of course, this is not possible with paper labels. And we shouldn't forget that the paper label remains the main competitor for Pricer. There's still a very low adoption rate or penetration rate of digital labels in retail across the world. And then there is the need for data and analytics to enhance the shopping experience, of course, but also to drive better decision-making faster and to manage inventory so you don't have to carry those extra products that in the end will turn into waste. So it all goes hand in hand, but it's based on understanding your customers and being able to forecast appropriately. So again, improving the inventory control, to stop allowing customers to purchase something online that is actually not available when you go around and pick in the store. Or to sell so much online that when shoppers come to the store, there are empty shelves. So much more complex models to work with. And we also expect increased collaboration with other ecosystem partners within retail. So while in the past we have operated rather siloed, we believe that as data becomes more important, the flow of data between systems must be smoother and more pre-integrated. So Simon, that was what I wanted to share today.
Thank you so much, Helena. I think one of the key messages that I draw from this presentation is that data is here to stay. The retailers, they demand it, and I guess one could say the cliche that data is the new oil. How far would you say that you are in terms of monetizing data? Are you scratching the surface, or where do you see yourself in the sort of data trend?
I would say scratching the surface is probably a pretty good description. But it's all about experimentation together with our customers to understand what data is valuable, when and where and how. And then, of course, stitch everything together so that that becomes a real insight, an actionable insight, because that is when retailers get the value. And so while we have worked with this for a while, I would say that this is what we will see growing in the future, this need.
Thank you. And you also mentioned that you want to work more with integrations, working with partners. Could you talk us through a little bit on what that means in concrete examples? What could a potential partnership be, or an integration? How would you like to integrate with other companies?
Well, there are many different ways how that can happen. But in order to get true, valuable, actionable insights, a retailer will need more data points than the ones Pricer will be able to provide, or that the POS system alone can provide, or the ERP system. So in the end, we will have to work together to share some of those data points in order to translate it into something actionable. But then, of course, the Pricer solution is also to support the execution of those actionable insights. So we want to be in the, let's say, in the data collection side of things, also do some analytics. We will not do all, but we will be able to manage some. But then we will be able to support the efficient execution of those actions. And that is where we will play one of the key roles going forward.
And I also think it's a relevant question is that over the past years you have signed very large customers, important ones. They are also reputable customers.
Yep.
What makes you win these customers? Is it the features that you have on the price labels? Is it this Pricer Plus? What makes you win all these larger accounts?
I would say that when it comes to Pricer, it is about the choice of technology. It is the fact that we have a unique solution based on our infrared communication that makes our system, we have no latency in our system, first of all, which is a requirement if you want to work real time or if you want to do immediate push of communication. We also have a reliable system, and a system that behaves the exact same way regardless of the format, regardless if it's in a shopping mall or far out on the countryside. So reliability, predictability, scalability, all of those fancy words, but that is what is true to the Pricer solution and why we are chosen as a supplier to some of those very reputable customers, as you say.
And you and I, we have talked about that the penetration rate, they vary between different countries.
Absolutely.
It can be in Norway and France, which are relatively penetrated, but still not mature. But but they have a high degree of penetration. Then you have many other companies with lower degree of penetration. And when it comes to a certain degree of penetration, it usually scales off and takes off because customers, they are realizing that their neighbor customer are implementing some sort of ESL system.
They're afraid of falling behind, let's say.
Yeah. And could you talk a little bit on what type of markets are currently entering that phase of acceleration? Which market are you seeing the highest degree of activity?
You mentioned France and Norway, and those are very, very interesting markets with high penetration. And then we mention often Canada as an example of a market that we believe is coming close to some kind of tipping point, where when several large retailers proceed with a certain technology, that tends to be adopted by a wider majority, let's say, after that. So in Canada is a very interesting market at this point. The US is a bit earlier in the adoption phase, but we believe that they will get there. Italy is a very interesting market for the time being, as is Belgium, Netherlands. But then we also have those very interesting markets like the UK, for example, where penetration is almost zero, and which is one of Europe's largest retail markets. So what we see is that this technology has only started to scratch the surface.
And in recent time, there have been some upgrades to the price labels overall, where you can implement more color. Could you talk a little bit on that and what that could mean for the customer experience?
Yeah, so for the label is used to communicate with shoppers. And of course, the more you can communicate your message, the better it is for the retailer. And in some geographies, like the UK and like the US, there is a lot of communication going on with both yellow color and red color on the shelf edge. So until today, any retailer adopting this technology has had to choose between either black, white, or red, or black, white, yellow communication, because that is simply what the e-paper that is available. But what is coming out in the near future is an e-paper that allows communication with black, white, red, and yellow. And that is, of course, a very important step for retailers in those particular markets where this communication is important. And one thing with this e-paper is that it requires a bit more energy to update, because it is a more complex technology that I think we can all understand. And so it takes more energy to actually drive an update of that paper. And of course, with Pricer's technology, we have a lot of available power in our labels. So we believe that this is a technology that will be particularly suitable for our solution.
Thank you. And you're both using direct sales and also using partners.
Yep.
Do you have any specific strategy going forward, whether you would like to do more of the operation in-house, or would you like to use more partners, or is there any delta that we should be seeing over the coming years here?
Well, working with resellers or partners is a fantastic way to reach markets that you wouldn't reach otherwise. For example, there are also resellers or partners that are working very closely with the customers. And then, of course, we get to enjoy that benefit by working with them. And that is a collaboration that generally works very well. In other strategic markets, we do see a need for let's say, a direct touch from Pricer directly towards particularly the larger retailers, where there is a high degree of integration needed. If we look at the cloud solution, for example, it tends to be rather complex, rather technical. And in those instances, it's fairly often requires the involvement of pricers, R&D, pricers, technical specialists, and so on. And in those instances, we see a trend towards a more direct engagement from pricer. So we will continue to see a hybrid model. It will depend on the geography or the type of customer.
And you've been the CEO for quite some years. Sales have grown well, EBIT has grown well. What do you believe that your prioritized areas have been during your years? What do you think that you have brought to the table during your tenure here over the past years?
I mean, we have stayed focused on true to our core competence, core knowledge, our unique technology, and we believe strongly that will be an increased demand for this type of solutions going forward. And with that said, we have also broadened our portfolio quite significantly. I would say that the launch of Pricer Plaza has been a very significant, let's say, step change for Pricer. And so with the shelf vision and other analytics capabilities, those are all built on, let's say, the cloud-based backbone of Pricer Plaza. So I think this transition that the company is still undergoing is a very important change for our competitiveness going forward.
Thank you so much, Helena. Do you have any final remarks that you would like to send that we haven't addressed today that I haven't asked about?
No, but I think we always have to remind ourselves and the audience that the penetration rate of digital price labels is very low across the globe. And while retailers are looking at a massive change in their business model, it may take a little bit of time sometimes. It will not come in a steady flow, but we see this adoption increasing going forward. And we believe that we have a very competitive solution to address those real-time needs that we believe our customers will be facing more and more going forward.
Thank you so much for attending here today. Have a great rest of the day.
Thank you, Simon.
Hello and welcome back to ABG Investor Day. My name is Adrian Gilani and I'm an equity research analyst here at ABG within the cap goods sector. Up next, we are joined by Arne Ekholm, CEO at Relais Group, who will give a 20-minute presentation about Relais Group, and after that we will have time for a short Q&A session. So I will leave it up to you now, Arne.
Thanks, Adrian, and nice to have been given the possibility to present Relais Group company presentation today. So my name is Arne Ekholm, and we can move to the next slide, please. I've been working as a CEO for Relais Group now for about 6 years, and before that I've been working in various global branded goods companies like Gillette and Duracell and Olympus. Lived in Sweden, Denmark, Norway, and Germany, and my native Finn and based in Helsinki here. It's very cold now, by the way, about -20 degrees, which is good for our type of business, as I will explain later. So, next slide, please. The contents of the presentation, I will talk more about our market, where do we compete, where we aim to win, which is the vehicle aftermarket. Then I will describe the Relais value creation and operating model. How do we operate? How do we maybe differ from other type of companies in this business? What does our group consist of? What kind of group companies? Very short summary of what kind of group companies we have. Then a few words about our strategy and long-term target, which we have revised here for not more than 6 months ago. And then a very short summary of the key financial for January, September, which are the latest official numbers I can relate to, and then a short summary in the end. Next, please. So, what is Relais Group? I bet for many in the audience, and thanks for following this presentation, I think we are fairly unknown. We were listed in the First North Growth Market list here in Helsinki in October 2019. And still, I bet there are a lot of investors out there who don't know who we are, and I'm very happy to be able to explain that more in detail today. So how we regard ourselves is that we are a leading Nordic consolidator who has a sector focus in vehicle and mobility aftermarket and related services. And I will walk you through how we consider what does the sector focus mean and why is it important for us and also for you as from an investor point of view. We also serve as a growth platform for the companies that belong to our group, and that is clearly one focal part in our strategy is to make the growth quicker for these companies that we acquire. The latest official numbers, of course, we are growing a lot. So you can see 79.3% was the growth versus 20 to 21, ending up in 164 million roughly in net sales. And the EBITDA reported for January, September was 20.5, also there a hefty growth. So we are a company that is growing very rapidly, partly organically, but also mostly by acquisition. The next slide, please. And the next slide, please. So this is the aftermarket. This is kind of in a way, a summary of how we consider the aftermarket to look like. And what is aftermarket? It's basically everything that happens to the vehicle after it has been produced and then sold further to the user or the distributor or reseller. There are about 19 million different types of vehicles on the Nordic and Baltic roads, and that is the kind of ultimate target market. Every vehicle is a platform for revenue for us, if you will. So, I mean, there is different types of what we call for life cycle enhancement actions going on for the vehicle. So if you think about the life cycle of the vehicle from when it's imported to the country, and then at the end of its life cycle is demolished and recycled, there's a lot happening there. The vehicle is equipped with certain types of electrical or lighting equipment that we sell. If you take a forest machine or a truck or a light commercial vehicle or passenger car, usually they will need some kind of adaptation or customization before they are taken into use, whether it then be, as I was mentioning, the lighting systems that the professional vehicles need a lot. There's, as we all know, it's a lot of darkness in the Nordic countries starting from August all the way up to maybe April, and you need good and secure lighting for your vehicle to work. It might be also power management systems. The vehicle needs spare parts, it's maintained, it's serviced, and also then depending on the size and let's say the use of the vehicle, the usage of spare parts and equipment varies. But all in all, this is a very stable market and steadily growing market in the Nordic region. Our focus area is what we call the life cycle enhancement. So we do not sell vehicles, not used or new ones. So we do not participate in the demolition of vehicles, but we operate in basically all these sectors within the life cycle enhancement listed here, not always by our own group companies, but through partners. So we are very a focal player enabling all these kind of services for this sector. An interesting point to lift up here is that roughly 2/3 of our business consists of products or services directed to commercial vehicles. And that is important to bear in mind because the passenger car and the commercial vehicle evolution, they don't go hand in hand in that respect. Next slide, please. We, let's say before last summer, decided to have a little bit broader look, and we are still doing some strategy work around what is aftermarket, what kind of markets and subcategories are there within the aftermarket, because that is important for us being a buy and build company, as I will explain later, that we target certain sectors in the aftermarket where we know there's profitability. So we are not shooting with a shotgun. We try to aim very sharply and pinpoint and find suitable companies to acquire that would then create synergy possibilities to us. We are not expanding wildly from our core, which is, let's say, equipment and spare parts and services and related kind of business, but we are looking at other types of businesses within the aftermarket without going too much into details yet. But I consider it a little bit far-fetched that we would go into leasing functions or financing or insurance, but for sure we will look at collision damage and why not tires and that kind of stuff, and also maybe car wash, car care related services, especially for the commercial vehicles moving forward. Next, please. What are the main market drivers and how do they affect and support our growth? As I stated a couple of slides earlier, this is a steadily growing market in all the Nordic and Baltic countries. The vehicle park is growing. There are some factors that play into this, looking from, let's say, depending on which angle you take. If you take the spare part angle, then of course it's good that there are vehicles to be maintained that are also older vehicles. But when it comes to equipment, which is very important to us, the lighting and power management, as I mentioned, there also the sales of new vehicles is very important, because primarily the commercial vehicles that are being equipped are the new vehicles imported into the country, and then they are delivered to the end user. The need, as we have seen during the COVID-19 period, still ongoing, is that there is a need to transport goods and people. Of course, let's say the commuting by public transport has been going down slightly, but the driven kilometers, we haven't seen a huge change. We haven't seen a negative change in the need for spare parts and maintenance. Rather, actually the opposite when it comes to the so-called last mile deliveries. For e-commerce is really booming at the moment, and there are different kind of companies and fleets offering services for the last mile deliveries, and those engines and cars, they need service and also equipment. So that is an ever-growing business for us. Other types of trends, the technical trends, the evolution of the powertrain, we are all aware of the trend regarding the electrification of the vehicle, and also some political decisions that are accelerating that development, and it's a development that we welcome. I mean, it's a very small percentage of our sales that is actually going directly to the internal combustion engine based spare parts for passenger vehicles. And on the commercial vehicle side, the evolution is anyway going to be slightly different. Just as an anecdote, I took a listing of the spare parts that we already have for full electrical vehicles, such as Tesla S model, and I immediately could identify spare parts and equipment worth of about 4,000 euros, as it is already now. I mean, if you take air conditioning, compressors, and heating and cooling, blowing motors and suspension and some body parts, there's a lot. Another thing is that the components are getting more complicated moving forward, even for the let's say, traditional ICE-related engines and cars. There's more electricity in the components, and the unit price of the components is getting higher also moving forward. So the value of the market is going up. There's a lot of data being transferred between the vehicles and let's say the cloud. And that is something that, of course, we are following very keenly. What kind of earning logic is there for independent players in the future, which we see very exciting possibilities for. Next slide, please. We took a little look on the market last summer. As I said, we did some strategy work and had just a very rough estimate of, if we look at the Swedish market, aftermarket for vehicles, and count together the turnover of different companies, there it's about 17 billion euro across 16,000 companies and 57,000 employees. Of course, there's a lot of different types of service, but this gives you a flair of what type of market size are we looking at and talking about. And if you then assess the rest of the Nordic being roughly 2.5 times Sweden, so we're talking about anywhere between, I would say, 30 to 40 billion euro size market. So it's really, really interesting. And also there's a lot of space for further consolidation. I already mentioned the electrical vehicle penetration that we consider as a potential extension of the market and really exciting. Like circular economy, car sharing, technological development, connected car, who is making the decision of the purchase in the future. I mean, all types of things, centralized fleets that we are following, and of course, adapt our own strategy after that. Next slide, please. Right, so let's have a look at our value creation model, and you could call this as a kind of a classical buy and build model, but with a flair and twist when it comes to the sector focus. So we are not sector agnostics as many compounders or consolidators are. We are focusing on the vehicle aftermarket sector. Why is that important? It is because we can then also bring something to the party for the companies that we acquire. We know the companies mostly already in advance, and we can analyze the synergies much better and also make the mathematics around the acquisitions easier. We are very picky as buyers. We are trying to find and pinpoint companies that are already healthy. We are not that interested in turnaround cases, or rather I could say we are not at all interested in ongoing turnaround cases or future turnaround cases, but we have been looking, and we have actually made a couple of acquisitions of companies that have recently in a sustainable way implemented a turnaround process. And that, of course, for us, it's very important to see the path for the future, and it is already profitable and can create more value for the shareholders moving forward. And the sector focus enables exactly this acceleration and further development of the companies, as we can, as I said, with our knowledge of the business, support these companies much better than if we did not have this knowledge. What do we do when we build the businesses to great businesses? We professionalize the running of the acquired companies. We increase the focus on the execution and strategy. Quite often the companies are entrepreneur driven, and the entrepreneurs have made fantastic journey and developed the company to a certain level, but then usually themselves they realize that it's going to be really hard to take the next step, and hence we come into the picture and can help them to still stay on in many cases and contribute in the further development of the company, and also contribute to the whole growth. We are also, with the sector focus, we have the possibility to utilize synergy benefits between the companies as we operate in the same business. So we can do cross-selling and combine our purchase volumes to get better prices. And then also this is a positive cycle that strengthens itself with add-on acquisitions. Then maybe from a capital market point of view, there is a multiple expansion approach as well here, which is fairly interesting from a shareholder and investor point of view. We also consider the aftermarket sector to be wide enough to enable de-risking. So we don't have all the eggs in one basket, even if we are focusing in the sector of the aftermarket. Next slide, please. This is just to recap very shortly of the journey that we have done so far, starting from 2010. So we have almost tenfold grown the company in a little bit more than 10 years. So I will not dwell too long on this one, but we have made about, let's say, five acquisitions this year and 3 to 4 a couple of years before that. So it's accelerating all the time as we speak. Next, please. The operating model from the organization point of view, I could describe as being an effective and decentralized operating model. So we do not have really a mantra that one size fits all and we centralize everything. Neither is it a total standalone structure. So it's more like a hybrid. Where it makes sense to centralize, we do it. Where it doesn't, we don't do it. And it's very important for us to maintain the local accountability and passion and ownership in the companies, not ownership from a let's say legal point of view always, but more like from a mental point of view to still go on and foster the baby that you have created locally. We give a lot of independence for the local companies, but we make sure the companies talk together. So there's a structure how we operate this with local boards on a country level and the business level, where all the executive management team members participate regularly. And it's not a kind of high horse, very formal type of board. It's more very operational issues, but still on a strategic level that we do there, and to make sure that the strategy is really implemented. We have some supportive functions that are at least hybrid centralized. I mean, we operate as one group when we negotiate prices for components and parts with global players. And there we can combine our total volume into one when we talk about annual contracts with these. Financing, product information management is something that we are working on. Cash pool arrangements, of course, we run centrally. And then as being a listed company, we are, of course, very keen and interested in to see how things are carried out in the country. So all kinds of regulatory issues are centralized, and data security, ESG, code of ethics, and so forth. Same policies around all the units. Next, please. Then executive management team, on top of myself, we have Pekka here in Helsinki, he's our CFO. Then we have a geographical split between West and East. Juan is taking care of the Scandinavian business, and Ville is taking care of the Finnish and Baltic business, all three very experienced people. Really happy to have them on board. And then the latest professional team member, Lennart, who joined the company in the summer, and he's heading our acquisition functions and doing very successfully, and also in charge of the pipeline management, and then also in practice negotiating with the target companies. Next, please. Then one slide about our group companies. I've tried to group them into 4 bigger clusters. As I said, commercial vehicles are very important to us, and on the top you can see the companies running the spare part wholesale operations for the heavy sector or the commercial sector. Tehdä Tunga Delar, who sells, and Startax. So you can see Startax is in many clusters because it's a multi-business company in Finland. Then let's say the only purely passenger car focused company, and partly also light commercial vehicles to be frank, is AB Reservdelar in Sweden, and then Startax also serves the passenger car sector in Finland. And Raskone we acquired January this year, or actually started February this year. STS, Sydhamnens Trailer Service, became a member of the family 1st of November. Welcome to Stefan and your team. So we have now about 34 maintenance and repair outlets in Sweden and Finland, so making us the biggest independent repair and maintenance chain for heavy and light commercial vehicles on the independent sector. One business area that is very interesting and important also from an investor point of view is the lighting and power management and equipment, which mostly consists of our own brands and trademarks. And this is about 1/4 at least of our business is coming from the products with our own brands. And Strands is the latest family member, really rapidly growing, must be one of Europe's absolutely fastest growing vehicle lighting brands. Very innovative, very passionate. And then we have specialist companies, Avimex, SEC, and Startax, who kind of created the lighting business for Relays before Strands came into picture. A new business area for us, which is lighting / e-commerce, came when we acquired Lumise, who has a daughter company called DSM in Sweden. Very rapidly growing, innovative, gives us a lot of competence and knowledge about the e-commerce, and we have some ambitious plans of rollout of certain concepts even on a global level when it comes to vehicle lighting e-commerce. Next slide, please. Then strategy and long-term target, we revised slightly our strategy in May. I would maybe say recalibrated, so the fundamentals of our strategy didn't change. We just basically said that we will broaden the scope of the acquisition slightly to also contain other sectors in the vehicle aftermarket than just the, I would say in quotation marks, the traditional part of it. At the same time, we realized that the previous target that we had communicated in 2019, which was at that stage to double the turnover in 5 years, and our pro forma turnover was about 120 million. So we realized that we will reach this about 240 million much quicker than what we had said. So we wanted to raise the performance bar, and now we set the target of 500 million euros by the end of 2026. So what is our strategy based on? It's based on growing through acquisitions, as I mentioned. We want to be an active consolidator. We are an active consolidator in this market, in the Nordic countries specifically. But we can also combine this with organic growth, which is, and we aim to grow quicker than the market in average. And how can we grow quicker than the market in average? Is mainly by, of course, being very sharp and innovative as always, but synergizing between the companies. So we have fantastic own lighting products that we then launched in Sweden for a couple of years ago. Now it's really starting to bear fruit, so to speak. So we can do a lot of cross sales between the countries and synergize and also utilize our stronger purchase power versus the component and spare part manufacturers. Then it's very important to focus on the customers. So we must be able to add value to our customers. Otherwise, there's no reason for our existence, to be frank. I mean, we must help our customers. How do we do that? We have innovative digital solutions where we can really guide our customers with what they need. We keep the stock in the market, and that is really important in this business, to have the right part in the right time in the right place. So we have the network, and we have, if you will, boots on the ground here. And as an example, we have now, when there's this kind of local lack of components and delivery problems, we have deliberately increased our working capital, i.e. we have made sure that we have the goods that we can help our customers with. Next slide. Right, then probably I will not spend too much time on this. You can all see these published numbers on our website. Maybe I would just state that the growth has been very rapid. It's been very profitable all these years, and we have traditionally had a very good cash conversion ratio. So maybe I will not spend too much time on that. Everything is looking very, very encouraging, I have to say, and we have been happy to be able to present good numbers in September for the first time ever. we started with a quarterly reporting because we felt that we want to be more informative towards our shareholders and investors, to not only twice a year but 4 times a year to come with financial data. Next slide, please. Right, and then as I mentioned, the cash conversion ratio has been high. Of course, something that is probably straining the cash conversion at the moment is that we are binding cash in the inventory, which is a good decision at these times, because we have also been able to foster our growth during this period. Next slide, please. Right, and then just recapping, I only have a couple of slides left, so bear with me. I already said the 500 million euro target that we have set ourselves, and the combination of M&A and organic growth. Dividend policy has not changed, is still the 30% that we are trying to achieve over business cycle, depending, of course, if there are, let's say, huge acquisition activities going on. So, of course, we have to always consider that also, but we aim to this level. Next slide, please. Then last slide, actually, just a summary before going to the Q&A. What is Relais and how is Relais as an investment and a company? So we are active, we are consolidating the market. We are all the time looking for new great companies to become members in this family. We have a healthy, good pipeline of companies. And we have a good track record of being able to onboard the companies very quickly to the group. Strong cash flow and profitability giving us possibilities to continue the strong acquisition flow. This is a good growing market and has some defensive characteristics, as we have seen. We have a growing lighting business with own brands, and we aim to still make it grow faster and quicker. And then we have a global potential with in-house and e-commerce solutions. And basically, that's it. So, questions and answers.
Okay, thank you so much, Arni. Unfortunately, we have another presentation starting in just a few minutes, so we will have to save the questions for another time.
Okay. Sorry for taking more time.
I'll thank you again for your presentation, and I'll leave it up to you if you have any final remarks before we round off.
No, just thanking everybody for listening, and should you have some unanswered questions, you can also turn directly to me. My email address is on our website, so please be in touch with me or then Adrian. Thank you very much and have a good day.
Thank you.
Hello, Tim.
Hi, Jakob.
Hi. I don't know if you heard, but Eric is a bit under the weather, so I'm doing the presentation today.
Yes. No, that's fine. Just one quick question. I mean, you're running the slideshow, I guess, right?
Yeah. So
you want me to say next slide?
Yeah, you say next slide when you want me to flip.
Okay, good.
And the format, you have 20 minutes, and then we'll do a 5-minute Q&A.
Yeah, and I think that's fine. Perfect.
Great. And I think we'll start in 20 seconds, actually.
Yeah, but that's good.
Welcome to our next presentation. My name is Jacob Blemke, Equity Research Analyst here at ABG following the healthcare space. Next up, I have the pleasure to introduce C-RAD and the CEO, Tim Turn. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Jakob. Thanks for the introduction. Yeah, welcome everyone to attend our presentation today. Let's get started. So I would like to start with a short introduction. Probably many of you have heard about C-RAD. Some might not know about C-RAD yet. So some basic background. I would like to speak about radiation therapy and give a bit of a market overview before I come to our solutions, our products, what are we providing to the market, and then finish up my presentation with the business model, the growth strategy, and we can also dive into the financial highlights. So if we move to the next slide. So, I mean, if you look at C-RAD in a nutshell, I mean, we are a company active in the space of radiation therapy. Our customers are hospitals that treat cancer with radiation. C-RAD has, from a revenue perspective, a size, if we take the last 12 months, of around 260 MSEK, and a gross margin of around 60% and generating rolling 12 months operating profit of around 30 million SEK. We are an organization with around 65 employees right now, and the presentation is put by me, Tim Turn, the CEO, and I have Henrik Bergentoft, the CFO, also here in the room. So if questions come to that point, he is able to jump in as well. Move on. Next slide. So, I mean, essentially there are three ways how cancer is treated. I mean, surgery, probably well known. I mean, that's basically to take out the tumor tissue. Then there is the possibility to treat cancer with chemotherapy, with drug therapy. And then the third pillar is radiation therapy. And that is where C-RAD has focused its activities. Our customers are only cancer centers that treat tumors with radiation therapy. Next slide. So I think to assess the case of C-RAD, I mean, one very important aspect is that this technology that we are providing, it's helping to position the patient with highest accuracy, but at the same time also helps to increase the efficiency in the workflow. And what we have seen over the last years is that this technology is more and more developing to become standard of care. And there are certainly indications that, you know, support our assessment. If you look at the Western world, and I'm speaking about Western Europe, I'm speaking about Americas, North America, almost all tenders are for linear accelerators are published in conjunction with a request for surface tracking, so technology that we are providing. And I think a very good example was in October when the state of, or the government of Spain went out with a tender to equip 80 cancer centers with linear accelerators, with new linear accelerators. They made it mandatory to have surface tracking as part of the offer of the linear accelerator. And that was certainly also a big milestone for us. And it is also showing the direction that it is no longer considered as a nice to have, but rather, as we say it, it's on its way to become standard of care. Another aspect is that all major vendors, Varian, Elekta, Aktier, Mevion, have secured access to this technology. So they took different ways, but all of them secured a possibility to offer as part of their package to the customer surface tracking along with the linear. And then as a third element is, if we look at the proton therapy business, which is kind of the spearhead in terms of precision radiation therapy, essentially all centers are equipping their centers with surface tracking technology. So, I mean, these are only three aspects, but I mean, I think they are very strong and powerful, supporting our assessment, this technology eventually becoming standard of care. Next slide. If we take a bit more of a clinical angle to the same question, what we can see is that the adoption over the last 5 years has significantly increased. When we look at 2015 and compare that with the implementation in 2020 last year, we see that this has developed from roughly 20%, which was primarily focused on breast cancer cases where this technology was used, towards more than 70% of the patients that are treated at any given day in a radiation therapy center benefit from this technology. So also on the scientific, on the research side, there has been an enormous journey done over the 5 years to adopt this technology, to provide the technology to help treatments for various indications. And as I said, 70%, that is almost all patients that are treated. Next slide. So if we take a step back and I mean, look a bit at why is this technology becoming so important? I mean, there are certain developments ongoing. I mean, imaging is getting better over time. So that means patients are diagnosed much earlier. That means the cancer is detected much earlier, while the tumor cells are still fairly small, and that requires a more precise treatment. In the past, the detection of the tumor was much later, so the tumor itself was already much larger, and it was not required to be that precise in the treatment either. So what we see now, the trend is clearly going towards this high precision treatment techniques, and what we see on this slide on the lower right corner is the development. This is showing a prostate cancer patient. On the left picture shows the traditional way how patients were treated, whereas on the right side we see the more modern way of how these patients are treated. And what we see is this hotspot area, this is the red area in the pretty much in the center of the picture image, is much smaller and very closely focused or very focused on the tumor, and the healthy tissue around the tumor is basically spared out. And that is what we mean with high precision radiation therapy, and it requires very accurate patient positioning. So if you go to the next slide, then we see a bit of development on the global scale. I mean, there are roughly 12,000 Linacs installed globally. And when we speak about standard of care, it means that according to our assessment, roughly 75% of the accelerators worldwide eventually will be equipped with surface tracking technology. If we then look at what is the market penetration today, then we are looking at around 20% of the Linacs. So there is still a huge potential between 20 and 75% to develop and deliver this technology to cancer centers around the world. Next slide. So if we look then at, or take a closer look at C-RAD, I mean, we have sold around 800 systems by now. 630 are installed, probably by now it's a little bit more. And in the order backlog, we have another 130 systems roughly. So if we look at the market and the market potential based on the numbers that I just presented, but also now looking at the new Linacs that are installed on an annual basis, we assess that around 700 Linacs on an annual basis are going to be equipped with surface tracking. Taking our average price, sales price, which is typically a little bit north of 1 million SEK, that gives a market potential of roughly 1 billion SEK per year for surface tracking. So now, for us, it is, of course, important that we get a large part of this 1 billion as our market share. And I think when we go on the next slide, we will see how C-RAD has made progress over the years. What we see here is the revenue and the operating profit, how that has developed. What we have seen is that back in 2011, 2010, 2011, I mean, this technology was really brand new. But then we entered the second phase where we kind of worked with the early adopters, primarily academic centers around the world that did initial research, published their results. And then from 2016 onwards, we see another very strong growth. And the development is basically because at that point, the adoption started to come out of the purely academic sector to the private centers, to the more regional treatment centers as well. And since then, gradually, the implementation of this high precision treatment techniques has developed, and there was the need or driven the need for advanced surface tracking technology as well. We move on. Just a very quick overview to kind of paint the landscape of radiation therapy. I mean, there are, of course, the companies like Elekta, Varian, which probably most of you know. They are focused very much on dose delivery and also partly on the software side. But there we have also independent companies like Research, for example, probably well known to most of you, one big player there. Then we have the dosimetry companies here in Sweden, for example, the company Scandidose. And then we have the part of patient positioning, where among a few other companies, C-RAD is one of the dominant players. Next slide. So if you look at the value proposition of the product, I think I touched on this earlier, but it is basically two aspects. One is the treatment efficiency and one is the improved accuracy. And now, depending a little bit on the market and the respective needs, we see a stronger interest either on the accuracy part or on the treatment efficiencies part. And typically, positioning accuracy for the patients is always a matter or a compromise of how much time do I have and what accuracy do I need. What we see, for example, in the Asian markets, where the biggest challenge is that there is not enough treatment capacity available to provide cancer care for all patients that are in need, they are very much looking at treatment efficiency. In the more developed markets, like Sweden, for example, North America, the accuracy aspect is becoming more important simply because they are a little bit further developed. And if we look at the chart on the lower right corner, so there are basically different technologies. There's the laser technology, which is fairly quick and fairly low accuracy in terms of patient positioning. At the other end of the scale, we see the cone beam CT, high accuracy, but it is very time consuming. Surface tracking, that is the bubble that is marked here with SIGRT, is at the sweet spot, delivering almost the same accuracy as a cone beam CT, but in a fraction of time. And that makes it so attractive for our customers to utilize the technology for their treatments. Next slide. So if we look at the market share in terms of installed base, we can conclude that there is roughly a 1/3, 2/3 market share split between C-RAD and Vision RT. That is the installed base. However, if we look at the dynamics ongoing right now in the market in terms of new installation, C-RAD is definitely on the fast track to bypass Vision RT. Vision RT was in a close collaboration with Varian, one of the Linac vendors, that helped them to develop their sales quite significantly. C-RAD at the same time engaged in a partnership with Elekta, focusing on certain markets like US as the largest radiation therapy market, Japan, second largest radiation therapy market, and most recently also to China. What happened then is that the cooperation between Vision RT and Varian ceased, and C-RAD at the same time developed, beside the direct sales activities, we developed this collaboration with Elekta, which is showing good results. Next slide. So if we look at the products, what we see here is a typical installation in an environment together with an Elekta linear accelerator. The cameras that are installed in the ceiling are the C-RAD cameras. They are installed in a way that they would be able to see the patient that is typically placed on the couch. That's the black plate there, and monitor the patient prior to treatment, but also during treatment. If we look at the clinical benefits for users, patients, and operators, first of all, it is dose-free. So that is clearly reducing the side effects. There are other positioning technologies available, but they are always coming with additional imaging dose, which might create side effects down the line. It is non-invasive, so ease of use is one of the key criteria for the users to use this technology over others. Then it's markerless, which basically translates in the patient comfort. So the alternative is that patients are tattooed, certain marks are brought on the patient's skin for the laser alignment. All this is not necessary anymore using this camera technology. C-RAD has put a lot of effort in developing a workflow that is intuitive and very user-friendly. So what we have done is we have put a lot of attention in integrating the technology into the environment through interfaces, communicating to the variant Linux, communicating to the Elekta Linux, and by that having a seamless user experience. And last but not least, the technology can use on more than 90% of the patients, so a very high patient compliance. So most patients comply to this technology. That makes it very versatile and very user-friendly for the operator. Next slide. So if you look at the business model, I mean, C-RAD has focused all the clinical and technical competence within the organization. Entire production is outsourced. We have contract manufacturers that are delivering the products either directly to the customers or to our partners. And we are working towards the customer through 3 different sales channels. Still today, the largest sales channel for us is the direct sales activities, where the C-RAD employees are working together with the customers to develop the projects. In countries where we don't have our own organization, we do have distributors that are promoting the product in their own, on behalf of C-RAD, and are partnering with us. But then the third channel, that is the industrial partnerships. When I mention Elekta partnership, this is falling into this bucket. And that is really where we see a growth opportunity also moving forward, because here we get access to the Elekta sales organization. The products are in the price book. The salespeople are incentivized also to sell and promote the C-RAD technology beside the linear accelerator. If we move on to the next slide. If we look at our strategy, I mean, we are focusing essentially on the 3 pillars: product excellence, sales excellence, and service excellence. If we look at the product first, there are certain treatment techniques and applications defined and have evolved over the years where surface tracking makes sense. And that is this high precision treatment techniques. There is a huge application still for breast treatments, for treatment of breast cancer patients. And we have really established a seamless workflow for these indications. So I think here we are good. There is, of course, still ongoing activity, but essentially the clinical application is clearly rendered. What is not a question anymore is whether or not this is something what the sites need. I think what we have seen over the last year as part of this journey towards standard of care, that the perception also in the customer's mind is, yes, I mean, surface tracking is something what is required on our Linux. And therewith, for us, the focus is now, when we speak about sales excellence, to get the message out, to get our customers excited about the technology, let them know about C-RAD, and eventually get in touch with them when they are in the process of purchasing equipment. And service excellence, if we move on to the next slide. A large part of our future business is the service business. We are, to a large extent, offering service contract together with the systems, either towards our partners or directly to the end customer. Here we see an increasing acceptance from the customers to adopt also service contracts, to buy service contracts, outsource the services of the equipment instead of doing this with in-house resources. So this business has developed, is currently reflecting around 14% of our total revenue, which is certainly still a fairly small amount, but the service business is something what is developed over time. And if we look at other companies in our space, they're roughly 40-45% of their revenue are connected to the service business. When we look at the attachment rates, in the US, essentially all customers are taking service contracts. In Europe, we are above 60%. The APAC region is still fairly low. However, here it is important to take a closer look, because the advanced markets such as Japan and Australia, the large majority also there is going for a service contract. But then for the other Asian markets, and especially China, here it is the customer's perception is not yet at the point that they believe service contracts are really required. It is slowly developing, but to a large extent, they still have their own engineering resources. Next slide. So if we are looking at C-RAD now from an investor's perspective, and perhaps using this a bit as a summary, I mean, what C-RAD is doing, we are contributing to improve cancer care. So we help the centers to improve the treatment of patients. I think it is very clear and became very clear that this technology is on its way to become standard of care. With that said, there is still a huge part of the market that is untapped. So there's a good opportunity for us to grow. C-RAD is not a new player in this fairly conservative market. We have a proven track record. We have a recognized product. We have reference site. We have a reputation in the market, which helps us, of course, to attract new customers. With our presence on the market, with the different sales channels, direct sales, distributors, and the OEM corporation, we have comprehensive market access in all relevant markets. And last but not least, I mean, we have a very stable financial platform. We have around 100 million SEK in cash on the bank right now. So definitely a possibility to finance future growth activities. If we move on to the next slide. And then I would like to close my presentation with the financial highlights. Here, looking at the last quarter, the third quarter, order intake increased in constant currencies by around 8%, creating a growth of an order backlog compared to last year of 22% and revenue growth of 25%. With that said, I mean, we need to remember 2020 was COVID year. One of the challenges that C-RAD was facing, not that the interest of our technology was less, but that customers were not always able to receive deliveries due to the pandemic. We generated a profit last quarter of 8.8 million SEK, reflecting a margin of close to 14%. We move on to the next slide. See the order intake. And I think what is very important to looking at C-RAD is to understand or acknowledge that there is a very distinct seasonality pattern. Usually we see that the beginning of the year is somewhat weak, and then the second half of the year usually comes in stronger. This is due to the fact that most of our customers are connected, or their budget year is connected to the calendar year, and usually there is an increased spending activity towards the end of the year, reflected in our order intake. Next slide. Looking at the revenue and operating profit over the last years, I think I briefly touched on that earlier, but what I want to say is if we look at the most recent years, 2018, C-RAD became profitable, and since then we have constantly been able to increase our profit. Next slide. Yeah, just a quick look at the revenue distribution. I mean, EMEA is by far the largest region for us. We have a very dynamic development in North America, which is very encouraging. US is the largest market. We are engaged in this collaboration with Elekta, which has certainly contributed to this rapid development. But we also have a strong presence in the Asian market. Australia, Japan, China are key markets for us and key to our success. Next slide. Next slide. So I want to emphasize once more the importance of the service business. What we are looking here is both the order intake and the revenue of our service business, which was close to 40% revenue growth during the last quarter. So this is a very rapid adoption, and of course, with a growing installed base, with more systems being shipped out, the service opportunity is also increasing. It was reflecting 14% of the total revenue and compared to around 11% last year. So we also see that we are running in the right direction with regards to the percentage of the service revenue. Next slide. That I want to finish my presentation, and I think we have a few minutes left for questions.
Okay, thank you for the presentation, Tim. I think we have time for one or maybe two questions. And if we start maybe what you mentioned about the market share and you sort of taking market share from your key competitor, maybe you could just sort of highlight what has been some key success factors for that.
Yeah, I mean, certainly, I mean, C-RAD was always very much on the forefront of technology. I think we have the better product compared to our competitors. And I think in the minds of the customers, that is also very, very reflected by the decision of Elekta to partner up with C-RAD, but also what we have most recently published in a press release, the decision from Aktier that they will also partner up with C-RAD. So, I mean, of course, they have done a thorough due diligence, assessed the company, C-RAD as a partner, but also the product. And I think there we are in a good position. At the same time, our main competitor disengaged in a partnership with Varian 2.5 years ago, and at that time started to build up their own sales organization to sell the products directly. So I think there were a couple of events happening that are clearly in C-RAD's favor.
Okay, and if we get, or we will continue with the final question here. Just as you said, last year or partly into this year, you were impacted by the pandemic, and looking into the next quarter, Q4 is usually sort of the strongest and most important quarter for you. And with sort of worries about new COVID variants coming back, how are you feeling about the current quarter and your ability to place systems in hospitals?
Well, I mean, of course, I mean, our customers are all connected to the healthcare system, and therefore there is also very much affected by COVID. With that said, I mean, I think the biggest struggle for most hospitals in 2020 was that it was a complete new situation. It required many changes in the processes. Staff was not in the hospital, was working from home. So, I mean, there was more of a panic situation. And of course, in our space, as well as in other areas, that has eased up during this year.
Okay, thank you. I think we're out of time, so we'll stop here. I would like to thank everyone for tuning in, and thank you as well, Tim, for participating.
Thank you.
Hi, and welcome back to our next presentation. My name is Jacob Lemke, an equity research analyst here at ABG, following the healthcare space. Next up, we have Nanexa. And with that, I leave over the floor to the CEO, David Westerberg.
Okay, thank you so much. So yes, I'm David Westberg, the CEO of Nanexa since 2015, when we entered the market here in Stockholm. I will see to there we go. So what is Nanexa then? Well, Nanexa is a platform company or drug delivery system company, and we have a platform that we call PharmaShell. And our vision is actually to be one of the players creating or developing long-acting injectables in many, many different indications. And we have taken quite a lot of steps, good steps towards this vision actually this year. First of all, we entered the clinical phase of NEX-18, one of our projects. We have 2 projects started, NEX-18 and NEX-20, and I will talk about those later on in this presentation. We have started to get our patents granted throughout the world in the major markets. That's also very, very good, and we're filling up with more patent applications as we develop the company. We have also, as you know, maybe have a collaboration with Applied Materials, a US-based huge company that is developing and manufacturing tools, machines for this technology that we work with, atomic layer deposition. And we're together with them building a facility to be able to, pilot facility to be able to supply clinical trial materials throughout all the different phases of drug delivery, drug development, I should say. And that is, of course, extremely important. What we also have done the last years, actually, is that we have not just focused on the development of the actual PharmaShell system or the PharmaShell technology and the process, creating these shells that slowly dissolves and creates a long release of the API. We have also focused on the other step that we see here is the pharmaceutical formulations of these particles. And it's actually those two together that makes the medicine or the drug product that finally gonna be marketed out in the market. So we're building IP throughout both of these legs, so to say, and we feel that is very important for us, and it creates also new opportunities for licensing agreements going forward. And the major or the 4 pillars that we stand on is, of course, our own projects. I'll talk about those later on. It's also partner projects, where partner fund the development of their API used in our technology, and then we out-license our technology to those companies. It is, of course, the patent portfolio. I mentioned a bit about that, and it also is the possibility to manufacture clinical trial material and onwards, actually, market supply using this technology, of course. So the business model consists of 2 steps, I should say. One is the out-license of products, like NEX-18, NEX-20, where we develop the projects or products up to clinical proof of concept, normally in phase 2. And after that, we out-license to pharma companies that takes it further to registration and marketing. The other leg is the out-license of the technology, and there we come into the development or the collaboration with partner companies where they actually get a license to our technology. So where are we then, looking globally? Well, we're on a very, very big market, and a market that increases quite a lot in this time. As you see, there is a big development from $510 billion to almost what is this, and about $900 billion. And so the drug delivery market is huge, and you can see in the middle picture here that it's not limited to just one indication area. It is actually widespread need for drug delivery technologies. And why is that then? Well, you know, when pharma companies market their the first product with a new chemical entity, they want to get it out to the market as soon as possible, and they normally don't really optimize the formulation thoroughly at that time, because it's more important to start getting revenues from that project that has cost them a lot of money. So there is, in most cases, I'd say, room for improvement using long-acting injectables to get a better either effect or get a better compliance or so on and so forth. So there's a big need and there's a huge market, as you see. And why is that then? Well, there are, looking at the stakeholders, not only is it good for the patients, it's also good for the organizations or authorities or so spending money or on the healthcare. And that's the healthcare system, of course, and it's also the insurance companies in the US. And of course, they are very interested in having cost-effective treatments. For the big pharma companies to get an opportunity to differentiate the product pipeline is, of course, very important. And by combining APIs that has already been on the market with a new technology, such as PharmaShell, one creates a product that has IP protection as long as we have IP protection for our technology, and that is with our original patent to 2033, and we're adding on to that, so well into 2040, I'd say. Sorry. And our PharmaShell, then, we all know that there are several other technologies that can enable long-acting injectables, but PharmaShell actually has some really unique properties. One of them being the extremely high drug load, which is about 80% and sometimes even higher. That's really unheard of in any other case, I'd say. We also have a possibility to control the release profile already from the beginning, and that means that we can control what's called the initial burst or initial release from a formulation. And having potent compounds that you have formulated in a long-acting injectable, that is extremely important. There are some other features also that are extremely important. For instance, the in situ stability, which means that we actually protect the drug substance when it is in a depot after injection. And that is also something that is key, actually, to be able to make long-acting injectables in many cases. So with this technology, we are, like I mentioned, we will out-license to partners the technology, but we will also build a strong pipeline of product projects. And we have started next 18 and next 20, and we have the vision or the aim actually to have 2 to 4 different projects running in different stages of development. So this is how it looks right now. We have next 18 in clinical phase, and I'll come to that a bit later. We have next 20 coming right after that, and entering, what we see is that we can enter the clinical phase end of next year, which is very good. Next 21 or next 22, whatever we'll call it, will start next year, and that's something that we're looking forward to as well. And we're looking quite broadly on what APIs to use and what indications to target. In parallel to that, we have the collaborations with AstraZeneca and other companies that's moving along quite well, and those projects are in the phase of preclinical animal study development. Looking then at next 18, that is a project where we try to simplify the treatment of MDS patients. MDS is a blood cancer, you can say, and the patients are treated now with 7 injections, 1 injection every day in a week, and then they have 3 weeks off, and then they continue with the 7 days injections and so on. What we want to do is to replace those 7 with just one injection day 1 each month. That will save a lot of time for hospitals, a lot of time for the patients, and actually save a lot of money also for the insurance companies. And even though we haven't broadly gone out and marketed this project, we have companies that are interested in it and have turned to us and follow our development here now. What has happened in this project, though, is that we started our clinical study this year. In May, I think the first patient was. But what we have found is that we have some irritation in the tissue, so that we have discussed with the clinicians running the study in Huddinge and in Uppsala, Akademiska, that we will put this study on hold until we find out exactly what does cause this reaction. And that's something that we're about doing right now, and we anticipate to have that study ready by first quarter next year. This is, of course, something you don't want to run into, but at the same time, this is really early in the development, and sometimes it's good to run into problems because it leaves a possibility for us to solve the problem. And solving the problem could potentially be something that could be very valuable for both NEX-18 and other projects to come. So that might sound strange, but I'll say that's the way it is, actually. Of course, one would have liked not to run into the problem, just go through it. But given that we have this situation, I think it's a good opportunity for us. So we're learning for both NEX-18 and future projects. But what we can see, and what is really encouraging, is that we see that the release profile that we saw in rats and in preclinical studies, that could be mimicked in the human situation. So we actually now have shown that PharmaShell can act as a long-acting system also in humans. So that is something to be proud of. We have kept the development phase, or the development of NEX-18, the different phases, but I haven't at this time set any times for that, because it really depends on what results we get in the study, in the preclinical study now, where we study what has caused this irritation. Looking at NEX-20, this is also something that will enable patients to have a more convenient treatment, as we see, even though they take tablets today. 38% of them are not compliant to the treatment. So what we do is to exchange those tablets with just one injection. And this is a huge market. $11 billion is what Revlimid sells for this year. So this is really, really a huge market and a big need, actually. For coming projects, the selection process are described in this picture. What I can say is that we work with a lot of key opinion leaders throughout the world to really dig into the different indications that we possibly could start. And this is something that we will conclude during next year and have a selection of what project to run. This is our current GMP facility. What I should mention here is actually that Applied Materials, the company that we collaborate with, are right now, as we speak now, are actually installing the first equipment from them on our site. And this is really thrilling, because this is a reactor that will enable us to increase both batch size and speed. But we will also, and this is also something that we're working on very heavily this year, this is our pilot plant for GMP manufacturing, where Applied Materials will actually introduce 2 different tools in 2 different scales. And that's something we really look forward to, I should say, and that will be a unique capacity. I think we are soon running out of time, but I will just close by saying we are, of course, covering all the major market, I should say, with our patent portfolio. We are aiming for having patents that are listable in the Orange Book, which is extremely important for medical products. And this is the last picture that I showed before, so I think I'm open for questions.
Okay. Thank you for the presentation, David. If we start with the first question, as you said, we've seen some skin reactions in your first trial in humans, and you've done some work on that now. Can you say anything, if you've learned anything on a sort of likely cause and what a potential remedy could be?
Yeah. The likely cause, I'd say, is that it's related to this specific API. I should say that. We had actually expected to get some reaction. It was clear from the beginning, because the azacitidine, that is the API in this product, it's known to cause this kind of reactions. But we were, I don't know if surprised is the right word, but we didn't expect to have this reaction. Even though it's a moderate reaction, we had thought that we would get a mild reaction. And what we're doing now is to really study, what is it? Is it a combination of the azacitidine with our shell material? Or is it just azacitidine, or is it something else? And we have a couple of very good alternatives for a solution here that, of course, cannot go into today. But we're hoping to study that and to be able to continue with the project in a good manner, because the target product profile for azacitidine, long-acting azacitidine, is really good, and it's a product that both the doctors, the payers want to have on the market.
And I mean, if you're now, I guess, progressing on the work to get a solution here, do you have any sort of better sense of when you potentially could reinitiate your clinical trial?
It a little bit depends on the solution, how we would go forward. We would know much more in the first quarter next year. So I think I would actually leave the question as a cliffhanger for next year. But we will, of course, continue as fast as possible. That's a given. What we will do in parallel to having this investigation for next 18 is to actually increase our activities in next 20, so that we will be able to actually run that a little bit faster than what we had first expected.
And that was actually a pretty good segue to my next question.
Oh, sorry.
So parallel, you're doing preclinical work on next 20, and you said that we could look at potentially initiating a phase 1 trial for the second half of next year. Do you have any sort of more detailed sense of if we're looking at early sort of second half, or is it more later in the year?
So that is linked to some activities that we have ongoing, and one of the activities is actually the manufacturing side, is actually because we want to manufacture that from the pilot facility that we are about to build, and we have a good process there, I should say. So when we look at the plans going forward, we should be able to manufacture clinical trial material sometime, I'd say September-ish sometime, or maybe a month or two later. But the preclinical work that we will do is something that we anticipate to have ready about the same time, I'd say. So then there are other issues, of course, that needs to be taken care of. But I shouldn't promise anything, but starting it next year, and we'll see when we get there. One thing, though, is obvious with next 20, that is a huge advantage to next 18, is that the next 21st clinical trials can be done in healthy volunteers rather than cancer patients. So the speed or the time it takes to run the study, we have much better control over. So that's something that I anticipate to take much shorter time than the next 18 study.
And considering the sort of skin reactions in next 18, do you sort of anticipate that you have to change the formulation for next 20 before you can proceed?
We don't really see that we would need to do that. as it looks today. But we will investigate that, of course.
And that would of course be logical since it's part of the actual active ingredient.
Yes.
Yeah. And if we move forward, how is the work proceeding with a potential lead candidate selection for Next 21?
And Next 21 is an interesting one because we actually have a quite long list of different opportunities. And like I mentioned, we're discussing, I don't know the number, but it's over 5 at least, with different key opinion leaders. And we're trying to look with all doors open, so to say, with all different indication areas where one can have a benefit from a long-acting injectable. So it doesn't really necessarily be an oncology project. It could be. So we have a number of oncologies. We have a number of others that we're currently looking at. We're looking at both biologics and small molecules. So we're elaborating a bit there. And we have actually exploring also other areas such as animal health, for instance. We have had quite a lot of companies, huge companies in animal care that have, that we have had discussions with and also done some feasibility studies with. So that's also an interesting area. We haven't taken any decision in the board or so to go that way, but it's an interesting point, actually, interesting way to potentially go forward, not exchanging the human, but having as an add-on, so to say.
Okay, and if we move on to sort of a different question, if we look at your cash position currently, I think it's quite strong. So maybe what could you say about your sort of current cash runway and potential future funding needs?
Well, like you mentioned, we had a funding round this spring or summer where you also were involved, and so we have a strong position now. I say we cover our costs well into next year, 2023, I should say. Exactly how long depends a little bit on the decisions we'll make with Next 18 and Next 20, but we'll definitely run a long time into 23.
And just a final question. Applied Ventures still have around, I think, 3 million warrants that have a subscription period here in December.
Yeah.
Do you know if they are planning to invest further at the moment?
We have discussions with them, and that's a decision solely up to them if they want to invest or not. I can say that Applied, both Ventures and Applied Materials, they are 2 different companies, sort of, but of course linked together. They are working and investing heavily in this in the pharma field and in the collaboration with us. But whether they want to invest now or later, it's up to them, and we have a continuous discussion with them regarding that.
Okay, I think that was all my questions.
Okay.
So thank you for participating.
Thank you.
And I would also like to thank everyone watching. Now we'll take a short break before the next presentation.
Hello everyone and welcome to ABG's Investor Days. My name is Carl Bokvist and I'm an industrial analyst here at ABG. With us now we have the pleasure of hosting Freemelt and the CEO Ulrik Ljungblad, and with us we also have the chairman Carl Palmstierna. The format will be as such that we will have an introductory presentation by Mr. Ljungblad, and after that we will have some questions and answers from my side as a moderator. But without further ado, Ulrik, thank you for joining us, and please, the floor is yours, as we say.
Thank you very much, and I'm very happy to have the opportunity to present here with ABG today. So I represent Freemelt AB. It's a startup company that's now maybe more in the scale-up phase, and I will talk about what we are and what we do. So please shift to the next slide. Freemelt is a company making 3D printers, advanced 3D printers, and our goal is to become a globally dominant and manufacturing company in this area. And this is a background slide showing the sort of the what we are really aiming at, and what we ultimately are aiming at is to compete with casting and forging, which are huge businesses dating back more than 6,000 years. And to do that, our mission is to develop advanced and robust 3D printers that compete with traditional manufacturing in productivity, but that it will be vastly superior in part quality for some applications. So this is our ultimate goal, but on the way there, we also have, of course, stepwise goals for the company. So please, next slide. The story of Freemelt starts really in much from the story of Arkham, which was a company or is a company in Gothenburg in 3D printing, and the founders of Freemelt all have their background from Arkham, including myself. I was there for 10 years. It's a 3D printing pioneer company founded in '97. They delivered their first system to customers in 2003, focusing on systems for implant manufacturing from 2007, and later expanded its business also into aerospace, selling in total hundreds of systems. The focus on aerospace led to the fact that it was bought by General Electric in 2017 for about 6 billion Swedish crowns. And today, Arkham, to that point, Arkham was the only supplier of electron beam 3D printers until we started the company in 2017 and started delivering systems to the market a bit later. So next slide, please. If we switch then to Freemelt, we have a great mix of very experienced professionals. So, but also now, as we grow, also some young, highly creative engineers. The team has grown from originally 6. We are now 27 employees with more than 100 years of experience in advanced 3D printing. It's a solid experience in development of industrial equipment and in materials, but also in open source solutions, which is one of the key things that we are, that is something that we embrace very much. Then we have expertise in service, sales, and marketing. And the founders of Freemelt were behind a majority of all the filed patents at Arkham. Next slide, please. Here we become a bit technical. Just to explain what differs us from GE Arkham in the technology, our choice of technology is crucial for extremely high speed and accurate processing, and that choice is then based on the goal that you saw on the first slide, to become a dominant player and really compete with traditional manufacturing. We have what's called a diode electron gun, which differs from Arkham, which can have a a very well-focused tight spot all the way up to the maximum beam power. And this is what really enables fast processing and the possibilities in the market. We also use metal powder, and our customers can use metal powder from any supplier. This is a strategy for opening up markets and making it possible for customers to have versatility in the supply chain. We also have developed unique imaging, backscatter imaging for sensing in order to have quality control in our systems. And we also have developed our unique recoater technology, just like we developed electron beam technology also. So we have started from scratch with the technology, looked at everything, and developed what we think will work for the markets that we address. So next slide, please. So now we have also, of course, a management team where we have employed 3 new people during this year. Those are the ones on the right. And I especially want to mention Peter Jane, which is Vice President of Sales. He comes from a long career in manufacturing companies and in 3D printing. And he came from us after a few years at Desktop Metal, which is the fastest growing company in the 3D printing business, an American startup that started a couple of years before us. Next slide, please. Freemelt started 2017. After 2 years, exactly after 2 years, we delivered the first system to our first customer, actually spot on time for what we promised to the investors back in February 2017. And Freemelt is now #1 choice for material development in 3D printing. So far, we are now installations in the double-digit numbers. We have, for instance, some of the most renowned institutes and universities in Europe. We have systems in Sweden, also at KTH, that we installed this year. But we also have systems with 2 large industrial companies that with their R&D departments that are very interested in material development for their applications. And our customers are developing many new materials. But there is also a strong interest from industry for a Freemelt production system with industrial applications in these new materials that are being developed. Next slide, please. So already from the start, we had a business strategy, which is a 2-step strategy. So we are going from R&D to commercial applications in close collaboration with customers and partners. We started by developing and bringing to market an open source research system, material research system called Freemelt One for development of new materials to push the need for an industrial manufacturing system. And as I pointed out on the previous slide, some of the most renowned R&D institutions are now customers to us, producing research results promoting our technology. So what we say now is that this first step in the business plan is implemented, and we are now moving into the second phase of the company development. So next slide, please. And the next phase then is the development of an industrial 3D printer optimized for volume production, with manufacturing processes also developed and core technology directly transferable from Freemelt One. So in this way, we are aiming to build an ecosystem with a new system and a research system where processes can be developed and transferred between the 2 systems. But in this ecosystem is also our customers and suppliers of raw material, the powder, but also software companies providing software solutions. So there is a unique timing right now of opportunity with GE Orcam increasingly focusing only on internal aerospace applications. They have fantastic success internally with turbine blades that they are building for their own aerospace engines, but not focusing on so much on their other customers. And with other competitors, it's still in early phase when it comes to competitors using electron beam technology. And we're also now collaborating with selected industrial partners through the development phase. So we are working together with them on defining requirement specification for this system in order to make sure that they fit into their factory. Next slide, please. So the Freemelt industrial system is to a large extent technically developed from the Freemelt 1 system. Key components for the industrial system already are fully developed and in use in Freemelt 1. We have just closed a collaboration agreement with an engineering company, Etteplan, for project excellence. So Etteplan will be our supplier of services when it comes to development, technology development. We have Etteplan is chosen for the reason that they are focusing. It's a service company that are focusing most on additive manufacturing. Is one of their focus areas. So we have management from Etteplan in the steering group of the project, which is important for the excellence of this project. We also have strategic partnerships now with a US company, 6K Additive, for supply of quality metal powders to us and to our customers. And these two products that will be in our product portfolio are completely different products addressing different markets. So we will continue to build and ship Freemelt 1 systems to targeting R&D markets, universities, research institutes, and also R&D departments in large companies. That's where we already have success. And just a rough estimate is that there should be about 1,000 research facilities as potential customers only in Europe, the same or probably even more in North America. So we do see a great potential in this market of continuing our efforts to expand with sales towards research and development. But then we will also then have a fully automated and efficient machine for production, targeting large verticals. And we have selected, after a business study, we have selected 3 target materials where we are developing material processes for this system. One is orthopedic implants in titanium. One is components in copper, mainly for electrical vehicles. And the third one is components in tungsten for medical equipment and the nuclear industry. All of these verticals are multi-billion-dollar industrial markets. Next slide, please. First, I will talk about business case titanium orthopedic implants. Next slide. So this is the area where 3D printing has had the most success, actually. There's about somewhere 3 to 4% of all implants in the world are manufactured today with 3D printing. The reasons for that are that it's a big advantage, both from lifetime in the body and also with the adherence to the bone, with the net structures that can be built directly in the same process step that enables bone ingrowth into the metal part. And the total implant market in 2018 was $51 billion, mainly in joint replacement. Knees were the biggest part, just followed slightly behind by hip implants, and then other extremity, and then other implants. And we are focusing initially on hip and other extremity parts like ankles and shoulders. The 3D printing growth in this market, so the growth of the market in total is about 3.5% worldwide, but the market share of 3D printing grows much faster than that. So it's expected that 3D printing will be the dominant technology in the future for implant manufacturing. So here is a huge market for us to address with a material, titanium, that works really, really well with electron beam technology. Next slide, please. The next market that we're addressing is ultra-pure copper parts. most of these applications are towards electromobility in some sense, which is, of course, also something that is growing fast. And the reason why we are so keen on ultra-pure copper is basically what you see on the right. There is a high absorption of beam power with electron beam, which is not at all the case with our competitors using laser beams. There is more than 90% reflectivity, and this leads to very slow processing with those machines. While for us, we can have a high productivity, leading to production cases. And the other is that we are working with a vacuum technology. The processing takes place in vacuum. That means that we can have an extremely clean environment, which benefits the ultra pure processing of copper, which is very important because going from pure to ultra pure copper raises the conductivity of copper with up to 30%, which is, of course, crucial for things like battery technology and electric drives and so on. So here we see a very big potential for electron beam. There's also been a number of case studies with electron beam systems when it comes to copper research on 3D printing with pure copper. So next slide, please. The third and the last market that we are initially addressing is parts made of tungsten. This is probably a little bit smaller, but still big applications. We are in a case study in this area for medical equipment. That is what you see on the top picture. This is what's called a scatter grid for CT scan equipment, which is a good and good size market for us, and also for the reason that also here the electron beam technology has strong advantages over our competitors. There are no cracks in finished parts when we build bulky parts. This is not achievable with low temperature processing as are used by our competitors. It's also easy to melt with electron beam despite the very high melting temperature of tungsten. Tungsten has the highest melting temperature of all the materials in the periodic table. We also see some other applications going forward with this in aerospace, balance weights in aerospace and vehicles, for instance, but also especially temperature and radiation shields in power plants. Okay, next slide. Finally, some financial information and event history through the years that Freemelt has existed. We started in 2017 in February. We had investment from private investors. The first year we had a modest revenue and not so good result, of course. 2018 we had new investments from more same and other private investors, raising the revenue a bit, and we had a better result that year. 2019 was a good year. We had investment by Industrifonden that year, and the revenue was much higher. It's about almost 20 million Swedish crowns. We even had a slightly positive result that year. 2020 was a very tough year with COVID. Our main market, the universities, they basically locked up and went home and worked from home, and there were very few investments done. So we had measures to mitigate against that, but we still managed to have a revenue of about 18 million Swedish crowns that year, but with a worse result than the previous year then. This year we had a pre-IPO investment in the company of 85 million crowns at a pre-money valuation of 281 million. And we performed a listing on Nasdaq First North Growth Market on the 7th of July. And so now our reports are, of course, public, and our first report, the Q3 report, we had up till the revenue this year until that report is 16.5 million crowns with a negative result. So next slide, please. Finally, summary. Freemelt has developed a new high-power electron beam 3D printing technology for more productive 3D printing than laser powder bed fusion, and also existing electron beam powder fed fusion. On the market, we are on the market with customers using the technology since actually more than 2 years back for material development. We are now taking the next step in commercializing our technology by developing an industrial Freemelt system. We are now half a year into that project where we have been working with requirement specifications and are now moving into the design phase. We embrace open source for fast scaling. This is important because it's not only opens up for using software and for the customers to use the machine in a more versatile way. It also makes it possible for our customers to create their own IP, which is and also that they can have full knowledge about the system, which is important in regulatory markets like for instance implants. And the expansion is predicted by sales in selected market verticals that I just presented. We were on the 33 list last year from New Technique, for instance. Next slide. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ulrik. And with a bit of time left, my question is just on the potential revenue model, if you could elaborate upon that when you know, one part in Freemelt 1 and the second one is the potential revenue model in the industrial printer when it comes to, you know, the go-to-market strategy, potential price points. Is it an initial selling price and then a license fee? So how do you aim to capitalize on your technology?
Right. So like I said, we are still going to consider the R&D market as a key market, but it will not be the biggest of our markets in the future. But it's a good income, but especially because it promotes the development of new materials. Often the material development are done by industrial companies together with the institutes and universities, and that means that if we have our technology there, it will promote the business that is our main target, that is the industrial side. So we will continue to have revenue from Freemelt 1, but of course going forward in the future, the main focus for Freemelt is multiple sales into factories primarily in the verticals that you saw, but of course in the long run in new verticals as they appear. The price point for an industrial system will be higher than the research system, and we will also work with licensing on software that we develop and with processes. So, but we are not planning to do like some companies in this business do, and that is to source the powder. We want to have an open sourcing strategy for software from a continuously growing 3D printing industry, but also that the customers can develop and choose the supplier of metal powder also more freely than our competitors. And also the industrial system will be mainly an open source software system.
And I realize we're approaching the end here, but my final just quick question is just on the technology and the components that you use when it comes to the cathodes, anodes, the vacuum technology and everything. How much do you manufacture in-house and how much do you source from other suppliers?
Yeah, so we have a number of suppliers, and we source vacuum technology, for instance, from existing from the market. But when it comes to the cathode and anode, that was a surprisingly specific question. That of course we design and manufacture the mechanical parts in mechanical workshop where we purchase that. They are custom made, and so by drawing. Actually, for the cathode itself, we have that's one of the very core parts of the system. We have developed our own technology completely, and we are still manufacturing the cathodes in-house. Actually, this is also a strategy that the very core of our technology we want to keep internal, both when it comes to manufacturing and knowledge. And this is also where we apply for patents. We have currently 11 patent applications in, out of which one has now been accepted as a full patent in the US, and we expect many more to follow.
Understood. With that, I believe our time is up. Ulrik, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you, Freemelt. And for you, those of you who have been watching, stay tuned for our next presenting company. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. Thank you.
Hello and welcome back to ABG Investor Day and the presentation of DistIT. My name is Rebecca Gärderup and I work as an analyst here at ABG in the IT and technology sector. With us today we have Robert Rosenzweig from DistIT, the CEO, and he will give us a company presentation and an overview of the company. Robert, please go ahead.
Thank you. So let us start straight away. DistIT has a business concept where we develop and acquire niche distributors within mobility, within EV charging, within IT, and other areas of electronics. We have channel access across all Nordics and integrations with our customers in these channels. And we also are developing our European distribution network. So what we do is we are distributing external brands and also own brands. Well, we have a portfolio of well-positioned, which is well-positioned in the value chain. So we have on external brands and our own brands, which we have distribution vehicles or rigs or platforms which we use. And here you see Aurora del Taco, you see Septon here, you see eFuel, and you see also Sominis. And then if we go further to the right, we see the channels in the Nordics. And in the Nordics, all major customers in all, basically almost all channels are our customers. And the biggest players in this area, we have also IT integrations with them. So if you want to distribute electronic accessories in the Nordics, well, you can't really hit, it's a limited market. So you can't make a great success in just hitting one channel. The market is too little to create an astounding success. It's not a one-trick pony market. So you need to work across the various channels. E-commerce, to choose the right e-commerce partners with the right physical stores, and etc. Depending on the strategy. We are the experts in this. So let us talk a little bit about scalable growth dynamics in our business. And this slide is actually somewhat a distillate of what we are working with and our strategy. So we have growth from structural trends is a key element for us, where we focus on areas where we think that we have mega trends moving and where we think that we can create a niche with a mix of our own brands and of external brands and own brands. Because external brands, we choose then external brands which have edge, which we take to the market, and we play in the market, and then we figure out what is the niche which we can carve out with our own brands. Very important for us, because these megatrends grow faster than the market, typically. And then we have a gross margin expansion. So we are working on developing our own brands and also building up our service offer, which builds up our gross margin. And also, as important is to build an efficient base plate. We have done restructurings. We're working further with creating platforms in Aurora del Taco and in Septon and in eFuel to ensure that these are efficient logistical setups and that they are geared for scalable growth. Otherwise, EBIT will not fall through, because EBIT fall through is a very important factor. It has to be built from an industrial perspective. And then a further accelerator for us is acquisitions. And that can be add-on acquisitions, and it can also be like new legs. What we're looking for is for add-on acquisitions which carries synergies to our base plates. And new legs, if you can call them like that, or new base plates, we are interested in base plates where we can build long-term strategic value and long-term synergies through own brands and other means, channels, etc. So An update to our latest developments. We did a bond issue this spring, which provides us with a larger framework and also with improved terms and flexibility, which supports our financial targets and our financial plans. We have acquired eFuel, which is a strategic acquisition within electric vehicle charging. And we're continuing to build our strategy within Aurora del Taco and Septon, and we have progress in the developments of their strategies, both in terms of own brands, distribution setup, building the base plate, doing integrations, a lot of work. So we also have further strengthened our sustainability platform. We have onboarded on our team Mikael Salo, who is a leading figure within Swedish ESG work within business. It's a great addition to our team. And we also have enforced or strengthened our focus on business case-driven capital allocation. So what do we want to do? How are we going to do it? Should we build it organically? Should we make an acquisition? Should we break into a new area or not, or geographically? How should we use our capital resources in the most sensible way for returns? So some highlights from the third quarter. Aurora del Taco and Septon had a somewhat delayed post-pandemic recovery, but we had an acceleration in September. We have had temporary challenges from higher freight costs. They didn't just increase like once, twice, thrice, 3 times, 4 times, or whatever. It just went on and on in a period of time. I'm sure some of you are very well and painfully aware of that. So we have a strategy on track with our own brands and also with European expansion. And we have done management changes in Aurora del Taco. And that management change consists of me and Philip, who is the CFO, have stepped down from the operational roles there, handed them over to Martin Gutberg and Christian Jörgensen, who were in the teams and ready to step up. And me and Philip has been focusing on building our strategy and our capital allocation and development. And then we also have eFuel. Some highlights from that is that we are very pleased with the growth of eFuel, and we see a good performance despite that we have not yet built up the own brands business and the service business within eFuel. So also it's been a very nice integration and fit within the DistIT sister companies. So it's been a very good integration process. Very glad for that. So, and also progress on a number of development and acceleration projects for eFuel. So a financial update on Q3. A quick one is we saw the revenue increased with 11%. We saw slight decline in the gross margin, which are mainly attributed to increasing freight costs. And then, yes, we have increased prices, but it has been a rat race. Sometimes it has felt like the tail is wagging the dog. But finally building the acceptance from the customers, and then comes next freight increase, etc. So it's been crazy days from time to time. But still, our adjusted EBIT had some growth. So it is. So let's have a look at our organic financial targets for 2025. And I would like to say is that These are excluding e-fuel. We will present targets with e-fuel on a later stage. We want to give it some time so we get the flair of understand the potential of the e-fuel and also the execution dynamics, so we get it right. But what I can say is that we feel that we are on track, and we are not a Corona winner company explicitly. So we are having better days when the restrictions are lifted, and we can see that. So as we are so big and sell into all channels, in overall, the physical channels still is the lion's share on the market. But back to this, we see that in 2025, we expect a turnover of 3.5 billion, and that has an implied growth of 8%. And we expect to reach a gross margin level of 25%. This would yield, we expect, an 8% EBIT margin. This EBIT margin, if we then reverse the logic, is then built of an efficient platform, is a strong contributor to building the 8% EBIT. Without that, then we're just leaking money. So that's not the way to do it. So it's a volume, it's a gross margin, and the efficiency, which builds the scalable platform, not to forget. If we look at our strategic pillars and related to e-fuel, so we acquired e-fuel, and how does it fit to our strategic pillars? Riding on megatrends in niche categories, that's a fit with e-fuel. Developing own brands, they already started. The direct to customer development from a strategic standpoint, to have a strategy for that, it's part of their business. Strategic ESG focus, it's part of the reason of being, actually. Geographical expansion, we believe that it is a European concept which holds up very well for geographical expansion. Capital allocation, we believe it is a capital efficient business model which e-fuel has. It will not cost us blood and tears in terms of capital to grow them, which is not to underestimate, generally speaking. Here we have a slide which shows our development of own brands in the structural trends, which I have been mentioning several times in my presentation. And it shows how we work in these mega trends and their drivers, and also that we build up offerings in them. And we have a number of strong concepts and brands in this and building quite well. So 26% of our turnover comes from own brands share of revenue. Sustainable value creation is a part of creating a successful business for us, we believe. We believe it will, from a shareholder perspective, it will give us cost savings. It will give us reduced freight cost. It will attract more and larger customers, because the larger customers have a very articulated strategy for sustainability. And it does matter a lot. And our target is to be a top 3 ESG partner to our biggest customers. We believe that's a very, very good and important strategic dialogue to have with them, which also yields then a market opportunity to be able to offer better solutions to customers and to their end customers, which we believe will be of increasing importance to have better choices and make life easier for our customers and their end customers. And also increased traceability and control of products and quality, because a lot of ESG and sustainability for business is about controlling your supply chain and know what's going on, how it's made, what is the impact, how you measure, how you develop. All that reduces risks. And believe me, there are risks in supply chain if you don't do it right. Expansion through M&A. We are looking at exposure in growing megatrends with niche distributors or product companies could as well be. And that's one area. The other, or you can say whatever, matrix, or you can make figures out of these things. The other one is geographical expansion. We're interested in geographical expansion. And in terms of a portfolio perspective, we are looking for add-ons which we can bolt on to our platforms, which will offer synergies. There is one dimension. The other one is new legs to stand on, to be a centipede, or whatever it's called by time. So we're growing slowly now with eFuel, which is a new leg, a new platform for us, which offer us a strategic advantage and a long-term synergy. So if we look at eFuel in terms of this, we can see that eFuel is well positioned in DistIT megatrend strategy. So we have the digitalization, we have the green tech, and we have the electrification. And there, where these converge into Zenith, there we see eFuel's logo. And it is an interesting spot for us. And through eFuel, we'll also get a vantage point or an overwatch into these areas which we are working with and studying and have great interest in, great further interest in. So what to expect from eFuel? Well, in terms of revenue, we expect growth, further growth in Sweden. We believe in a very strong growth scenario in the coming years for Sweden. We believe, despite the high electricity prices, not to mention, we believe in revenue growth from new markets. And in terms of margins, we see that we have an underlying good business with the eFuel business model for the products distribution. We see that we are building eFuel services to further build the margin strength, and also developing own brands in this area. And we have given guidance, and they are stated here in the slide, in connection with the acquisition. So we stand firm by them in the meantime, and we'll tell you more when we update you with the financial targets, including eFuel for DistIT. So that was that in terms of PowerPoints, and now over to questions and answers.
Thank you very much, Robert, for the presentation. Very, very good. I was going to ask you a little bit about, you mentioned the different strategic pillars to grow, and you mentioned geographical expansion. What geographical areas are you targeting?
We are mainly targeting Europe, and we have an export function now, and we are adding on distributors in Europe, and adding on. It's mainly it's our own brands which we sell in this fashion, and so we are developing suitable distributors, and we are also building up assortments with them gradually. So it's we're undergoing like an acceleration with them, you could say. And our financial plan, we have anticipated the margin structure with distribution for Europe.
Yeah. And the same thing with e-fuel, geographical expansion.
Yes,
yeah.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is a priority, and we will tell you more about that when we are ready.
All right.
To tell you.
We'll wait for that. And also, how do you experience the market momentum now compared with earlier during the pandemic, or let's say last year?
It has been a struggle. We have done quite well, but it's been a struggle, and we feel that now when restrictions are lifting, that it certainly improves the business. So you could say that during the pandemic, we grew in other segments like in online, and we also suddenly grew a lot in do-it-yourself channels and other channels which were operating, etc. So,
yeah, and also about the mega trends that you are targeting and find niche products in. Would you like to give us any flavor about what the next mega trends that you are looking into?
Yeah, it's a very good question. You can say that the latest one, which we took a big chew in, where we have been working with it, when we took a big chew in, is electrical vehicle charging. Yep. So we started with cables actually for some time ago, and that's how we got to know e-fuel as well. But we have a lot to do with electrical vehicle charging. We have been quite successful within smart home category, and there's a lot of more to do within the smart home category. So a lot more efforts. We have, for example, in the Septon area for AV and conferencing and these kind of installations, we are releasing new assortments, and there's a lot to do, which will also have consequences for our channel focus and development. There's a lot of things to do, and new things coming up in new areas of technologies.
Yeah. And yeah, you said that you think that DistIT will generate even more sales and contribution when the society are opening up, right?
Mm.
So you would not define yourself as a COVID winner.
No. I say that. Yeah, we're not like doing Beyoncé concerts only. Then it's hard during the COVID of obvious reasons. But so we have been, we have managed through COVID, but it's been harder than without the restrictions.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we look forward to see the Q4, how the Q4 have played out, the most important quarter for you.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
It is a cliffhanger.
It is a cliffhanger, and let's leave it like that. Thank you very much, Robert, for the presentation.
Thank you very much.
And thanks everyone for listening in.
Thanks.
Okay, so welcome to this presentation. My name is Peter Nyström, and today we have StrongPoint with us, and we have the CEO, Jakob Tverrebock. So please, the floor is yours, Jakob.
Thank you so much, Peter, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to yet again present StrongPoint. We can go to the next page, please. A little bit about StrongPoint. We like to say we are an efficiency-obsessed grocery retail technology company. We provide both in-store and e-commerce solutions tailored for grocery retailers with spillover effects to other verticals, but grocery retail is our sweet spot. We have our own proprietary both hardware and software, and we partner with some of the world's leading third-party suppliers to provide our grocery retail customers with cutting-edge technology. You can go to the next page. Very quickly about sort of some facts and figures. We have or had about 1 billion NOK revenue last year and 70 million EBITDA. Today we have a very positive cash position of more than 200 million, following the divestments of 2 non-core business areas, the labels business and the cash security business. So today we have about 400 employees in 6 countries and partners beyond those countries in the rest of, or the majority of European countries and North America. And you will see our retail technology solutions in more than 20 countries across Europe and North America. When we are talking about StrongPoint, we typically like to start talking about the double opportunity for StrongPoint. And interestingly, with the rise of e-groceries, that is really putting speed to these 2 opportunities. So the rise of e-grocery means for our established players 2 things. One, the brick and mortars are coming under increasing margin pressure. And the reason is simply that more and more of the volumes that historically have been going close to 100% through the stores, more and more of that grocery revenue is going outside the stores. And so with a top line that is not growing as much as it has historically, although costs with labor, rent, electricity is increasing, that is creating that margin pressure. And the solution to that margin pressure really is technology solutions, and we like to believe StrongPoint technology solutions to make the stores more efficient. The other piece that e-groceries trigger is the need for established players. Some of them may be slow, but the need for them to both venture into and to grow their e-grocery sales. And again, as we will see, StrongPoint offers the full range of e-commerce logistics solutions from picking to delivery to their customers and everything in between in a very, very efficient manner. And we believe we have some nuggets of solutions here that are worth a global market, as we'll see. To give a little bit more glance of what the solutions are, on the left-hand side here, you will see some of the store solutions. This being self-checkout solutions, fully proprietary, both software and hardware. Similar with Vensafe, the tobacco or high-value item dispensing solution. Or cash management solution, where we have a significant installed base in Norway and Sweden, and not least in southern parts of Europe and Spain in particular, where cash is still growing, being the main source of payment. We also have third-party corporations. on electronic shelf labels, on task and labor management tools, which is important to ensure the labor cost in stores are as efficient as possible or as low as possible. And we also have a very exciting partnership with a Norwegian humanoid robot company called Halodi Robotics, where we are developing together with Halodi humanoid robots to be used in a store environment to substitute human labor for or with humanoid robots on what we would call repetitive and boring tasks. So very exciting there to make sure these store costs are as lean as possible. On the right-hand side here, we have our e-commerce solutions, and I will be going a bit more in detail on all of these later. But what I can say is that we offer the full range of the picking possibilities there are in the market, as well as the last mile opportunities there are in the market, whether it's home delivery, pickup in store, or drive-through. So you can go to the next page, please. Thank you. When we talk about our strategy, we like to talk about that as a T. And so in the stem of the T, you will find the core markets of StrongPoint, where we have our own offices with a full set of employment staff that handles both sales, pre-sales, installation, service, and support. That is Norway, Sweden, the 3 Baltic countries, and Spain. So in these countries, we offer the full range of our proprietary solutions, as well as the third-party solutions from Halodi, Pricer, Reflexis, etc. On top of the T, you'll see we have singled out 3 solutions or 3 solutions areas in which we believe there is a European or even global potential. First and foremost is our e-commerce portfolio, or grocery e-commerce portfolio. And again, I will double click on that somewhat later today. Our self-checkout solution, where we have a starting point coming from the Baltics, being the majority leader in self-checkout solutions. And also in cash management, where yes, we have a big, expecting to shrink the installed base in Norway and Sweden. That's without a doubt. But the amount of cash being used in the Mediterranean countries is still more than 50%. So that's a market we'd really like to tap into. And to put some numbers on the financial ambitions behind this T-shaped strategy, we have and are reiterating our 2.5 billion Norwegian kroner revenue in 2025 with a financial bottom line in terms of EBITDA of 13 to 15%. And the way we believe we can do this, you can go to the next page. The way we believe we can do this is illustrated on this waterfall. And first and foremost, you will see the e-commerce logistics contribution to the 2.5 billion being very significant. So hence the remaining of this presentation, I will spend to double click on that. The other notable thing to see on this page is the substitution of non-core assets that we have divested into retail technology solutions through M&A. And that could come and will come as a combination of geographic expansion to countries where we see a natural product market fit. And then we have earlier said, and I can repeat again, we've said that this is most likely to be UK, Denmark, maybe even also Finland in the short to medium term. And on the technology side, we are continuously exploring opportunities to both strengthen our e-commerce solutions portfolio, but also ensure that we have a rich portfolio that is in line with the market demand and trends. So those are two of the most important things. Beyond that, we're expecting a nice and steady growth in all the solutions areas that we offer. So now allow me to double click on e-commerce. That is a hot potato nowadays, and increasingly so we see that in with the rise of the Omicron virus. I can say that sitting from my home office here in Norway. So double clicking on e-commerce. What we're seeing here is a illustration of how e-commerce plays its role in the store, but also outside the store with our solutions. So starting with the way that you want to get the order of groceries fulfilled. Well, you have to do the picking somehow. And we have the solutions that offer both in-store picking, illustrated here by the online order picking solution. We have, and I'm kind of proud to say that we have an amazing solution that offers productivity levels that we are not seeing anywhere else. We're achieving on average with our clients 240 items per hour picking rate, 240. Whereas a lot of the management consulting companies are operating with picking rates in store of less than 100, maybe even closer than to 90. We're also doing that in conjunction with the electronic shelf labels. So we're enabling a pick by flash to increase the picking efficiency even more so. On top of that, we have during the last quarter also announced our partnership with the Norwegian success story AutoStore. So illustrated here as automated fulfillment on the upper right-hand corner. We, as StrongPoint, were the first grocery-specific partner of AutoStore worldwide. We believe that is because AutoStore also realizes that grocery orders to be fulfilled is very demanding. It's very demanding not only because there are 3 temperature zones, but predominantly because there's many SKUs with an extreme volume. And we believe that playing with the automated fulfillment solutions that AutoStore offers and our own order picking solution, we have the opportunity to create a really strong offering to our customers. So that's picking. Then the groceries typically need to be delivered as well. So what you will see here is a range of the opportunities that our customers, the grocery retailers, can choose from, all depending on their geography, location, and not least the maturity of the e-commerce level. So in-store pickup, illustrated here as well, is typically where you want to start with low volumes. You will then typically rapidly move into grocery locker last mile solutions, illustrated here both with stationary lockers close to the store, as well as mobile grocery lockers that we were one of the first in the world to introduce to the market. And that is, of course, in addition to the natural default in many countries, namely home delivery. And it should be said then, since we're talking to a Swedish crowd here as well, what the Swedish players have been able to do, i.e. making grocery e-commerce customers come to the store to pick up groceries, and that being the most frequently used way of picking up groceries, more than 50% actually, we're trying and working with customers to make sure that they can do exactly that. So leveraging the stores for pickup. The last bit on this picture is what we call here courier home delivery, or Q-commerce, which is really a hot topic nowadays in the market. And as companies have, or investors having followed StrongPoint will have noticed, we announced in February a very unique partnership with Glovo, the Spanish unicorn present in more than 20 countries, we made a partnership with Glovo for them to use our picking solution in the stores, and that being part of the offering to the established players when they create partnerships. And we're seeing a lot of attention both from established players as well as Q-commerce players to replicate exactly that. So very exciting to see there. Then we can move to the next page. And I want to talk a little bit about the market size and the market at play here. And sometimes it's just, relevant to remind ourselves of where is groceries in the e-commerce space. This is US data, but it's very relevant regardless for any European country. And that is that, grocery e-commerce are and have been at a sort of extremely low penetration compared to other types of retail verticals. Yes, it's been low because of complexity. Yes, it's been low because of lower gross margin than you typically have in some of these other categories. But the point is that e-groceries is growing. It will continue to grow in strength. And that is just the way gravity works. It will be increasing. So if you are a grocery retailer today and you have flourished even without e-groceries, well, that is not going to stand very much longer. And we both believe and see that our customers and customer prospects realize exactly that. So then moving on to the next page, when we start talking about what is the addressable market, and maybe we're a bit conservative here, but if you purely look at the software licenses related to delivery and picking, in the markets we operate, or we define as our core markets, we're seeing there's a 5.7 billion kroner annual recurring revenue from software licenses. This is going to grow by just shy of 20% to 12.5 billion. StrongPoint, of course, with its starting point from Sweden, would like to see this not just growing with market share, but growing well beyond the market share growth that we're seeing here. And similarly on hardware investments in click and collect, I could say that out of the 650 million sales in the target markets we have defined, we have about, or have had about 10 to 12% market share. We're expecting this to grow by more than 35% annually up until 2025. So key point being, we are in a addressable market which is growing rapidly, and we absolutely have the product, and we're increasingly now having the team in place to deliver exactly this to a market in high demand of e-commerce logistics solutions for groceries. I want to roll up 2 pages, and one of these pages is about Oda. As a Norwegian-based company, we typically get lots of questions about Oda. Personally, I'm also kind of fond of Oda because I was in the board of Oda in its early days, and they're doing amazing, right? I think all credits to them for having attracted both SoftBank and Prosus funding, becoming one of the first, if not the first, unicorn out of Norway. And I say this to the investor community typically that Oda in a way is our best friend. They're really putting pressure on the established players to get moving on e-groceries. Just earlier this month, Oda did exactly what they've said they will, namely going into Finland. So they announced their soft launch in Finland, and they are in 2022 getting into Germany as well. And I don't think any serious grocery retail player in Europe, or at least Northern Europe, can ignore Oda. So having the experience we have, being in a region-based company, actually knowing Oda also from the inside, having been in the Swedish market, fendering off the competition of Oda, I think is something our established customers and customer prospects really are are appreciating when we're discussing e-commerce logistics solutions. So then to round things off, and I know Petter have a few questions. Some final thoughts. Number one, the market is growing basically on both in-store solutions because of the margin pressure being created by e-commerce, and not least on the e-groceries. It will grow. That's just the way it goes, and that is basically gravity. It will continue to grow. It's not stopping. There is also today in the market a pressure on supply chains generally. And StrongPoint, we are also we're not immune to that. In Q3, we highlighted some of the challenges the supply chain have had on our cash management sales that we announced back then would be continuing into Q4. Although we're expecting this to be of temporary nature. And lastly, we are today, even though we haven't recently announced any big rollouts, we have today a record high number of proof of concepts and pilots rolling across Europe and across North America. So that makes us all very, very prosperous about the future, and not least the reaching the 2025 ambitions we've set forth. Thank you.
Thank you, Jakob. Thank you. So I'll start with a couple of questions here. And regarding the rise here of the grocery e-com sales, can you share some light here on which markets you are currently most optimistic about, and which markets you are feeling that the e-com development is moving too slowly? Thank you. Sure.
So if you're thinking about the markets that are most prosperous about, it would have to be some of the markets basically mentioned already where we're exploring international growth, namely UK, Denmark. We're also now exploring the Benelux countries, Germany as well, following also what's happening with Oda, and not least also the fact that we recently announced a partnership with the German company Hörmann Logistics on the AutoStore side, effectively covering then the DACH region and also Eastern Europe. So, there are lots of countries here in which there is high demand for our solutions, and where we're seeing this come out in proof of concept and pilots. I think when you're, Petter, asking about why is it so slow, I think, and maybe that's just me interpreting the question. I guess you're referring to Norway. No, yeah, exactly. I mean, there's probably some markets where you could, hope for that the development had been moving even faster than it actually currently is. Yeah, and I think, to a large extent, if you may use Norway as an example, I think, the reason for that is, and this is just not Norwegian specific, but it's specific for many countries, is that, in the marketplaces where you do have 3, 4, or maybe even in some cases 2 players that are very dominant, rather than normal economics playing out, it's really a game theory, right? And we've seen traditionally that there's been a challenge in reaching the profitability in e-groceries versus store economics, which have naturally prevented some of the major players from venturing into e-groceries. But there are 2 things to say about that. Number one is we have proven over and again with many of our customers that e-grocery profitability is absolutely possible. And number 2 is there is no longer a choice. I mean, this is happening very fast now, as illustrated with some of the pure players being venture capitalists backed by, some of the major, or actually the major technology investors in the world. So it will continue and will happen at some point in time. Perfect. Thank you. Then I think we have time for one more question. I mean, over the past 6 months, you have announced several very big orders here, particularly for your Norwegian business. I mean, electronic shelf labels, cash guard systems.
Can you talk a little bit about, the business mix, in terms of product sales versus, more, call it recurring revenue, a lot like service revenues, and how you see that developing over the next 5 years?
Sure. So, where to start? I think, first and foremost, if comparing these different solutions we have, I mean, today our core, the core of our revenue is coming from what you call in-store solutions, right? And the e-commerce solution, depending on which quarter you're looking, is varying between 10 to 13, or have 10 between 10 and 30% of the total revenue. So as you're pointing out, the solutions that we're offering in store is very important for us now, and will continue to be so, although we see that most of the growth coming from e-commerce. In terms of revenue mix, we haven't to date singled out what are really the sort of ARRs. We will do that, but I cannot disclose that now. But we will do that. But surely, I mean, if you take in a combination of the, we're mixing a little bit apple and pears here, but if you take in a combination of service, support, licenses, and everything, about the 1/3 of the business we have today is recurring. But I will be returning to that in our strategy update session and the Q4 results. We will provide investors with even more insight into what is really recurring and software-driven revenue.
Okay. By that, Jakob, I think we thank you for a very nice and interesting presentation. And then we are ready for the next presentation in about 3 to 4 minutes. So thank you, Jakob.
Thank you, Peter.
Welcome back. My name is Simon Jönsson. I'm an analyst covering tech and gaming here at ABG. Next up on today's agenda, we have Thomas and Ulrich from Nepa. They will hold a presentation of the company, and after which I will host a short Q&A. With that said, I leave the floor to you guys.
Thank you, Simon, and welcome and happy to have you listening to us. Just shortly, Thomas is Nepa's CFO stand-in, as our ordinary CFO is on paternity leave, but she will be back from start of January. I'm Ulrich Boyer. I'm the CEO of Nepa since August this year. Focus of this session will be on the company, as I hope that most of you have been reading our latest report from Q3, which we are very proud of. And yeah, let's go to the company presentation. What we do? Well, we are a consumer insight company, but we are also a tech company. So we are somewhere in between there, and our sweet spot is the tech augmented advisory. We have been doing this since 2006, when I was one of those founding the company. And we are today around 260 employees. IPO was 5 years ago, 2016. We have won the Swedish prize, DE Gazelle, 6 times. And well, today we are operating in about 50 countries. And our growth is about 3 times what is common in our industry. So we have been becoming quite big, but compared to the big global competitors we have, like Kantar, Ipsos, and GfK, we are really, really small. And there's still a lot of potential for us to accelerate the growth, both with existing clients, but also with clients we do not yet have. In Sweden, we became the second largest research company 2020. And we aim to be one of the larger ones globally as well, of course. Good. So what challenges do we solve for our clients, and why do they want to work with us? About 94%, basically all CMOs, struggle to demonstrate how marketing impacts sales. And 70% of their bosses want to know a little bit more about that, how that works, because otherwise you won't get a budget as a CMO. So, and this challenge is very complex. And there's a lot of companies trying to help brands with that, but most of them are only looking at what we call the lower part of the funnel, which is basically CRM, CX work, where you work optimizing the way you handle those people already known to you, customers already known to you. What we help our clients with is the upper part of the funnel mainly, which is getting new customers. And that's a big difference. And as in the beginning of the internet era, cookies was a big thing, because you could see how customers came in on when you did internet marketing, and that worked very well. Nowadays, this doesn't work well at all anymore, because cookies are basically has been pushed back in line with the GDPR legislation, which in turn gives us a little bit more business. So what Nepa gives our client is a measurable way of working in the areas of the upper funnel where you can get new customers to your brand. And we give advice on optimizing brand strengths and optimizing your marketing investments in areas where others leave a big gap. And we do that with a high tech part of our offer. So, with that said, what can be more say about what we do? Well, our vision is to become the world's leading data to growth company. Why data to growth? Well, what you do when you help brands getting new customers is that you really help them to grow. And we have been helping a lot of companies to grow during the 15 years of our existence. And our vision is to become the world's leading one, and that we do by investing in a tech platform, and we do that by being what we call augmented consulting. Now, let's talk a little bit about what that concrete means in terms of our offers. We have three basic different solution areas. It's Nepa marketing optimization. That is the biggest one we have, and that is where it's about 60% of our turnover in that area. Then we have innovation acceleration, which is like a complementary to Nepa marketing optimization. Within marketing optimization, you will find most of our recurrent offer, where we offer like brand tracking and like gathering data and gathering insight ongoing every day of the year to optimize all your touch points and your marketing investments. The innovation acceleration is more on top add-ons, where you buy things about like to learn more about your market, concept, your price, and relation to competitors. And then we have Nepa customer experience, which is CX, where we offer our clients a complementary part to what we do in the upper part of the funnel to get the whole picture of how their customers move through from being only a consumer, maybe knowing the brand or not knowing the brand, until they are a customer. But here that's not where we mainly focus, because there are lots and lots of competitors there, and the price press is quite heavy in that area. Good. Let's go to our consumer science platform, where you can see how all this works together. The basic idea of like marketing, or the basic picture we use is what you call the marketing funnel. Somewhere on the top in the marketing funnel, you as a consumer, if you buy something, you are not known for the brand, you maybe don't even know the brand, and then the first thing you do is you get in touch in some way. And then you get deeper into the marketing funnel as you learn to know more about the brand, and finally, hopefully become a customer, and then you get a customer several times. So, as I said, our focus is the upper part of the funnel. It's marketing optimization. And that is 60% of the biggest part of our recurring business is there. Last quarter, it was 72% in total within marketing optimization. And it is about what strategy to use, what return on investment you get on marketing, how can we optimize touch points in order to and that such improve purchase decisions, and how does your segmentation of your customers look like? And it's our solutions are ad and brand tracker, marketing mix modeling based on tracking, pre and post testing, and past to purchase. Customer experience is the lower part of the funnel, where you mainly focus on, okay, how can you improve loyalty around the customer, and how can you get them as a regular buyer. So innovation acceleration is which new products and services to launch, when, what price, how to package them, and so on. Then we also have a lot of partners we work with to get all the data into this and get the right data. We work with Facebook, we work with Google, we work with Snapchat, and we work, for example, with Cint and others to get the data. Facebook is a close partner to us. We have quite recently released a joint white paper about how to do marketing mix modeling in order to find really concrete execution guides for social media marketing, for example. And these close cooperations with these companies gives us an advantage in form of very granular and very correct digital data. So all this is delivered in our platform then through different modules. And here we basically have a price list on this, ones for like media performance, brand strengths, brand positions, NPS, for example, and then you can end on these different parts. And this is sold then as a recurring, so people, our clients, they sign on for 6 months, 12 months, 24 months, whatever, and then they choose what they want to have, and then we deliver it, either both in the platform in these beautiful pictures as on our dashboard, or right into their systems as data files. So what then are our important differentiators? Well, I know that a lot of you maybe think that we are a consulting company, but we are basically never invoicing our clients for worked hours. That's not how we do. We sell a service, and that service is sold in a package. Usually and mostly, it's sold as a recurring revenue, so we send them an invoice every month. And sometimes when what we call ad hoc projects, then it's like a project worth a certain amount of money, where the clients want us to work on an ad hoc basis. So and what our sweet spot is, what we call tech augmented advisory, and that is based on the recurrent stream of revenues, where we combine tech and consulting and the research knowledge. And what is happening there is that basically, that the consultants, they have all the data like ready in form of a PowerPoint or in form of the dashboard to look at and to work with. And then they can take this knowledge very easily to clients. That makes us also a little bit more independent of like the consultant's experience. Because when you have a lot of knowledge in a platform, then experience, you don't need 50 years of experience in order to know what's happening in the market, for example, in a certain area. Well, how do we deliver all this? we collect the data, we integrate the data, we analyze the data in the platform, and then we give the client and ourselves the ability to act on this data in our client-facing systems. And what we do is that we tailor insights in order to make them understandable for those who are the receiver of the data. That might be out there in the organization, like the client, the customer-facing people, or it might be the marketing department, or it might be the insight department. So how does then the money come in? Our revenue streams, so to speak? Well, so last quarter, last report, it was 63% of our revenues that were recurring, meaning that they were that was not a one-off. It was like a revenue stream that will continue after the quarter as well. So, and meaning with that is that it's ongoing contracts with a notice period, and that notice period is a little bit different because sometimes like we have like 12 months contracts, and then you can like end them like 3 months before the end of the year, and then it's another year, or it's ongoing 3 months, or it is like 24 months or 36 months, and then it's like they are renewed once 1 year at a time, and all variants are existing. But basically that's how it works. And the interesting thing with that is that our churn is very, very low. You know, like the year before we went to the stock exchange, we bought another company, which was a sister company to us, and like the old form of Nepa, basically, with a little bit more consulting in. And you know, our oldest client, we have that client since 1996. So just, you know, to give you a perspective. So most clients we have been working for several years, and then and we usually there's a standard scope in this recurring and a standard price for the project agreed with the client. That's how it works. And our goal is to have like 2/3 of our revenue recurring. If I would wish for, I would like to have 100, because then I wouldn't have to work so much. But that's, yeah, then sometimes maybe it's also boring when you don't have to sell anymore. Ad hoc is then invoiced per project, but even from that ad hoc part of our business, 60% of that is done for clients that we also have a recurring revenue stream. And that is because, you know, I can show you a little bit now about how we work with clients, the typical client journey, just in order to give you an idea like how this works. Most clients, when they start with us and never have worked with Nepa before, maybe not even heard about Nepa before, we sell in an ad hoc project because they want to try it out. It's reasonable. Then if they like us and they like what they've got, they start some kind of more regular work with us. And usually more regular work for us is brand tracking as in a subscription model. So they start tracking, they maybe start tracking for one of their markets, maybe like Finland or Sweden or UK or whatever. They do that. And then if they are satisfied, they add another market or another market, and that's how the business is growing. Then on top of that, then they might see that, oh, we want to have insights meetings, that most clients want that, and that is where our augmented advisory comes in. Because in that insights meeting, we present or we tell the clients how we look on the data and what we think is the necessary next step and what they should act on and what they should do, basically. And then there's a discussion, of course, and often these insights meeting end with some extra sales on that they want to know about the willingness to pay in a subscription model, or they want to have a media marketing mix modeling, or they want to increase the report frequency, or they want to change the data collection because they want to have like more knowledge about more details, and then you need a little bit more data. Yes, so usually that is how our existing business is growing. And often the start of a client relationship is an ad hoc project. Good. Where are we now? As I said before, we are growing fast. Nepa Sweden is growing with 7%, on average 16 to 20. And the Swedish market was under this time growing with 2%. And globally, we are growing during the same time on average with 15%. And the global market with 4%. And that in spite of that we tried to establish during this time a US business and failed. So, or almost failed. We have still US business left, but it's not a big one. And right now, not our focus either. But it is existing, it's growing a little bit, and we will, one day we will be back again, but not right now. Yes. Now, the financials, if you are interested, I don't know, most of you probably have read this. We had a fantastic, what we think, compared to our expectations again, 2021, you know, we were still, when we did the budget, it was still very much COVID, and it was very much unclear where we would end up. So in the light of this is really good. When you look back, what we have performed earlier, this is okay. This is what you can expect from a year like that. And especially when we think about that our long-term roadmap, in our long-term roadmap, we are still in the legacy, what we call legacy cleanup. What we mean with that is that we have had our first platform we constructed since our start is now like going to be is being replaced by a new delivery platform, and that is like we are in the process of that. We have written about that in the quarterly reports, and when that is done, we can focus more on growth and expansion again, because then we have all the tech setup ready to easily take on more business. Today we are in between somewhere there, but soon we are ready, and we are really seeing forward to that. So, yes. So again, we have the strong demand continued in Q3, and it's looking good even today. Strong market position with 63% recurring revenue, and the strategic agenda is moving according to plan. We aim to finish our legacy cleanup during the first half year of 2022, and we are at the same time making ourselves ready for our growth phase. And then, of course, we will invest in our tech-augmented advisory in order to increase delivery efficiency and take Nepa to the next level of knowledge. Our dream there is, you know, that in 20 years maybe we have like not a consultant standing in front of the client, but rather an avatar. I don't know, a Nepian avatar, maybe an orange one, because that's our company color. Yes, and underlying demand for decision-making support, we do expect that is very, very strong. I think the marketing landscape is getting more and more complicated, so we are sure that our clients will need us. Yes, ownership, nothing, it's not a big change. I'm the second biggest owner, was in the end of September. I think right now I'm the biggest one. Good, thank you very much.
Thank you, Rish.
Q&A.
Yes, let's turn to some questions. And to start off, how far has the market come in the digital transformation that you have been a large part of? I mean, you have steadily gained market share in Sweden. How much room is there for you to continue to grab market share from the established market research players like Kantar Sifo, for example?
Very big are the chances that we are taking market share. You know, we see that continuously that we are taking clients from, for example, Kantar and Sifo. Not in all areas. Sifo is specialized, for example, in audience measurement. That's not where we are. But within helping brands to grow and continuous tracking and this kind of consumer data deliveries, I think we are leading, at least from a technology perspective. And then I also have to say that, you know, like Nepa's growth during the last year has been more demand-driven than sales-driven. So we haven't really tried to sell hard yet. So that is to come.
Okay, because you were a digital pioneer back in the days.
Yes.
But you still think that you have a relatively large competitive advantage digitally.
Yes, and I think we are also building it like we are. What do you say? We are extending the gap to our the others, because we are building more technology in our delivery every day that goes. So and we will have we have now that possibility to go into the next phase of that growth. Yes.
Okay. And a question for Thomas, maybe. You have steadily increased your profitability recently. Can we expect the profit margins to stay at these levels for the next couple of years, or how should we see it?
I will not answer that question, obviously, but I mean, we haven't seen in this quarter any sort of decrease in the margins. So,
I mean, do you expect to like increase investments or?
We will certainly do. Maybe Ulrich can broaden that answer a little bit. But
absolutely. We will invest more money in trying to, or in order to get ahead of the competition a little bit more than we are now. You know, it's always comfortable to be a little bit more ahead than just a little bit. So that's what we want to do. Yes, sure. Because I think, you know, like we think that it's a good chance to grow faster, and there are two components in faster growth. One is that you need to sell more, and you do that by asking more customers to buy. That I think is one thing, that we want to build a sales organization better than the one we have today. And we will also try to widen the gap in way of our delivery compared to our competitors, and that we do by investment in tech. And in investments in tech for us, it means both that we will rise our quality, we will rise the perceived value of what the clients get, not only the perceived, but also the real value, and we will have a better internal efficiency in producing this.
Okay, thank you. I'm afraid that was all we had time for today, but thank you, Ulrich and Thomas, for coming.
Thank you,
and thank you, the audience, for tuning in.
Thank you all.
Hello, and welcome to ABG Sundal Collier Investor Days. Our next session will be about smart wires, where we have the CEO, Peter Wells, with us. With that, Peter, please go ahead for your presentation.
Sure, Olaf, will do. Thank you. Let's go to the next page, please. Well, good afternoon, everybody, or good morning, depending on where you are. I'm speaking to you from Salt Lake City, actually, today, where we have a major clean power event here in the United States. My name is Peter Wells. I'm the CEO of Smart Wires. I've been in energy, actually, about 30 years now. And the last decade of that was all in wind energy. I worked for an independent service provider. There was a startup that got acquired by Vestas. And I went from Vestas to GE, and I ran the onshore wind region in Europe for GE for the last 4 years. I got to a point last year, I started to look a lot at the energy transition and wind and solar and other spaces, and was thinking a lot about what I felt was really the new frontier for energy transition. And that research took me to the grid. And so in many ways, the new frontier in my mind is the old frontier, and the grid's been around, of course, for a long time, but it needs to be something different as we go into this energy transition phase. I'll talk to you a little bit about that, why it's so important, what Smart Wires does, and how we're positioned to really have, I think, a major impact on energy transition over the coming decades. Let's go to the next page. So in my research, astoundingly, maybe for a 30-year energy professional, the grid, I realized, was really probably one of, if not the greatest inventions of the 20th century. It's interesting, I think, to reflect upon that and ask yourself, where would modern civilization be without the grid? And I think the answer is quite clear. But that's not enough. And if you look at where we need to go now with energy transition, it's also clear to me that the grid needs to also be not just the greatest invention of the 20th century, but the greatest tech story of the next century. We're looking at that, and we've been in this space for about 10 years now in Smart Wires. We came out of research with Georgia Tech about 10 years ago after a big Northeast blackout that left about 50 million customers without power in the United States for 4 days. A lot of money went into smart grids, and out of that, one of the projects was looking at digital, let's say, the applications of power electronics to create digital tools on the grid, and specifically looking at power flow control. And that's what the Smart Wires company and the Smart Valve product offers the market today. Let's go to the next page. So when I make these comments about the grid, why is that? Why is the grid so essential? It's fundamentally the nexus of the energy transition. I don't think it really matters how you want to slice and dice all of the different emerging trends. What's clear to me is that if we don't have a different type of grid, we simply won't have the energy transition that we desperately need. If we look at the goals for net zero by 2050, annual investment in Europe alone needs to go from 30 billion to 60 billion just in the next 8 years, according to the European Commission. Energy transition, of course, is multifaceted. So we're talking about renewable energy adoption. We're talking about the phasing out of fossil. We're talking about the physical characteristics that are changing on the grid because of that. But more than that, large-scale renewable is actually quite distributed in comparison to these large centralized fossil sources. If you look at sector coupling, electrification, e-mobility, you name it, hydrogen, any of these elements really require something very new and very different of the grid. And so the grid wasn't set up for that. My simple analogy is like somebody took your heart from your chest and put it in your left foot. Now your body, your arteries, your veins, your capillaries, they have to rewire for this new paradigm. And that's exactly what's happening with the grid. What does it need to become then to really help and enable that? It needs to become, in my mind, an integrated digital platform, more of a singular platform that will really enable all of these different innovations to occur. It could be something that drives a green economy, a very new economy, huge innovation and transition, and really growth and jobs, and obviously something that's hugely important for climate change. Let's go to the next page. So how do we modernize the grid? We're talking fundamentally about digitalization. It's more than a phrase, right? That means real-time data. That means the ability to analyze and understand in real time what's going on the grid and control it, change it, optimize things. It doesn't do that today. The grid is predominantly made up of 50-plus-year-old technology, a lot of steel, a lot of copper, magnetic-based devices, mechanical switching. It simply is not capable of adapting to this new paradigm. And that's where digitalization becomes critical. You'll hear probably discussions around grid enhancing technology, and that's typically talking about data analytics, the ability to model, affect the topology and optimize the flow of electricity, dynamic line rating, the ability to leverage ambient weather conditions to put more power flow down lines without them overheating, and modular power flow control. And modular power flow control is what SmartWires offers. So in this digitalization paradigm I mentioned, what's it really doing at the end of the day? Sounds great, but what's it doing? It's really driving solutions to address congestion, i.e. adding capacity to the grid at a much faster pace than new lines or modernization of lines or older technologies that drive power flow. It's talking about grid resilience or strength. It's talking about harmonics as we continue to disrupt and innovate on the grid in terms of what's happening at the edges. This introducing new waveforms to the grid, and this is called harmonics, and it's very disruptive, and we need ways to address and manage that. We're talking about the optimization of an asset that, probably speaking, if you could get the data, what do you guys think it is? My guess is 30% utilized today, pretty low on a global scale. And future-proofing. We know what's going to happen in the next 5 years, but the next 10, 15, 20 years, it's going to change dramatically and probably at a faster pace into a paradigm we don't even see yet, much like telecoms evolved from the late 90s. So we have to future-proof for that, give ourselves the ability to adapt with these changes and these demands. And that's exactly what digitalization will do. And when we do this, we unleash energy transition. And I mentioned this before, delivering a green economy, innovation, jobs, and addressing climate change. So it's more than doing what we need to do for the climate. It's fundamentally good for the economy and good for people all around and good for society. The SmartWires product is the smart valve. I'll talk to you a little bit more about what that is and what it does, but it is a unique and patented technology and solution, and we believe that the impact it will have is very, very substantial. Let's go to the next page, please. So what is our solution? It's really twofold today. We focus on these two areas, analytics and the smart valve. On the analytics side, we have a strong team using advanced software and modeling techniques. We've worked with hundreds of utilities across the world. We've modeled hundreds of different elements of power systems, and we're looking at a range of different elements as you see listed on the page here, but typically trying to understand what is going on with generation and load and connections, how the system is operating and functioning today, where the pinch points are, and really how we can apply grid enhancing technology and specifically the smart valve to address those issues and problems. The smart valve itself is a unique and highly patented proprietary technology. To give it a very technical sort of family definition, if you will, in terms of a product definition, it's transformerless and it's a modular static synchronous series compensator, or a modular SSSC. In a more of a layman's word, perhaps that is digital power flow control, or modular digital power flow control. It has an integrated fast-acting bypass. That's really important because on mission-critical assets like the grid, you don't want to introduce something that create new problems. So in any situation, our technology is such that in a fail mode, it's a fail-safe mode. So basically, it's bypassed and does not affect the grid. We've got mobile solutions. We've got permanently installed solutions, but we do have the ability to scale up, scale down because of the modularity of the device. It's highly flexible in its application, both in terms of dealing with post-fault scenarios, but also pre-fault optimization of power flow. As I said, is very scalable and highly controllable. So fundamentally, we want to take really the flexibility of silicon and software and provide faster, better solutions for the grid. So I'll go to the next page. We'll take a closer look at the smart valve for you. So I mentioned it's a unique and patented solution. We today have 59 granted patents, well over 100 under review as well, to layer on top of that. And we've really focused on patenting both the core technology in terms of how it operates and functions, but also barrier. So barrier IP in the sense of other ways you could apply power electronics to perhaps provide similar solutions. So we patented these other paths as well. But we also looked at how does it work? How is it made? How do you deliver it? How do you install it, commission it? How do you scale it up, scale it down? All of these different elements have been assessed and patented. So it's not just the technology itself that's protected, but also the way it's applied and the flexibility and a future-proofing approach that we've taken. You can work your way across the device. It's about 5 meters in length, 2 by 2.5 meters, so a little bit smaller than perhaps a standard shipping container. That's intentional. It gives us huge, really optionality on the way that we ship, deliver, and install. It's also significantly smaller than anything you would see on the grid today that might provide a similar type of solution. And then really, whether you're looking at the bypass, the silicon-based converters, the diagnostics and analytical capabilities that are embedded on the firmware, the controllers, all of the communications that sit within the device, device to device, device back into the energy management system of the system operator, the cooling system, which is really important because we're talking about a pretty condensed footprint with a lot of voltage and current, which creates heat. So a proprietary cooling system to address that, and then a modular design. So on the right-hand side here, you see a project we did in the UK earlier this year, and you can see how the devices are put together. Typically one per phase, so minimum install would be 3. Quite typical for us would be 12 to 15. And this is a single stack, so we can actually double stack as well. So we're using a very small footprint in comparison to other solutions. And that gives another advantage in the sense that our system operators, our customers, can move quickly, leveraging lay down areas they already have, its substations and other places around their grids and their circuits, and not have to go for new permits and acquiring new land and so forth. So this is speed of deployment. So how does it work? Let's go to the next page and look at a very simple view of a situation. So if we take a view at a simplified sort of mapping of circuits and transmission corridors in Europe, and we think about this dynamic where we've got fossil phasing out, nuclear phasing out, we've got more renewable coming on. What we see here is obviously some renewable energy being introduced into the northern part of the region here. And obviously that can change. If we go to the next page, if we just take a very simple notion of 550 megawatts of additional renewable energy coming onto the grid, what happens very quickly is that the line there that's now shown in red is basically over its spec limit. Why? Well, grids operate with fundamental rules of physics, so the lines that have the lowest impedance, so the lowest resistance, will take most of the power. If you do not have a way to move that power flow around, basically now you have to curtail those assets or shut them down. You cannot take more of this renewable power onto the grid. Who pays for that, by the way? Congestion costs coming through high electricity bills go to the consumer. And in addition, that financial cost also has a climate change cost. So we as people, we as consumers pay for that at the end of the day. So let's take a look at the next page in terms of what we might do with the smart valve. So in this situation, on that line that was now overloaded, we've applied smart valves. And basically, we're injecting voltage with this device. When we do that, we can basically inject that voltage basically ahead or behind of that current waveform on the AC flow. And when we do that, we're changing the impedance. In this situation, we're injecting voltage to increase the impedance. And what that does is it pushes power flow off that line and onto neighboring lines. We can do the opposite, by the way. We could put the smart valves on these other lines that are basically underutilized, reduce the impedance, and pull more power flow. So basic physics, but real-time control that's done in a manner that you just don't see in the market today. Let's go to the next page, please. So what is the power then of the SmartWise solution? It's the ability to quickly integrate renewables and new loads. There are, as I mentioned here in a second, you would be shocked at the gigawatts of renewable projects that are ready to go, that are waiting for grid connections. So we have a very rapidly deployable solution to accelerate the integration of renewable energy. But we're also looking at how we improve grid flexibility, reliability, and resilience. So having intelligent and controllable optimized abilities of managing grid and shifting load patterns is really key. Whether we're looking at demand-side response or intermittent renewables, all of these other dynamics I talked about, the smart valve is giving the system operator a toolkit, a technology, a solution to manage these new demands on the grid. And thirdly, it's an impact now situation, as I look at it at least. I think we saw this in COP26, huge frustration, so much rhetoric about what to do. People are fundamentally asking, let's do it now. So when are we going to act? The great thing about the SmartWise smart valve device is it delivers solutions now. Deployment in 12 months is really an unheard of solution. If you look at alternatives, a new line, a modernized line, 7 years, 10 years to deploy, if you even get the permit. If you look at a phase shifting transformer, which is a comparable but not silicon software-based device, therefore it's about 70 meters by 70 meters on footprint when installed. Takes about 3 years to design, deploy, and install, and it's not going anywhere. There is no flexibility with that solution. And so as demands shift and change, that device quite often actually becomes redundant. So we're addressing all of these critical elements. So what does the market look like? If we go to the next page and have a think about that for a second, what I can tell you is the market today is massive. There's about 250 billion of spend annually. We know that's going to 360 billion or more by 2030. These are global numbers. That's a pretty big step change. So obviously, first and foremost, we're in a big market. We can grow with market. But beyond that, we also know that if you look at some of the numbers on the right here, 14 trillion of investment in grid modernization and upgrades between now and 2050. We know that the annual spend will be north of 600 billion by 2050, according to Bloomberg and several other analysts. But think about the cost to the consumer I mentioned. In the UK alone, the data for last year was £2 billion of cost to the consumer for congestion-related issues, meaning as they use spot markets and leverage fossil power because they're curtailing renewable assets or generation that's available, that cost is carried through the rate base and into electricity prices. So huge impacts, and globally it's billions. But also thousands of gigawatts. I mentioned the queue of renewable energy projects waiting to get on the grid. In the US alone, it's 755 gigawatts. So this is a huge problem. And depending on where you are, that connection wait time could be 3 years, could be 7 years, could be 10 years. So hugely problematic. And all of these things, in addition to policy, new Green Deal in Europe and similar things in the US, Australia, UK, across the world, really all trying to stimulate new energy infrastructure, modernization of that infrastructure, economic stimulus, and positive impact on climate are all coming together to basically put huge pressure on the grid and the grid operators, our core customers. But in addition, developers, independent power producers, also on the demand and the distribution side and demand side, lots of innovation is just held back. So we know the market's massive. We know we're playing in a big market and we're going to grow. And I'll give you a little bit of a sense of what we think that looks like for us on the next page, please. So where are we today? So out of that massive market, being pretty conservative, we would say we're addressing about 15 billion of that annual spend today with the application of our analytics capabilities and our smart valve solution. So we're really focused on the adoption of that. It's a big market already, and we know that we want to play in a bigger way there. So it's all about core technology and growth with the market. But we know that we'll step change with scale. We know that market expansion exists both through geographical expansion, but also with channel management and our ability to do more and more on analytics and even stepping into some retail applications. That market's bigger as we scale and we're doing more in the way of services. Ultimately, then, as we go forward, we see an addressable market that could be stepping up to 100 billion or more. As you think about the adoption and change and the integration of these new generation assets, these new demand side innovations, there's a lot of work to be done. And effectively, we think we move away from sort of adoption of a core technology and a more project-based business to effectively over time services, asset integration, and an annuity-based business. So last page. Thank you. So we're positioned, we believe, for very strong and sustained growth. We have a digital grid solution. It's patented, it's transformational technology, and it's being adopted globally already. We're in this industrialization and scaling phase now for the business over the next, I would say, 3 to 5 years and beyond as we go through that sort of evolution I mentioned. So at the moment, we're investing in the core technology, really the industrialization of our supply chain, our production, and positioning with the people, the systems that we need, the locations that we need for expansion and growth. We believe, of course, we have an annuity platform. So from grid enhancing technology applications, as I said, we move into grid-wide services and asset integration. And ultimately, we're positioning ourselves to be a major player in what I believe will be a new energy paradigm that's driven by a really holistic and fully integrated digital grid. With that, I'll end there. And I think we have a little bit of time for questions, if there are any.
Thank you very much, Peter. Very interesting. I have a few questions on I mean, obviously, the grid needs a lot of help with everything that's going on, and you seem to fit perfectly into this. When you're selling your idea, your technology, what are the main difficulties in getting it sold with your customers? What's the main pushback that you're meeting? Yeah,
it's a great question. So look, you're dealing with mostly regulated utilities. You're dealing with obviously entities that are by nature conservative. They're dealing with mission critical assets. They're very comfortable and used to working with technology that they've worked with for the last 30 years or longer. And so they typically are looking, I would say in the first instance, when we introduce the concept of a digital device and modular power flow control, first and foremost, technology assurance. How does this work? Are we taking risk if we introduce this to the grid? And so we often get into very, very long and detailed technical evaluations that then often will lead to a small scale pilot and then adoption from there. And so that's been, I would say, one of the biggest drags for us, frankly, in terms of the pace of adoption and demand creation. It's shifted significantly in the last 12 to 18 months. We used to be modeling on a pipeline. If you think about classic sort of CRM tools, a modeling pipeline, about 18 months ago, that pipeline was sitting at about $1 billion, or less. Now we're at 5 billion. So we're seeing massive pressure, obviously, in the market, and then huge awareness. We've had some great successes. National Grid in the UK, UK Power Networks also, doing a lot of work with Transgrid and AusNet in Australia, ESA in South America, LADWP and Los Angeles area, and so on. And as these guys adopt and apply, and National Grid interestingly went straight from technical evaluation into a platform adoption, that's giving a lot more confidence then into the other transmission system operators that we work with. But it's that, in the first instance, it's that technology adoption and making that first step into the use of the technology.
Yeah. And I mean, you mentioned a lot of geographies and a huge potential pipeline here. How are you physically carrying out all these projects or trials, etc.?
So we really approach it so we have a core business and a core sort of, I would say, internal workforce, but we supplement that in a couple of ways. So we supplemented that with on manufacturing. So the manufacture of the device is done by a company called Jabil. They're global actually, but we work with their facility in St. Petersburg in Florida. And so obviously the logical approach there was to invest in a footprint that would give us huge room to grow without sort of building the bricks and mortar, if you will, and sort of building out what would be about 100 people that we get from Jabil to drive that operation. And so we also supplement on the engineering side with PowerSoft 19, and they give us access to about another 200. So all told, we've got well over 300 professionals and about another 100 on the production side. So then when you get into the field, what we've got is for the key regions where we have projects, we typically are doing technical direction of install. We have some customers actually where we really just ship them and they want to take delivery even in the US, and then they ship from there. And we're really sending, I would say, experts do technical direction of installation. And then thereafter we do a sort of inspection. It can be very easily done by our customer actually on an annual basis, but every 7 years is a more major inspection and maintenance activity, which is done by us. So it's pretty lean and pretty effective in that way. What I envision is that over time, as volume grows in different regions and gets more, I would say, consistent, that will necessitate the need for us to have some different sort of setups in region where we can give more support in the aftermarket, I would say. But for now, it's pretty lean, and we're able to dispatch and deal with these projects as they come up.
Excellent. And I think we have room for one more quick question. It sounds fantastic. The growth opportunities are obviously there. What would you say is the biggest threat that could hold you back from realizing the full potential?
We need to move through. I think, Olaf, the key thing that and the thing that sort of from time to time would not worry me but frustrate me is the adoption thing. So we know what needs to happen to the grid, and we know we're not alone, right? There's other grid enhancing capability sets out there. But like many things in our space, and I think of our space as energy transition, there's a lot of knowledge and understanding of what we can do, right? We have the capability set. It's the adoption and this sort of sometimes apathetic approach of what to do and when. And so I think that pace is probably the biggest worry. We're seeing good numbers this year. We're seeing good backlog building up. We've got more deals that we're closing out between now and the end of the year, and a number that we think will come in January, February. So that's looking good. We think 22 will be a strong year. But the frustration for me is the growth could be exponentially more. And I just worry that will policy translate to action? And at the end of the day, what really is critical for all of us everywhere is market design. Market design has to deregulate more and has to open up to innovation. And then I think there's so many great things that many companies and people can do for everybody at the end of the day. And so that's my big worry, is this transition of words to action, and just that moving at a faster pace.
Excellent. Thank you very much. It will be very interesting to follow your company and trying to sort out all the limitations that the grid currently has. Thank you very much, Peter, for taking part. Looking forward to speak again.
You're very welcome. Thank you. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to this presentation of Gaming Innovation Group. My name is Oskar Rönnqvist, and I am an equity analyst here at ABG, covering the iGaming sector. With us here today, presenting, we have Hessi Mokka, who is the head of investor relations at Gaming Innovation Group. The scene is yours, Hessi.
Thank you, Oskar, for the great presentation. So I will touch up on our company, and
tell you a little bit brief about Gaming Innovation Group today. We're approximately 460 employees in the company. We're located in 3 main places, Spain, Denmark, and Malta. We have our head office in Malta. We have 14 global licenses on our platform, and we're dual listed on NASDAQ and also Stock Exchange. We're a B2B company who provides mainly two verticals. One is the platform vertical integrated with the sportsbook, and then we have the media business, which we in Nordics call it for the affiliate business. I will go into those 2 divisions in depth going forward, but that's mainly our 2 main income streams. And together we also have a managed services department where we manage clients for either if it's affiliate business or if it's the sportsbook or if it's the platform business. And so that's the 2 main income streams that we have in the company. And this presentation is from the Q3 report, which we had 2 weeks ago. So I will touch a little bit upon it. You have the numbers behind me, or you can look it up at our webpage. But I will briefly go through what we have done. Since 2020 April, we divested our B2C company and to Betsson. And since that, we've become a pure B2B company, which means we provide operators in multiple markets with either if it's platform as a platform supplier or a media affiliate supplier. And our figures since we split the company up and sold our B2C division to Betsson has, as you see in the presentation, we've been growing quite heavily in revenues, EBITDA and EBIT, and we're very happy with the progress of the company. And some key takeaways then for Q3. We had the positive development in all areas, both platform and media business. We had all-time high revenues on our media department, which we're very proud over. We signed 3 new agreements for the platform. 1 went live, and 3 others are expected to go live in Q4. And some strategic update then for the company. Here you can see I will take this part to talk more about our platform division. Here you can see that we have some of our signings the last 12 months. And since our strategic review, by selling our B2C operator to Betsson, we've become, we don't have any more conflict of interest where we have our own B2C in-house and therefore, since we sold it, we've been able to attract a lot of clients in markets we have licenses in. And 2 of them that I want to talk a little bit extra about is, one is the Tipwin contract that we signed, and which is the 3rd largest sports betting, land-based sports betting company in Germany, which we're very proud of that we won. And the next one, which is a very interesting brand, which is Playstar, which are going to be live in New Jersey and Pennsylvania during 2022. Very, very, very excited about those clients and the other one as well. But these are the ones that are standing out because it's 2 very big markets. If we look at our pipeline today, we've said that we will sign at least 10 deals, and so far we signed 8, and the momentum is strong, and we stand firm of our guiding on that. One thing that is very important for us in the platform industry is that we are able to get our platform certified in multiple jurisdictions and do it efficiently, which I will touch upon further on in the next slides. Here you can see down to the bottom right, you can see our licenses in markets that we have for our platform. Today we have plus 14 licenses for our platform to be operating in regulated markets. And that's a very good key metric for us to get our license. With the world regulating, it's very good for us to get our platform licensed in those markets that we want to go into, so our addressable market will grow bit by bit. And our as of today, our roadmap for 2022, we're looking for at least 5 to 6 new market entries. With one is already ahead of schedule here. So we're looking at Serbia, we're looking at Italy, we're looking at Pennsylvania, we're looking at several markets where we can see there we have a lot of interest of clients that want to sign with us. And therefore we're seeing the potential to grow the brands in those markets as well. And if you go into the media department, which is a very high scalable business, and this is a part where we've been very efficient the last 2 years. And this is the part where I'm most impressed about with the first-time depositors that we put into the market that we signed today is 95% of those are on a revenue share base. So we're very excited about that part because that's a perpetual revenue. And that's the plan that we have for our media business to grow, even if it's seasonality or even if it's a market has a hit or whatever it can be. We're seeing that our revenue share base contracts that we sign going forward is becoming us to have very good revenues going forward. I'm very happy about that. And during 2021, we have invested quite heavily in US market. We haven't solved the puzzle yet, but we're seeing that our big brands like World Sports of Network increase traffic 55% year over year. And we're looking further into investing in 2022 in the American market, which will be a prioritization for us going forward. And if we just deep dive a little bit into these 2 verticals that we have, we saw that we have a growth of our platform revenues to 5.7 million euros and EBITDA to 0.6 positive. And that's the 4th consecutive quarter where we have positive EBITDA. You can see on the bottom chart that we had a white label solution going into 2020 after we divested our B2C operations, and that wasn't a solution where we thought that the market will. It's a very high risk market where operators operate on our licenses. So if there's a fee or a fine, then we will have to take care of it. And the board and the management took a quick decision to get rid of the white label model and instead focus on the SaaS business, which we during since Q2 2020 we've seen pretty good growth. And as all the B2B companies or B2C companies, we've seen us getting hit by the German regulation, which we managed pretty fine despite that. So if you look at our revenues right now, we have approximately 80% of our revenues coming from regulated or soon to be regulated markets, which is a very good KPI for us and the platform business. This is a very interesting chart where we can see that in 2020 we took the company from the white label business to SaaS business, and you see that we had 5 clients integrated that year, and as of today, as of end of Q3, we had 7 clients integrated, with 3 more happening this year, and that's a very good way for that's a testament of our company being more efficient and being ready for the new regulated markets, and that number I hope will increase going forward. And this is something we worked very hard on to become more agile and be able to sign and integrate clients faster, and that's where a lot of our investments have gone to the platform in the latest 12 months. So very happy with that development, and I think that, and I hope that we going into 2022 and onwards will even speed that up. So to talk a little bit about media services, as I said before, we had all-time high revenues in Q3, and it's also. You can see also that since our divestment and our focus went straight to just becoming a pure B2B provider. We're seeing revenue growth quarter-over-quarter. Those guys are doing a terrific job. They're a standalone company as of today, where they run their own operations from Denmark, and they've been doing really good work. We increased our revenues to all-time high revenues to 11.2 million euros with an EBITDA of 5.1. We're seeing a little bit more investments for us in the particular North American market, because we want to take that piece of the pie as well. We mainly have two separate income streams from that media department. One is paid, which I can explain, like we're buying a search word in Google, and where we can get ranked number 1. And the other one is publishing, where we put out review sites and let them grow steadily in every market that we enter, and hopefully have very good keywords. Both those departments has been showing tremendous growth the last year, and despite us having spending very little money, we're seeing that now with our cash balance being better and better, we hope that we can invest more in certain markets and improve our products so we can further enhance the efficiency in the media department. But they're doing really good, and we're very happy with the development in this specific area. And this part is what I'm most proud of. If you look at our revenue stream, we have 62% of our revenues are coming from rev share, which is perpetual revenue. I think we have the highest number of all the competitors that I looked into. It's a way we look at the media business is we rather take small amount of money lifetime instead of taking one-time fee upfront, which is listed as the CPA. We think that's the right strategy to go, and obviously it's been very successful in the last 12 months or so. And if we have to drink some water, sir. If it looks for some updates after the quarter, we signed a long-term agreement with a German client, a very interesting client which already had a database, who wants now to enter the regulated German market, and we believe that's the type of clients that we are targeting in those markets. Either it's clients with own database, or if it's a big, large tier 1 clients that want to move their markets to other places, or if it's a media house or a tier 1 land-based client. So very happy with that client. Our sales pipeline remains very strong. We are currently having ongoing discussions with plus 60 targets. So and we're building that sales pipeline up. So it's quarter-over-quarter, month-over-month. So we're very happy with that. We're seeing strong momentum in that, especially with COVID, accelerated the movement from the land-based to the online market. And we're seeing significant interest in our product. The Netherlands closed in Q3 as well, end of Q3, and we didn't have that much revenue over there. That impacted us approximately 2%, which was legacy revenues. And revenues for October were up 23%. If you exclude the white label and German impact, we're up 41% year over year. And mostly of that growth is driven from our media business, which had a year-over-year growth in the first-time depositor with 85%. And that development has continued into November as well. We can see strong momentum in the first 2 months. And we had a Google update end of November. And as we can see it today, we had a net positive from that Google update, and we're very happy for that. So that means that's a testament that we're doing a very good job in that area. And if you look at our financial target, and our plan is we want to grow organically with double digits. We want to reach our EBITDA margin wants to be 40% in the next coming years. And we want to use cash generated from the business to lower leverage ratio. So to summarize then, Since the strategic review in 2020, the company has grown significantly in both revenues on the SaaS model, on the platform, and the media department. We're now in a position where we deleveraged our financial loans. We repaid a bond, and we refinanced the other part of the bond in the summertime. We're now in a position where we're looking at adding on potential M&A targets. We're looking at creating shareholder value if it's that we need to maybe be listed in Sweden, Norway, or other places. We are having a razor-sharp focus 2022 to create shareholder value. And we are looking into all the areas where we can see significant growth. And our platform is in a position where it's now getting licensed in more and more places, and we can take one client to multiple places, like William Hill. We have 2 clients for them in Latvia and want to expand those brands into new markets where we have license. So we're looking at all the opportunities going forward. I'm very happy with where the company's positioned itself. With the platform right now, business where everyone has old tech legacy platforms, and the markets are regulating, we're seeing a sweet spot for us where we're putting all our focus and emphasis to getting our platform certified and licensed and be able to target new markets and integrate clients faster. I think that's the key for us to win those big contracts, to take them to new markets. And we're really looking into that, and we have taken leaps and bounds during these 2 years, and we will continue this work going on to the next couple of years as well. And a big question is how we are going to position ourselves going forward with the conglomerate situation that we have as well. And whatever makes sense for the market, whatever makes sense for the companies, that's where we're looking at, and we're looking at all the possibilities going forward to create shareholder value. That was basically everything for me.
All right, thanks for the presentation, Hassi. And
Very hot in here, by the way.
Yeah. So I will continue with some Q&A. And so my first question is touching upon the M&A agenda. What are your targets? In which segments are you looking at? And
so basically, like the targets we're targeting, we're looking at where we are weak right now and where we can accelerate revenues. So basically for us, we're looking at all the aspects. If it's the media division, if it's the US assets, or if it's in the sportsbook segments, or if it's in the areas in the platform where we think we can add value to that. So we're basically open for everything. And with our cash balance and our net debt leverage sinking quarter over quarter, we're in a position where we can leverage on that. And we have multiple potential clients targets that we're looking into, and whatever makes the most fit, we'll try to go after that. But we're actively searching for multiple in every vertical that we're operating in right now.
All right, thanks. So moving on, can you talk a little bit about your trajectory touching upon the North American market? Do you have any key states or any key focuses in terms of segments?
Yes. Right now, for the platform business, we are licensed in Iowa. We're licensed in New Jersey. We're getting a license in Pennsylvania. And we have a current client, Playstar, that will go live in 2022. We are also we hired a new head of sales in US that will help us expand our footprint, and we're hopeful that we can sign some more clients in North America in the coming year, in 2022 and onwards. So we're really looking into that. It's a very interesting market. We're we're looking at all the targets that we're able to take. And now in 2022 and onwards, we're seeing a new wave of brands that will come in. The new wave like Playstar is coming in, Leo Vegas is coming in. And we're seeing this some of the European markets, European B2C clients that want to take a place in the US market. And especially there is a very big momentum for us because we have a good footprint and a good reputation with European clients. So we're looking at that as well, and some land-based casinos that want to go online. But we need more and more markets that regulate casino, and that will come.
All right. Further, we look at your revenue guidance or growth guidance of double digits. How are you going to manage or succeeding with that target in terms of what are your key focus markets to get there?
Our key focus, our market is the whole world, so we're focusing every aspect of the company of the world. So wherever there is opportunities, we will go there if it makes sense. We're very return on investment oriented company. So for platform, for example, our strategy going forward is to get more licenses. So when our platform get licensed in certain markets, like we have a license in Croatia where we operate for Betsson as of today, and Latvia, and so on and so forth. So we're trying to get more and more our platform more and more certified in certain markets, so we can take one client that we have to 10 different markets. So each client value will rise with the same cost levels. So we're trying to keep the cost at the same level or even decline it going forward with the technology that we're building up and improving our platform day by day. For example, if you make one improvement on the platform for Spain, example, you can reuse that for the Argentinian license that we got. So every license we make, we get more and more efficient. We can use that, and the cost of getting a license in every market is going to be easier and cheaper. And for media, we're just keeping the same trajectory, opening up new markets, getting licenses in US, focusing cost control, have a very strict in how we want to, which markets we want to go into, and what kind of edge do we have, and take our key sites and grow them to new markets as well. We have one site called the Casino Tops Online, which is our biggest brand. We want to take that to new markets, and that's a very good strategy, and that's been paying off for us.
All right, thank you for that. I believe that will conclude this session. I want to thank you, Hesi, for the presentation, and thank you all for listening in. And I wish you all a pleasant evening, as this is our final session. So that's all for today.
Thank you very much.